side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapon. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find the light. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home. You feel my pain. My soul is yours. Two souls the same. With you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, let's circle on from near and far above the flower bed as we watch the stars and we'll never be apart.
Is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and send again. Away.
Welcome back to Berlin for day 2 of the LEC Winter Playoffs. Now, yesterday we saw some new champions on the Rift in our first day of Fearless Draft, but to the surprise of no one, it's our old champions, G2 and Fnatic, who came out on top. Today on Ready Check, we take a look at which pros would rise in the Noxian arenas, as well as find out firsthand from Jack Spectro why he believes BDS is underrated, and also find out what Kometo thinks about our match of the week, KC versus Vitality. Let's get into it.
G2, the perfect teammate. They take it all. Here comes the Crow's storm. It's not back. It's Tacoma. But the what? This people. Oh my God. Claps. Everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
Welcome to Noxus 1v1, where we have your favorite LEC players go up against each other, where first skill, first turret, or first 100 CS wins. Today, we have M. Koisupa and G2 Hansama going up against each other, playing only one out of 18 Noxus champs, which they get to choose by spinning the wheel. So let's find out who wins.
So let's see what we get. I hope we get a funny champion, not Rel, not Vladimir or something like that. Oh, we got Ambessa.
Ambessa?
I think it's
okay.
fine. I think it's fine. It's almost Vladimir, was so close. What?
Wait, I missed this.
I lose my Q as well.
What? Oh yeah, actually if you miss here, you miss it.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Oh shit. I forgot. Oh my god, I missed it.
Okay. Oh. Oh.
Guys.
I don't know what I'm doing, no joke. But this champion looks so fun.
No!
But what is the damage?
Actually, I don't know. Like, this champion is weird.
I played into Ambessa in lane swap, and sometimes he can 1v2, it's crazy.
Yes, he can.
Please not Raven.
I mean, if it's Raven, it's fine. You can catch my axes and it...
No, I can't catch any axe. I'm so bad with Raven.
Oh! Actually, it was really close from Raven, actually. It's Darius.
Darius?
Yeah.
Okay, Darius is fine.
I think Darius is fine.
Can play it, probably.
Okay.
Oh, actually, with Raven.
Why are you nervous?
Playing in lane is so fun. Oh shit. Holy I got completely. No way. I got completely targeted. Oh yeah.
Well, it was quick at least.
Well, you win. That was a quick content. I hope you enjoyed, guys.
I got Elise.
Elise.
Wait, so he will play Elise or I will play Elise?
Yeah.
Oh my, okay.
So Lun.
Oh my god. Where are you? Ah! Bro, I cannot hit the battery.
Come on.
Bro, my mouse? Okay, it's fine, it's fine. I will not find excuses.
Which play?
Noah.
Wait.
Noah.
I'm boosted.
Noah.
Well,
You
you're
maybe
so
won
strong.
today, but you didn't win this one. And I take those.
Actually, you're so good at AP.
Okay, now let's see what we get. And it is Samira.
Samira?
Yeah, we got Samira.
Okay.
Woo! And what do you think about Samira? You good at her?
Never played her.
Really?
You have like an innate advantage, you know, being AD carry.
It would be a shame if I lost, no? But where are you?
I mean, you can show up at least.
No, but you are.
I want a space here. Come.
Where are you? Oh.
Nice, bro. Oh! Wait, you got the taste of blood.
Yeah. Get cooked, buddy.
I don't have emotes. Oh. Wait, how does this work?
I was just full combo with flash.
No, don't say this. But it's GG now.
It's not.
No, it's not.
Don't worry. It's pleb.
It's playable. Cappuccino.
Oh no! I took tower shot. Oh my god.
No, it's comeback city.
GG.
GG, bro. Well played.
GG, really well played. Really good match. Thank you very much.
I just gotta say, it would be hard for me to beat either of these guys in a 1v1. And I was talking here about Samira Q-Poke being strong, and I got roasted for being bad. And I am bad. But luckily, I'm not the person who has to be smart today. It's both of you gentlemen. So shout out to our pros for the Noxus 1v1s. But now we're looking ahead to our first series of the day, MKOI versus BDS. MKOI, clear favorite, safe to say.
Definitely. With now going into Fearless, it feels like MKOI has been always one of these teams where when you take the reins off of their champion pool and you force them to expand into a little bit more unorthodox styles, it feels like they're going to be doing a lot better than BDS, while BDS, yeah, complete opposite, I would say.
I think actually BDS is looking quite strong. I feel like their last week was really convincing. 1-1-3 for me, complete turnaround. As long as he's not on Sejuani, he's looking great. His Nidalee game against Fnatic kind of set up everything that I felt like BDS really needed in terms of just like showing that they have a good proactive style that they can play. After that game, I feel like I'm just seeing them playing Nidalee plus Syra, these AP junglers, and you have him here on your screen. In this Fnatic game, he felt like he was everywhere on the map. He gave them a huge early lead.
Is this Nidalee game what made you change your tune? Because we were casting together, we were watching those games. You said,
the aftermath
he made a stinky.
Was what made me change my tune, because after this game, in every single game they played Nidalee or Syra, they kind of stomped. In their last game they stomped K-Corp with Syra jungle, and Giant X in their win against BDS actually banned both Nidalee and Syra in the first 3. So I think if you create a poke composition for BDS and you put 1-1-3 on one of these really high tempo junglers on either Nidalee or Syra, they're beating Koi, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, you need to chill out a little bit, you know, because all you're telling me is that, okay, don't play Sejuani, play Nidalee or Zyra, but my man, it's Fearless, it's best of 3, he's not going to be getting...
That's 2 champs, that's 2 wins.
That's literally a ban, or 2, or whatever, but right now you're going into Fearless.
Okay, then he plays Lilia, Diana. He just needs these high-tempo AP junglers.
Okay, Merchant, chill out, okay? Hear me out over here. It's going to be hard for BDS because it felt like going into the last week, they started doing a lot better when they went back into these sort of, typical BDS drafts where you empower Nuke, you empower Ice to do as much as possible. And it was great. The Ornn game was great because now we're going to be talking about top lane, which I feel like is the main catalyst for both of these teams, right? I felt like Irrelevant, once he went back to the Ornn, he didn't really have a lot of Renekton success, and with the Cassante he did okay. But now with Merwin coming into Fearless, I feel like it's his ballpark because Irrelevant has always been, when you think about Irrelevant for the past 2 years, what does he do? He kind of plays the same good meta champions, the Gnar, the Cassante, the Renekton, and now you have Big Boy over here, What's he going to do to Irrelevant?
I think Merwin is better than Irrelevant, and he has a much better champion pool for Fearless. But I have one checkmate question.
Okay.
Is top lane useful or no?
For this man, yeah.
You're supposed to say no.
Well, I am, but now it's going to throw you off guard, so it's a little test for you. But I do think that it's going to be, top lane is going to be relevant, Get the pun?
Yeah.
Pretty good there. But because when you look at Merwin, coming into the league last year, I felt like he was probably going to be one of the weakest top laners, and Irrelevant was sitting at the top table, top 3 in his position for the last couple of years. But right now, trajectories are kind of reversing. He is bringing out immense champion pool, and especially in this meta where you're being forced to adapt every single game, pick up a different champion every single game. And this guy with all of his thing, man, he even has Trinity Force Ari. Like, who does that, I feel like he's going to have a lot of unconventional answers what Irrelevant is going to pick, and I think he's going to be a big factor coming into today's series.
So last year it was like, as long as Merwin has a ranged champ counter pick, he'll win lane. Otherwise, we were kind of meh. Right? This year, it seems like he's got the Cassante, he's got the Ambessa unlocked, and we're kind of just trusting that he's going to bust out on these new picks. But I feel like last year, Irrelevant was a rock. So what actually changed for this guy? Like, what are you seeing that's different? Because to me, he was probably the most consistent performer on his team last year, and that no longer feels like it's the case.
It's a lot about the Jax, no? I feel like he was like one of the best Jaxes in EU, and now the champion is kind of useless. And his Renekton was never crazy. His Gnar is like good, I think, but who plays Gnar that much right now? It's like a niche counter pick, maybe game 2, game 3, but
I would also agree. I think one of the things that is a little bit bizarre is that I always saw him as one of these guys that has very strong laning phase. He was always abusing Renekton, and he was abusing Gnar as well. But right now, he's one of the only 2 top laners in the LEC who has not played a single game of Ambessa. And Ambessa is quite polarizing right now. He's one of those champions that, going into mid game, you have a lot of agency in the game because it's one of the bigger power picks right now. And I feel like he didn't really adapt his champion pool that much. And I also feel like what is needed from BDS, from his role in particular, is to be the sort of space maker for Nuke and Ice. And I think his role in SK before was completely different. All he needed to do was, big strong lane, push his leads, transition that into mid-game, late-game, into having big goal leads so he has agency in the game. But right now it feels like he needs a little bit more time to adapt for what BDS needs from him.
So as we get closer to game, the question I want to pose to both of you, Odo is a believer in MKOI, and you, Jack, is more of a believer in BDS at the very least. It's like, what do BDS need to do to actually win this game? Is it as simple as you said before, where it's like, okay, AP jungler for 113, we're done. No other homework, guys. It's that simple. We're all like, wrap it up. But like, what else do they need to do to actually make sure that they can take down a team like MKOI, who've shown high highs, but they've certainly shown some low lows as well?
I mean, I think life is never that simple, unfortunately. So what they need to do for me is just unlock Paris on the map with 113 playing one of these proactive AP junglers. I want to see them build a comp where 113 and Paris can just be unleashed while having like a strong core on Ice and Nuke and just letting Irrelevant play a tank and just letting him do his own thing, And then targeting Jojo a lot. I think Jojo for me has been incredibly mid, just been like fine. And I think for me, he's like
don't diss him like that.
I think he's like the weak point of this MKOI roster, and
do you think
the one
before
I would
you
target.
give your MKOI points, do you think that's fair? Do you think Jojo has been a weak point on the team?
I think given the hype, I would agree that he has been individually as a performer, it has been quite weak. But from the things that he brings to the team and the way he unlocks MKOI, I think he's been doing a good job. I feel like one of MKOI's, or like most of MKOI's win conditions go through mid indirectly. Because the things that he's doing, he's yapping a lot, he's talking a lot, he's getting the team to play around him a lot. And this is what Elio and Alvaro have been missing last year. I think going into this series, what MKOI needs to do to win is empower top lane as much as possible, which he's going to do by himself because he's just cracked. So give good matchup to Jojo so that he can drag a lot of resources around mid. Just channel this aggressiveness from Alvaro and Ilya to go through mid as much as possible, because this is how MKOI is getting their leads. Transitioning through mid lane and also playing around neutral objectives.
Jungle support coming up for both of you. I think the point that I'm going to be watching. See how active they can get on the map. See if the rookies can kind of redeem themselves. I feel like you feel like.
I want to say one last thing on JoJo. I think if you look at MKOI's losses, right?
Okay.
Were they not all because of JoJo?
That doesn't matter.
Well, if he gets shut down, then suddenly all those win conditions that you talked about
What were all of BDS
disappear.
losses because of, Mr. Spectra?
A variety of things, but one of them was 1-on-3.
All right, there's a lot
but
to be
stopped
learned.
playing Sejuani.
Look, there's a lot to be learned from this series. We know a couple of things. Top lane, Mirwin, we're excited to see him. 1-1-3, no Sejuani, and jungle support, it's important for both teams. So let's send it over to casters to get us into our first game of this series.
Thank you very much, Dracos and crew. A variety of things, says Jack Spectra. I'm Initialized, still filling in. This is Nightmare, who may be more familiar with.
And it is a bit surreal to say this. It is bring your brother to work day. We are flesh and blood brothers in the casting profession, here to bring you the first LEC series of today between Mobstar Koi and BDS. Obviously honored to be joined with you, Sam, as well, as we get into Fearless for day 2.
It definitely is, and we've been doing a fair amount of Fearless. We've been seeing a lot of it over in the LPL and stuff, so LEC is kind of getting used to it. We've only been here, what, 1 day before this? We've had 2 series, and a lot of these teams still figuring out exactly what they want to get a hold of it as our teams begin the walkout onto the stage and the crowds go wild.
Yesterday, we thought the matchups were going to be a little bit slanted in one team's favor. I think the games, both of them today, promise something potentially a little bit closer. These teams had a bit of history last year too. Both had a chance to knock each other out in various playoffs, so we'll see if they keep up the record of one side or the other today. Very excited to see what these teams have got for their first best-of series of the year.
And I think for BDS, there was a little bit of worries towards the beginning, this bit exactly how far they would go, and then they managed to pick up the wins, and people now saying this series, actually perhaps a little bit closer than the scoreline itself might suggest.
And on the other side, Mobstar Koi started strong. I think stayed pretty strong throughout the grand majority of the regular season, but favor changes quite quickly. Fortune changes pretty quickly. Mobstar Koi, they played very fast, very entertaining, very engaging League of Legends, multiple melees, whereas BDS on the other side played a little bit more considered. They played towards long-range carries, playing the opposite side of that coin. I love how the desk phrased it as well in terms of playing these diametrically opposed styles, as I want to see how that interacts here. I'm not going to say it's bad to be a slower team as in the side of BDS playing for that longer range composition, but it does make it very, very different when they're facing up against the heavy engage of MKOI.
Because it's different philosophies, if you know what I mean. Not necessarily bad philosophies,
God,
but
really
it's
getting
different
into
philosophies. No, I'm not going to go like stoicism or something on you, but we are into draft. Worth noting, of course, Mel is enabled, so Mel is banned, getting rid of the Maokai as well. On the other side, Skarner, despite the nerfs, still on the ban table. People just don't want to give that champion up. Vi as well.
And I think it's really important that the Nidalee ban has come here from Mobstar Koi as well. BDS have been playing 3 champions religiously, and that is the Nidalee, the Jace, and the Varus. They love playing all of those things and similar champions in the vein as well. The Zyra was the other long-range jungler that 1-1-3 is playing. I love this prep from Mobstar Koi. Takes away some of that triple poke combo that BDS like to play around.
And the desk was literally talking about it. Well, isn't that just 2 bans, and that's all you need to do? So what does 1-1-3 have in the back pocket to go with this?
And one of these is a permanent ban for the rest of the series. That Zyra first pick. BDS can't use it in the series now. That is the joy of Fearless. Ambassador on the other side, though, we're going to talk about taking away some of the preferred tools of BDS. The Vi Ambassador combo from Mobstar Koi has been their bread and butter. So the Ambassador taken away from Mirwin, who I think is the LEC's best player of the champion. It's either him or Oscar Renin, one of the two. It's a very good takeaway, and into the hands of Relevant, who we want to have a statement series today, especially after a regular season where I think he left something to be desired.
I think that's fair. 1-1-3 going back to an old staple of his in the Viego by the looks of it. An AD option is not really in that archetype of the long-range poke disengage that he has been finding a lot of success on.
It is, however, what he used to play back in like 22.
It's very true.
Casting down
He's playing with Paris again.
Yeah, back then. And he's been playing over the last couple of years. So, MKOI, what do they want to do to finish out this first round of bans? Cassante into Ambassador, it's a good laning phase. And the Ambassador, yes, eventually can really start to kind of dash past him in the team fights, but Cassante has been still top of the tree when not against something like that Jace. You see the Jace isn't there, locking that Cassante, pretty easy to play around.
Still got to figure out exactly how they want to round out this draft. I think the Rel is a big pick for both supports, so getting a hold of it here in round 1 feels really nice for the side of MKOI.
So BDS needs to get some magic damage in from somewhere. Nuke has been the real core of BDS as they go towards their longer range late games. Yeah, of course, it would be picking blind pickings in the mid lane right now, but you could also lock in some, you know, Victor, Azir, these powerful champions which are used well in the regular season.
thinking about an Aurora here. Aurora has been another one of those champions that's often been on the ban table, bluntly. Not seen as much of as you might think, but comes on through. Very potent team fight now between the Viego resets after Aurora pops the ult. You see what the combo is. I need to probably add in a little bit of initial lockdown to help these carries set up, and I think they're feeling pretty okay with their draft BDS. It's not necessarily the style we've always seen for them, obviously, as we've talked about with 1-1-3, but the combo still makes sense.
And let's be honest, you know, if you're playing one style, and this is gross oversimplification, but if you're playing one style, you need to start diversifying that when you get in towards Fearless Draft and Playoffs. This is best of threes, and Fearless is going to get ratcheted up in difficulty as we go through it as well, because the more games you play in a series, the less stuff you have to continue on with. Removing some of the melee engage from Jojo Pyun, Movistar Koi, they love having 2-3 melee engages. One of those is that Yonya in the mid lane. Sadly, one of the brothers, Sam.
Sad,
Sad, removed.
We did get those yesterday, but you weren't cast with me, so we didn't get to have a whole running joke about brothers.
Imagine what if,
I
mean, already, Sam, I was paying attention to some chats, like, who's casting with Vedius? It's another Vedius. Sam, now we've got Vedius and Vedius without Vedius.
Yeah, no, there is.
Sorry, Andy.
Still got to figure out what the last couple bans are. Looking like the side of Movistar Koi to get rid of some of those Ansem Thorell, those melee champions that you often see matched up into it. The Alistair and old school answer into the role, even if the matchup has changed a little bit over time. Still a pretty solid option that Paris would have enjoyed.
Yeah, feels like there is potential. Depends what, if you want to save the fifth pick, you could potentially look towards something Poppy-like as well. Paris does really well into the Rel and lane, but we'll see what Paris is feeling, because he has played overwhelmingly the Rel. He's played some other stuff too. He played a Seraphine game, which was really good versus G2. Yeah, of course. And the Poppy, in fact, is banned out by Movistar Koi. Would have been good in multiple different roles. Would have even been good in top lane if they hadn't locked that Ambassador. That champion, very, very strong in the meta.
Corki, a consideration for Icy, whether it's locked in. It feels like it fits most competition. It's very strong right now, is locked in. And now they're going to leave Paris with the Luke Skywalker pick. Red 5 standing by, looking for a counter option to find the... of course I was going to do it somewhere. Yeah. Had to get at least one Star Wars reference in. It's practically an obligation. Kalista hasn't been banned. I kind of hadn't paid attention to that because I'm so used to it not being available.
We'll see if they still go towards it. I mean, in Europe, Kalista hasn't been the be-all and end-all pick. Upset's played fantastic on it. Super, he was actually one of the players that lost with it, I think, in week 2.
That makes sense,
Maybe it was week 1. Anyway, it was when it was much higher prior before the ban started to drop. Jojo Pyun goes over to the Azir instead. Long range, mid, and jungle. It feels like in terms of the carry roles, with the Aurora and the Corki being slightly more dive and bursty, I know they have some range. On the other side, you have the Kalista and the Azir. A little bit different on those sides. Lane dominance now from Movistar Koi between that Kalista. I don't know whether that means that BDS with their last pick support will be aiming for standard lanes or indeed for the lane swap to get away from that Kalista.
Looking for an engage option for Paris, and again, if you are going to go for a lane swap, Rakan's pretty good in those options. Good dive options, abilities to get out with the battle dance as well, so pretty good at those early tower dives. Is locked in, and we've got ourselves big old dive comp from BDS trying to get the resets for the Viego. On the other side, you've got a lot of agency for Alvaro with that Rel now.
You know, you switch the drafts, and I feel like they're more towards the other team's style. This draft to me feels like a draft of takeaways. As, you know, long range in that mid lane. I suppose the bot lane's a little bit different, right? Because Super and Alvaro love to play aggressively 2v2. That's a little bit more homestand. But taking away the Zyra, taking away the Nidalee and the bans as well, I think very intelligent from Movistar Koi. Can BDS play something a little bit different? Play for the Viego resets. Their engage is largely going to come from Paris on that Rakan. New player to this roster this year. He's going to have a lot of pressure on him, especially against Alvaro. He's had such a good split so far on Rel, which has been the choice pick of most of our LEC supports.
Yeah, and I feel like with potential for a lane swap here, getting out of a Kalista lane always feels like a potentially good option. And if that doesn't happen, that lane, I have to keep our eyes on it, because giving the very aggressive lane an opportunity to play aggressive with something like a Kalista Rel can be pretty damn scary.
Okay, drafts are done, headsets are off for the coaches, and towards the Rift we go for our first time today in LEC playoffs.
Beautiful light shows over the crowd, showing some appreciation. Always good to hear. They're excited to be here. I am too. Nice to be able to fill in and get my hands on a game like this as we do prepare ourselves to look at this draft. There's some very pointed statements.
Someone had to do it. I'm just saying.
Oh my days. Lights, camera, and hopefully some early action as we head on to the Rift. So, everyone begins to fan out, and I think question number 1 is, are we going to see a lane swap? And if not, Elio on the Zyra, one of the fastest clearing junglers in the game, could turn up wherever that Kalista is. Very fast indeed.
Yeah, and I really want to see how Movistar Koi approach this early game. Leroy has played a bunch of this before, of course. We're on the domination tree buff for the runes, which does mean that the Electrocute is getting a little bit more commonly seen from the Aurora and the Zyra. And I really want to see whether Elioya can start things off fast. Mobstar Koi have always liked to be fast. We do have that level 1 stack up from BDS in their jungle, of course trying to potentially stop Mobstar Koi going in to get good wards down.
I think the other half to Elioya's early aggression has obviously been Alvaro, who has been such a star for Mobstar Koi. I mean, the guy is a monster this year.
And that is how we're phrasing this series, folks. If you watch the regular season, we know that Mobstar Koi, they play fast, and they play through unlocking Alvaro on the map. Elioya a big part of that duo too. Alvaro has so much participation in that early game. They're walking in now, and they have themselves a great 2v2 to get themselves unlocked. That Callista can be a wrecking ball, which then allows you to move across the map.
Well, they do, and they are going to head towards standard lanes. No lane swaps found. There was a few level 1 counter plans in place, particularly from BDS, as we saw with that stack, but it didn't lead to anything as yet. And Alvaro goes crashing on down.
Oh, finally, these are the lanes you were looking for. Incredible. We finally get them as well. No lane swap coming through, which does mean you do have to survive. Super's Callista. Can they make something happen in this early game? Zyra's going to be pathing from top lane down to bot lane. I think 113 has a couple of choices to make now, because he will be slightly slower to the punch in bot side. BDS will need to be ready to see where that first blow comes in from Mobstar Koi. Might just be for a scuttle, might be for the 2v2.
Crashdown came through, but Paris actually heals to give the move speed away from that bit of Ferromancy. So summon a burn to get the move speed out. And when we say things are coming across, Alvaro finds the flip back with the mount up. Decent chunk comes on through. The Ignite goes on down. Nice.
Oh.
Loses 80% of his HP.
And now there's going to be some big problems for BDS, because you have to recall as that AD carry. You are not getting any control of the bot side. Now, what that means is Zyra, very, very happy plant. They're well watered, the sun is on them, and it means they get themselves access to bot side and the bot side crab if they want to. Really want to see what Elioya does with this platform his bot lane has given him.
See, guys, if you want your jungle to succeed, if you want them to bloom, supports have to water them. Don't leave them alone. Yeah, I'm a jungle mate. Can you tell?
Can you tell? Nice play from Alvaro there. And Alvaro's, yeah, we mentioned him already, but it's really good getting this platform off. Really just need to see where this goes after this point. Winning the 2v2, that's step 1.
And again, you've drafted a Callista. You need to win the lane. You need to get the early objectives. It's pretty much an obligation when you draft the champion. Of course, you've got options here in the fact that the Azir, the Zyra, you'll scale really well there. And the Callista's going to give you a platform to get there, don't get me wrong. But when you draft that champion, you know what you want.
I actually liked one thing which just happened from 113, actually. Knowing that his bot lane just lost, he ended up going to his Gromp and then going up to his Wolves, just so when Zyra was going to be bot lane on that same timing, it means that he is further into his jungle. It's harder to reach towards him. If he's doing Gromp and Zyra walks in, look, bad time. It's a pretty bad time. If you go towards that Wolves, this keeps you a little bit safer. And it also means you can path up towards top lane, towards Scuttle Crab there. Even though his, oh well, okay, every lane is actually pushing right now. It's not the best situation for a jungler. He gets one of those Scuttle Crabs and he's not falling behind at the first early opportunity, but he's not bot lane now for a dive potentially.
Try to shield the early dive. Nelio just turns up a little bit later, looking for the double grasping route. Alvaro takes a lot of turret aggro, but it doesn't matter. Super claims first blood.
BDS left alone under their tower. 113 went for a top scuttle, and MKoi went towards the kills. It's onto the Callista as well. What do we say? Step 1 is winning the 2v2. Well, this is step 2. Do something with it. They use that dive, and Ice has had a pretty poor time of it in the early game. This is the problem of letting through a competent Callista.
Chat about Elioya. We said, yo, Alvaro helped set that up, and what do you know? It turns up on our screens a few moments later. Feels good to have our prep turn into something vaguely useful every now and then. Irrelevant and Mirwin.
I'm sure there's a million things about sowing seeds and watching your garden grow, but
I don't want to start singing nursery rhymes.
Is that a thing?
I think it is. Is it Daisy? Daisy, how does your garden grow? I can't remember. I'm leaving this one alone. This is a very deep childhood memory I don't remember enough of. I've just Mum and Dad, maybe back. They'll have an idea.
Jojo pushing out this mid lane, looking for his first reset of the game. You coming back in as well. So, next resets come through, of course, with the assist goal coming through from Elioya. Got himself to the Fated Ashes inventory. Going to start speeding up in terms of that clear again. And, of course, important things are happening again on the minimap, which is cool to watch out. Wards starting to get dropped across the river. Watch how they start to walk across the place with 1 minute left until the grubs. I think Mobstar Koi did a great timing on doing that bot lane dive to unlock this bot lane, to go top lane, push that in, and now set up towards those grubs. BDS, do they have the level? Well, they'll be getting level 6s soon, but do they really have the positioning to fight for first grubs? I don't really think they should take that risk.
Both supports on their reset find themselves matching up again just in Australia this time around as those grubs are spawning.
And I did see Jake in the green ring.
He is around, yeah, Hysteric's on the next cast, so there you go. Maybe it's just a premonition. Nuke hops across the belt. Looks for a bit of a chunk and gets a solid one onto Jojo. All the while, 113 start up the Dragon, but Mirwin and Elio coming over. Oh! 1-1-3 now slowed down. Nice move up from MKOI looking for the lane pressure, but here comes Alvaro from behind onto Nuke, who's going to go down. Jojo slides on in and claims the kill.
I don't think BDS expected Movistar quite to be so heavily invested in bots. They just moved their Kalista up to top lane, and instead they contest the bot side injective as well. I mean, that's exactly what we were saying. Hey, they're setting up for the grubs. No, they go for the dragon and the kill. Really good bait and switch in the mind games of what Movistar Koi are doing there. Knockup misses onto Super. Really good early game plans from Movistar Koi first. They came in with a pan. I think that the wrecking wall of the Kalista has opened up these aggressive opportunities. And just as we were saying, Movistar Koi are a fast team. Alvaro has been involved in both of the kills so far as well. We're getting involved handily too. You know, as we were saying, there is a ward on here. I think 1-1-3, I think he's gotten so low now, the Dragon. He feels like, oh, I have to stay for it. Doesn't get that. Luckily, he gets out with his life. I would have expected Nuke to be able to get out. Has the flash, has the ult. Doesn't get a chance to use either, though. Walks up too far, loses his life.
Getting a second kill after is rough, and now we're looking at potential strike. Double shattering strike. Alvaro gets a huge moment. The Stranglethorns after, and BDS bot lane is being taken to the cleaners. 3 kills on this Kalista.
Every one of these kills in the early game is really empowering this Kalista, and BDS have not had an answer. Where has been the supporting cast for this 2v2 of Ice and Paris? They've been left alone against the Kalista, which is so dangerous in the early game. You have to wonder whether BDS could have sent some support down at some point, because now the game is very, very difficult. Very large gold lead for this point in the game. They're down both objectives on the early sides of the map, both top lane Grubs and the bot lane Dragon. BDS, what do? They like to slow down. They like to get towards that late game and play around some bigger damage numbers. I don't know if they're going to get there.
It's going to be very tricky. If this is the pace we're going to be setting 2,500 gold as a lead, they've got the early set of objectives. I don't think it gets easier, especially if this is the pace that, as we said, is being set. Alvaro back on the map, clearing some wards.
So what BDS need to do is just find a way to stabilize, chill out for just a bit, because they can't allow the Kalista to become the story of this game, and it kind of has been, just pushing in, unlocking Allura and Alvaro to go wherever the heck they want. And, you know, Jojo's been a mid, they're just kind of shutting out saying, cool, there's one of those solo queue games, your bot lane's turning up, sweet.
I mean, Jojo got donated to kill Alvaro, okay, mate.
True.
I've got you one, hang on, let me quickly stun up your mid laner for you.
Milord, would you like a kill?
Yes, very much so.
They tend to answer that. God, gotta feel bad for Ice and Paris, though. They lost that. It felt like they lost that one trade, and then the whole game kind of started falling apart. There were a couple of knockups going on to Alvaro. It does have the flash, does have the crash down.
Got a Fate's Call behind him, too. You know, for all we're saying, the Kalista sometimes not always the greatest in Europe. When it's set up for a player like Alvaro, who is such a huge playmaker and has been this split, an extra button to go in or out feels really good for him.
Movistar Koi, really good start to this series, and you know, we were saying, hey, might be closer than yesterday. Early game so far, really, well, I mean, I suppose this is what you want to do with the early game of Movistar Kai's Con. We'll see whether that continues beyond this point. Problem with Kalista is that it tends to, I'm sorry. But BDS really need to find themselves a way to stabilize. So we have our first pause of the day, and we get to, well, I mean, this is probably not the way they wanted to slow the game down, but
it is a slow game, literally physically pausing the game.
It has physically slowed it down. Congratulations.
All right, well, when we know what's going on, you'll see it at the ticker at the bottom of the screen. One of my favorite additions to the LEC overlay is the completely or regularly updated info on what's wrong and why we've got a pause.
One thing I like as well, it's a little mind game I like to play, because after you come out of the pause, normally the camera goes onto a person. You get to have
that was fast.
It's kind of like a you know, the walk of shame in terms of who paused the game, who was it, who's.
It was you, Alex.
I didn't pause.
I think yes, you did. I've seen the cast button. You hit pause.
Well, cast to start the game. Hey, maybe we can fix that up or something, but. Yeah, just get a chance to settle the nerves maybe a little bit on stage. So get back into it.
Ready checks are completed, and 3, 2, 1, and back into game. There we go. At least on my screen. We'll be there very shortly. I clearly went a little earlier than observers. My bad, guys. But I promise you, gameplay is happening.
Good start, Sam.
I tried. Look, I was reading the timer on screen.
Another thing of interest as well, as we've, of course, been focusing on hectic early game that's come through. 1-1-3. We said it was a specialty champion, this Viego of his. You played it in years past when he's been in ERLs and, of course, in the LEC Elite back in 2022. This is actually the first Viego of LEC 2025.
Is it really?
It is. So says the screen in front of me. So whoever read that on there, I'm going to trust them. And yeah, I mean, it does unlock a reset composition. Can they get something here? He's in the middle of a fight.
Good chunk on Delioyo. He's very low. Throws down the Stranglethorns. Gets a big knock-up. Trying to get away. Doesn't quite have the flash. 1-for-1 right now. Paris shuffled away by Jojo. Looking to get an auto or 2 more down. Can't get to the blast cone. And Jojo picks up another nuke. Desperately low to boot it all off. There's a control ward in the bush, and there'll be no one following it up. BDS on the board, but not cleanly there.
No, and they didn't get the reset for the Viego. 113 didn't quite get his ult off in time. And while all this is happening, Kallista's still hitting a turret, 1.6 thousand gold ahead of his opposite number now. Mirwin is hitting a tower on the other side, and as much as in the pre-show, Odo was saying, oh, you know, top lane's important for this guy, for Mirwin. He's just been sat watching the rest of it. He's just been, look, he'll turn up later into the game. He'll be a side character for our team fights later on. BDS, they try and buck the trend, defend their own jungle. Really not worked out in the way that they would have liked.
They finally get that kill on Elio, but he's still 1,000 gold up. He's got a completed Leandries. Mirwin goes all out here onto Nuke, who does have flash, but does have to burn it to escape the Cassante. And we were saying he's supposed to be a side character. Mirwin says, actually, I want an action sequence too. Super, summons the Fate's Call. Alvaro goes for a crash down on top of 2. 113 is around. Teleports continue to fly as MKOI want to really force this, and a rend comes on out, and down goes Ice, melted in front of our eyes.
Oh, you can tell that Super had good calculations on the amount of spears he had on that poor Yordle's Rufflecopter. Goes down for the third death of the game, combined between Ice and Paris in 10 minutes. They have died 5 times. It all really started, it felt like, from that early clear, leaving them alone for a dive. Yoi's going to go and swoop up these grubs. 113 might be able to get a smite steal, but Alvaro is warding him away. 6 grubs to Movistar Koi. They get themselves the feats of strength in terms of the kills too. They are, with this, unlocking the full set of them. Upgraded boots earned by Movistar Koi.
And we head in towards the enemy jungle. Elio and Alvaro linked together with Jojo this time around. 113 will try and take out the Dragon Lord this side to at least get something, but it is a very small silver lining, as that is going to be first turret as well.
Yeah, 6 grubs on Azir, who's pushing lanes, on Kalista, on the Cassante who's pushing as well. Yeah, the only way they get to us is by having those 6 grubs, and I don't know, it's raining as well or something. So
just a little bit of extra misery.
Really annoying that for the bot lane here, that the Kalista manages to stack up the lethal tempo stack so quickly, so early, and just keeps jumping forward. Use so much of that mobility, and just completely shreds through Corki. First tower going over towards Jojo Pyun on the Azir 2-0-1. Been beneficiary of a lot of that gold. There is no roll, which is looking particularly healthy for BDS. I mean, you might be able to pull off a big engage combo with a reset onto the Zyra with the Ambassador at some point, but I think at this point, BDS's job is to find mistakes by Movistar Koi. They really need to try and find someone out of position, and it's going to be a big problem because if you do go for big fights, I mean, you do have a Kalista ult and the Kalista hop forwards, which means that they respond very quickly to plays. Zyra puts down the ultimate. If you don't cleanly kill them, that ultimate's going to make your fight very difficult too.
It's not even like you can guarantee an outscale here either, because the Azir, the Zyra scale just fine. So yes, you've got good damage later on, but it's not like Movistar Koi are falling off a cliff come 25 minutes.
Yeah, so let's see if they can use some smoke and mirrors, catch someone out. But actually, if you're doing it in bot lane, I think they've been sniffed out just a bit. Movistar Koi really on it today. Everyone's going onto it.
Into the public execution. Alvaro's going to try and buy some time, but there's a shuffle to get Jojo out to safety. Stranglethorns comes down. Paris now in danger. They have to back away. There is a teleport. Super's here as well. Huge W as Mirwin goes all out. 113 will claim Jojo finally, but I think the damage is done. Hang on. Flash away. Double for 113. There's something coming back. Can look to steal another body. I don't think he's going to have quite enough to hop anymore. At least gets 2 back. It's a 2 for 2, all things said and done.
BDS were always going to look for that kind of play, catch someone away from the group, but Movistar Koi see it coming, and they do largely win out on it, and with the 6 grubs, they get to capitalize on it too. Ice is pushing in the mid lane. He'll get something from that, at least for BDS, in terms of some tower plates, I suppose, in the mid lane. He's not going to be able to take the whole thing. It's a couple of kills down, and the resets, you can see the potential of the Viego if you get rolling, but it's just not enough. Movistar Koi, really good response. They spotted that out well in advance.
I mean, it's been a little while now, but Movistar Koi have picked up first 3 kills, first 3 objectives, and the first turret, and then finally we get a response here from BDS, but it's just not a clean one.
And again, they're in position massively in advance. Alvaro does a thing which I love to see. When someone is picked off, you don't engage on the person who's engaging on you. You engage on the person behind them so they can't follow up. Alvaro splits the fight, make sure the damage is not in position, make sure the first kill onto Azir takes that little bit longer. That means that afterwards, the HP bar is still very much in favor of Movistar Koi to stick around for the turret kill.
Still, nearly 6,000 gold lead now for MKOI. Look at that plate gold difference.
They like crockery, they do. Many plates taken. Probably shouldn't break them if you like them so much, but Movistar Koi
just throwing them at their enemies.
You ever been to You think you need to go one of those rage rooms where you get those plates you can break to satisfy your?
Is that what Summer's Rift is? Maybe that could be like a thing for one of the internationals. You know, at the fan venues, just like have a break your own plates thing. Just run at a tower covered in things that are breakable. I could get into that.
Plates breaking.
Demolish
I
IRL.
I could support that. I could. So, a lot of turrets down now. Obviously, in the side lanes, the two on top lane. Okay, not that one. 2 turrets down. More than 1, I suppose. Mobstar Koi will be looking to. I'm so good at knowing that 2 is better than 1 or 0. Now, of course, Mobstar Koi will be looking to potentially get that Herald, use that to support a 6 grub push, break this inner turret, not the inner turret, the middle turret for BDS. I think if they lose that mid lane outer turret, the game gets very, well, it was already very difficult, but even more so again, because then they start losing even more of the vision, which is starting to go against them. 113, see how dangerous it is for him to even walk up into the river. You find a Kalista, and even there, a big threat. Blade of the Ruin King completed on the way towards a Rage Blade. After that point, BDS, they have to start really working in big numbered groups. Probably even 2 people isn't enough now. Probably need 3 people to really be safe from the wandering members of Mobstar Koi.
And of course, this is not anywhere near the first time we've seen these guys face off, and it's back again.
This time last year.
Very exciting.
Yeah, for those of you who think this matchup in winter feels a little bit familiar.
Yeah.
This time last year, Mobstar Koi, obviously Mad Lions Koi back at that point, had 4 ERL rookies, which made a blazing playoffs run to get themselves to a finals in winter, and they went through BDS to do it. BDS, they had a decent result. I think they finished 2nd, in that regular split, and then of course fell at the hands of this team on the blue side today. They've got a little bit of a history when it comes to those playoffs, and Mobstar Koi starting off well today. Herald started off, BDS not being allowed into the river, and that's a bit of a problem. They don't even have that much range to play around, which they'd normally draft.
They have got the one ward in the banana bush, though, which is making a little bit more of an information, or giving them a little more information they might have otherwise. Doesn't stop the Herald going down, though, and BDS kind of just awkwardly looking. Now, Mirwin on a flank is making the retreat through a bit of an awkward path here.
A little bit. Mirwin still spoiling a little bit for a fight. Everyone's up here, 5v5 in the middle of the map. What's Mirwin doing here?
It's a bit of a chunk, and that's a great route from the side of Elyoya. Forces a flash and an ult out from 113.
BDS, sadly, because they spent so much time contesting the Herald, they don't even have a chance to really do much about Dragon. They can't even do that now. The Herald's being put down into mid lane. I like what Mobstar Koi are doing here. They say, well, we're going to take the Herald. We don't have to take the Dragon now. We can use the Herald to slam into mid lane, force BDS to just stay here. Well, they can't really do much about it. Dragon potentially sets up. You can see that Paris on a very long flank, actually. Has ult, has flash, might be able to do something.
Varus
It's still
ward him
quite
out,
a long angle.
See, he's trying to make it out. Vision from our observers showing that Paris currently on a very deep flank. Irrelevant.
There's no
now
plans on
spotted.
Super. If he does get if he gets the charm onto Super, things could be quite dangerous. But again, Mobstar Koi been really good at sniffing out the next play from BDS in this game so far. Not a bad angle from Paris. If you do push in very heavily on one lane, well, you beat that, you flank him, you go on their flanking angle, see if you can catch them out. Couldn't quite do so that. So Mobstar Koi in this series of play, get the Herald, use that to push mid, go down towards the Dragon. They don't immediately rush towards the Dragon. I think that's a good thing for them. And BDS, they haven't really had much chance to cross up. They're teleporting now to a side lane, which to me feels a little bit late. They've not really managed to get anything away from the objectives that Employer are starting to take.
Now we hit this point where you've got nearly a 3,000 gold lead individually for this Kalista, who will be finishing a second item very shortly. In fact, nearly the entirety of Mobstar Koi will be finishing second item shortly, while BDS will be stuck at 1 for the foreseeable future, and that's going to hurt.
Oh, this feels a little bit like Tutorial League of Legends. 6 grubs, demolish on the tower, easy in the tower take. You can see that, of course, Nuke is pushing the top lane now, but because that teleport came out a little bit late, maybe they were afraid of getting engaged on before that teleport came out. Just a little bit slow to get towards that tower. Taking it down now, but not before a lot of damage is done. Super's backing for 2 items now. He's a 5-kill Kalista. God help us. BDS, yeah.
Finishes second item, buys half of the next one. Yeah, I mean, this guy is so strong.
One of the lesser-known terms in League, which I like, is you've heard of the one-shot, 100-0. What have you heard of the one-shop, where you get enough gold to buy an item straight out?
Till your enemies drop. Yeah.
Is that the slogan for it?
It is now.
Yeah, you can be the next shopkeeper, because people can lose to shopkeeper when you give them slogans.
Just paste me in over Boris. It's me there. Hi guys.
No, Sam, I'm not going to be doing that.
Just visiting your nightmares.
Much like Super's Kalista.
No, you can't buy Magi's anymore, I'm sorry.
No, my favorite item. What will I do without it?
So, let's get a check-in on game state. A lot of these turrets all falling down 4-1 in those structures, and as we've already said, those second items now largely completed by Movistar Koi. It is a Rift Maker second on the Azir as well, going for a slightly tankier, sustainy build over something like a Nash's, which we sometimes see on him.
Really want to build up, because you know who really hates that? This dude over here. Because he wants to reset on that guy. He's got like 1,000 more HP than he should do. That's a problem. Riftmaker gives you the heals as well. The great thing about this build, by the way, fun fact, these items will affect his tower shots. So spell effects do affect that too. So if you watch that later in the game, maybe you'll see the burn applying afterwards. Either way, a bit more tanky makes it much harder to get the resets. Bit of a brush bait.
Nice bush bait. It's onto the backline. Super and Elioya caught out. Huge play from BDS. Can they finish the job though? As 113's gone in and not really got the reset they were looking for. Only find 1-for-1. Movistar Koi defend well enough.
They really just managed to shut down the Zyra before they could do anything. They've gone back and immediately bought Zhonya's fully up there. Elioya would love to use that in the next play. BDS get one play, but it's not quite enough to get the reset train rolling because the Viego dies on the other side.
Problem is, we've lost both smites, but there was a while there BDS had gotten super cleanly. Atakan on that side of the map. You can see what they're thinking. They can't turn it into that, and that just means Movistar Koi go into the jungle, steal everything. Let's look at the bait again.
So, they see a ward hit. Look, if the ward is there at that HP, you know someone's been nearby, and I don't think you should be the one going up. He's actually checking the brush with the plant, so he thinks someone's there, but the engage comes out too quick to immediately respond. The instincts were right, the execution not quite. BDS, good job on them for using the limited opportunities they have to get something back, but once again, it's not quite enough to get a big resounding win.
It's not even a win at all, really, in the grand scheme of things. They still have to back off. They still end up only going even in the kills, but hey, you'll take anything you can get at this point. It's feeling very, very difficult to find a game state where you're going to be able to find a clean pick. It has to be catching someone off guard, because if it's a standard play, Movistar Koi hold all the cards.
See, the 113 is currently off the vision. He's got a sweeper in there, but Alvaro doesn't quite manage to catch the Rune King. Instead, Elioya catches Paris over the wall too. Yikes, that's a lot of damage from the electrocute on the Zyra.
Go on towards the Atakan, sticking it full of spears currently. Again, you are now into a position where even if you contest, it's not even with the Kalista end, and 113 caught out trying to find an angle to come in and see what's happening at Atakan and just dies. Now there's no smite contest at all.
And that's going to be a bit of an issue. So, Movistar Koi, do they go straight back towards the Atakan? Yes, they do. You can see the hop, the skip, and the jump on the minimap of the Kalista, putting the spears into it. Ice is going to be able to take the mid lane out of turret, which is something for BDS. It'll give them an ability to put down wards into the enemy jungle if they can find a route in there. But Atakan taken for free.
Claimed, and now it's a 3v4 in the mid lane that Movistar Koi were very happy to take, and you can't really blame them at this point. The frontline plus in Azir does a lot of work, and Nuke forced to go between worlds and will hop to the other side of his arena briefly, but that's another ultimate down, and BDS, it feels like they just don't have anything left to try.
Well, Paris is currently off vision. He might try something here.
Tries to go in, and there's the public execution after they get a withdrawal, but then the turnaround begins to come on through. The Stranglethorns are there. Fate's Call used a double kill to Elioya, and they keep trading back. There's another withdrawal down at least, but that's not as easy as you want as Super. It's just untouched, so stuck irrelevant, full of quite a few spears. And he'll back away to make sure he's out of range of the Rend.
Credit to Paris for looking for something. Ends up being a 2-for-2 with kills to withdrawals, so even then it's tilted in favor of Movistar Koi. They use the 6 scrubs to take down an inner turret, and the train just keeps on rolling forward. BDS, they are still, I mean, just look at all the gold leads down I mean, your carry rolls are behind in every single bit, and even at the top lane as well. You've got Mirwin, who's significantly far ahead of the Ambassador as well. Credit to Mirwin. His last couple of Ws forward to get that shunt into the Q3 have been very dangerous. BDS had to respect that an awful lot. Super center of this composition on the Kalista, getting another objective. They are currently one objective, that one dragon, which went over to BDS, away from a full house of control across the Rift on the objective level against BDS.
And now with Baron spawning in a couple minutes, they've already picked up the Atakan. You're going to hit this point where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Catch 22 scenario where there's a Baron on one side and a Soul on the other. And what does BDS choose? Realistically a lost game, but the choice still sucks. It's not really a choice at all.
Hang on a second.
That's what I'm getting at.
Isn't that the whole thing, the Catch 22?
Yeah,
is the choice irrelevant?
Yeah, that was what I was going for, yeah.
Thanks, cool.
Yeah, just checking.
Cool. To check we're on the same page sometimes. Right, okay.
22, apparently. You don't check the caster handbook? Come on, man.
Not today, apparently. Nuke, 2 items in inventory. Maybe, if you're really lucky, as a treat, you can obliterate a carry for you. Quite hard to do that, though. We've already said, you know, it hurts the Viego trying to look for resets, trying to kill the tankier Azir build. He's gone for the, I've learned this name, the Chain-Laced Crushers?
Look at you, that's
the Merc Treads upgrades on Feeder Strength. I like to learn because it makes me feel special, so.
I learned all the Ornn items back in the
They're
day.
gone
They're
now,
no
Sam.
longer relevant.
You're no longer special,
Where is my
Sam.
syzygy? Right. Where is it gone? Is it safe? Is it
Sam,
all right?
I'm sorry, you are no longer allowed to have that special little feat for yourself. But yeah, with the Merc Treads, back to the serious part of it, the Merc Treads does make him a little bit more defensible. Really trying to play around vision here on BDS, but his Nuke just caught out.
The killer bunny rabbit with the sharp pointy teeth is eating a holy hand grenade of Antioch this time around. Nuke is about to be nuked, do you think, but actually managed to walk away. The Ambassador goes in, and Paris tried to buy some time. Look at Jojo on the flank, looking for an angle, gets a few with the Emperor's Divide. Descending from the north of Canada into Europe to find a few here in his first match in playoffs. All out goes Mirwin, and Irrelevant is just that in this game.
Looks like all the BDS caught some air miles there, either by Shuffle or by All Out through the wall. Movistar Koi not caught out again. BDS have been resorting to the vision plays, and it just hasn't worked for them. It's going to be Baron started up by Movistar Koi, and it's very likely going to be finished by them as well. Very clean game from Movistar Koi here in game 1 against BDS.
They are 10,000 gold up. They're about to pick up a Baron, and BDS, it is a miracle or next game, I think, is all they've got left to work with. Dragon spawns in a couple minutes, but by the time that's coming up, you can imagine the Shuffle have come well and truly through. This is this replay as Nuke was looking for flank and is spotted out by a blue trinket.
And this is your captain speaking. We'll soon be taking off from Azir Airport to cruise at a height of around about 20 feet as Jojo comes in to clean up the end of this play. It starts with the vision play coming from Nuke. He gets caught out and lift off. Ice missed the boarding gate apparently, but he's still not able to save the fight.
Yeah, and then afterwards, Mirwin's got enough speed to go knock Irrelevant through the wall, picks him up as well. It's a triple kill for this Kazante. Remember when we said he was not a main character? Now 5-0-4. He is sadly damn scary.
Sadly taking a bit of a backseat to the 7-0 and 5 Kalista on the other side. But I mean, honestly, the story of this game is Movistar Koi playing really heads-up League of Legends. Every time they think there is an option for BDS to be in a bush, they've sniffed it out pretty well. I mean, I'm not going to criticize BDS for trying. Like, once again, Barris is in a bush. They're doing the same thing over and over. It's got to work at some point, right?
Here goes Paris and 1-1-3 into the backline onto Jojo, who might be the target, but he's so damn tanky, he gets to slide away. You can't blame him for looking. There's just not enough in the back pockets. Their weapons are just rusted and not dangerous enough to get through all of the armor, all of the health, and all of the turnaround punches the Movistar Koi keep throwing. They pick up a tier 2. They don't lose a member. And Irrelevant and 1-1-3 both fall.
How do you kill this Azir? Jojo Pion makes it out. They don't get the resets again. It's going to be a kill into Super. Not Nuke. Gets a kill there. The Kalista goes down. As Nuke does finally, as a treat, give them a bit of a kill back, which stops a death push coming in from Movistar Koi, but that is a bit of a tarnished silver lining.
I remember back in draft when we said, oh, this looks like Movistar Koi playing a bit of a BDS draft. A bit more of a control one.
I think look, Sam, I think the Kalista changed that a bit. It's made it a bit difficult to play, Sam. They go in towards this vision play again. They're choosing the right spots to come out of vision. They just don't have the stats now. They go on to the Azir. This is one of the people you really want to shut down. You can see, though, the Shuffle, there was the Chain Laced Crusher shield, the Feats of Strength boots, which really added some extra HP into, alongside the item build. Means that you don't get the resets. Viego dies first. The Ambassador threw themselves into melee. So difficult to come out of this.
Picture in picture, of course, we come back to live as Movistar Koi are currently invading into BDS's blue side jungle, because if you look at the top right corner of your screen, you will see that a Hex Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. And that would be Soul for Movistar Koi if they can claim it. And at that point, if the game wasn't already over, it would be then.
Feels like we've said that a couple of times. BDS, can they find another pocket to play from? Nuke has teleport, could make his way down. Do they have any flanking wards? Look on the minimap. No. No, they don't. So that one's a little bit difficult. The bunny will have to hop their way towards the fight from a different angle. And now suddenly BDS, they are caught out against the wall again. And now Luke's have to teleport into the middle of the team.
Super flashes away as Paris desperately tries to find a quickness. Doesn't quite find it. They lose Nuke. He's dead already. So is the top laner. Irrelevant now. 1-1-3 and Paris fleeing into Movistar Koi's jungle. There is nowhere you can run that you'll be not pinned to the ground by Super on this Kalista, who is using that Marshall poise to continue to hunt for this Viego, who's desperately trying to run away, but at this point, he's got a Yakety Sax in a dream. It doesn't really matter. The Soul is significantly more important. He will get to reset, but that's all you can say, because Movistar Koi are shoving to break the base.
Nuke! The middle of the team is not a flank. That's not the ward you want. Flies into the middle of the team, has damage, but not able to use any of it.
Bar.
And with the 6 grubs as well, you get the support in the top lane able to shred through towers on their own. Super is left to do the dragon on his own. He's allowed to go out and have his own curfew now. The rest of the team will pick him up later. 2 inhibs down from 2 lane pushes. Get a dragon and a Hexgate back out to the rest of their team. Mobstar Koi, what a clean sweep.
Look, we were setting this up as an archetype of fast v slow, but then there's Mach 5 and not out of the starting gate, it feels like this time. BDS have been shell-shocked.
It really has ever been since that laning phase from that Kalista. I think it's got so difficult. Jojo! What a sweep.
Taken out by Jojo. Goes looking for another. 3-1-10 now.
Turns out you can't play the vision bait if you don't have an engager to sit there. You're dead. You can't look for that one again. And now with that pick, they might just look towards the Nexus itself. There's a teleport back to the turrets from Irrelevant. But sadly, I don't think I've ever mentioned him. Besides that, this game, he's not had anything to do. Mobstar Koi moving towards the turrets.
Looking to end the game. Mobstar Koi hop on forwards, and BDS are going to throw one last gasp. But it is just their last breath before Mobstar Koi put them out of their misery. It has been a shellacking. They have destroyed this game from the early tower dive, from the early 2v2 damage, and they've not looked back. Taking a fair amount of damage shoving through these turrets, though. They've got Hex Soul and a Dream, and the Nexus likely still falls. Mobstar Koi gonna play with their food a little before ending it all.
An aperitif for the series. First game of Fearless down. Mobstar Koi, this was not close. BDS back to the drawing board.
Credit over there just before the end of the game to Alvaro. He was 23 out of 24 kill participation. We'd highlighted him early, and he really was absolutely everywhere that game. They were going fast, and it was off the back. Things like that Callisto lane and all the rest of it. But we are going to throw to a break for now. When we come back, it will be the desk breaking down that destructive game 1 for Mobstar Koi versus BDS.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some ARAMs or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives. There's
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Jojo. All the while, 113 started the Dragon, but Mew and Elio coming over. Oh! 113 now slowed down. Paris shuffled away by Jojo, looking to get an auto or two more down. Can't get to the blast cone.
No flash over, no flash, there you go. No flash, no flash. Oh, I could have saved you. Careful here, I don't have cities. I'm going to take both. Guys, we need help. Oh. We need help, guys. But I can kill him. Sorry. No, it's okay, my bad.
Koi versus BDS game 1 was a lot of things, but close was absolutely not one of them. How are you feeling, resident BDS salesman Jack Spectra?
Sell them more to me.
So, you give Kalista, who's permabanned in every single other region.
Fair point.
And you pick Corki over it.
Also fair.
And then it's like, okay, so you give Kalistas. That means you must have some plan into it, right? But then they completely botched the early game. Somehow giving level 2 first is a new concept. And if we can bring up the replay here, it was just mistake after mistake after mistake. And it's like, guys, we gave them Kalista, so surely we know what Kalista does. Very strong early game. We don't fight Kalista early game. But then they take a terrible trade level 1, so they're forced to recall. So 113 has to abandon them on this bot side, and then they get dove, and then the Kalista just snowballs out of control.
And now credit to Lua, he's in every single position where he needs to be. Right now he did the dive bot, he's here for the Drake, but even later on, after this mid kill, credit to Alvaro for being here. But at the same time, the cohesiveness is just great. Right now he's also here just for this dive, and once they sense blood in the water, they're just everywhere. Lua and Alvaro just completely taking over early game, just complete duo. And Kalista, again, how can you give Kalista with Zyra as well on blue side? I feel like it's one of the weird things where you just get 2 first picks as blue side, which shouldn't really happen with Kalista and Zyra, and they just completely take over the game just from, you know, strong early game picks and fantastic snowballing.
I think one thing we said at the start of the day was jungle support's going to be important.
It was important, but
it was very important.
Like,
it was quite important.
They gave them Kalista Zyra, and they clearly had no good answer into it. So, yes, they got stomped, but is the series over?
You answer, Mr. Merchant.
I mean, you're the merchant here.
You're the merchant. The thing
here,
is,
my
I
guy.
want to say no, but that was disturbing what I just watched. Like, they had no clue what to do.
Okay, a little bit more positivity here. You cannot just throw them in the bin like that. You need to sell them
It is
to
a
me.
bad sign
If
when Odo is the one balancing you out.
if 113 gets Nidalee, maybe can win.
I like how you rhyme that. Thank you. It's good.
That's the only way.
The other big question that we were talking about, because you can see the draft below as well. And reminder, we are playing Fearless, so every time you see a champion picked, it cannot be picked again in the series. Bans are not taken into account. So none of these champions will be available. So at least Zyra and Kalista are gone now.
Yeah.
It took a game loss to get them banned, but they are now banned.
I did like a little bit the thought process from BDS, you know. Even though I feel like the Viego was a miss, I feel like the reason it was a miss was because it didn't really have good pairings to play with, because it is a 113 champion. It is a champion that has agency in the early game for him to do his funky plays, because everyone knows 113, he's doing a lot of crazy stuff. But at the same time, there was just not enough cohesiveness, and I really want going into game 2 to see a little bit more. Keep up this sort of style where, you know, you put 113 on a lot of skirmish power champions. I really like that they also put Irrelevant on Ambessa, a champion that I criticized him for not playing before. I feel like they had a lot of skirmish power, but they didn't really have the right pieces.
Tools.
Yeah, they didn't really have the right pieces to gel together and make this into a good unit that can work.
Yeah, their comp is kind of weird, I think. It's a lot of follow-up, but not a lot of starting power. So, coming into this game 2, I think now Jojo doesn't have the Azir, so maybe he'll be forced to blind pick more of a immobile mage, in which case he's easier to target. And bot lane should not be 0-5 at 10 minutes, because they don't have Kalista anymore.
Yeah.
So let's go BDS.
Okay, has this shaken your faith at all? Are you willing? Because I think that there's so many people who will just be like, draft diff, and sometimes they're coping.
There was an 18,000 gold diff at 30 minutes. It's hard to stay completely faithful.
But are you?
I mean,
come on, sell it.
113 on Nidalee. Let's go.
I like that you're keeping it simple. I think credit to MKoi, but I think the struggle with a game this dominant, right, is I don't feel like we've learned much from either side. You said it yourself, right? Like 2 first picks on blue side. It's never supposed to happen. So for MKoi fans, while they can be like, hell yeah, the classic Koi stomp that we've gotten used to seeing with this dominant early game, it didn't really feel like they were tested.
It really didn't, and I also think that the MKoi fans can rejoice because this is their playground. We've seen them play a lot of different stuff during the regular season. I feel like now they weren't really forced to show much, you know. Merwin, another one of two champions with Ambessa and Cassante being there. Now he's forced on something else. But I feel like they have a lot more in the tool shed that they will bring out for next game, and it's just another one of those, you know, skirmish heavy styles that they can just opt into and make it work. While on the side of BDS, that's where I'm a little bit more reserved, because right now they had all the opportunities and all the tools to show something great, and they didn't. But hopefully they're gonna pick it back up together and make it work, because they just missed a little bit of fighting power and a little bit of jail this game.
Yeah, I think like the positive outlook is like BDS choked the draft a little bit and then choked the early game, and then it snowballed really well for MKOI. I do think though, Supa on the Kalista, he looked great. He played how you're supposed to play, and mechanically he was dodging most of the engages that BDS were throwing at him, and he knew his like kill windows really well. So I was quite positively surprised by him. And it just reinforced the idea that you should not have given him Kalista and shouldn't give it in general. But I'm hoping now with a stronger early game draft from BDS, where 1-1-3 can actually be unleashed, because, you know, when you're playing jungle with 3 losing lanes, or 2, I guess Top was winning, you're not going to be able to do anything, you know? You're just a walking chicken.
I think that the best thing for MKOI is not actually, like, in a weird way, like, yeah, the game win is important, but just someone let Kalista through.
Yeah.
You smashed them for letting Kalista through.
Yeah.
Now for the rest of playoffs, no one will ever not ban Kalista against MKOI again, which is important, because the do-it-you-won't thing with a lot of these like S-tier champions, there are occasionally situations where people let a Nidalee through, and if you don't play it and you don't take it, you've exposed all of your future drafts.
And I also think this is the reason why BDS chose to let Kalista go all the way to 4th pick, because I think that MKOI was perhaps one of the only teams where they didn't really show a lot of high priority on Kalista, and even when they did, it didn't really snowball the game as cleanly as they did now. But right now, statement game, future of playoffs, you maybe cannot give Kalista so early to MKOI.
And already one of the AP junglers has been taken away. So we're going to
1-1-3 on Nidalee.
1-1-3 on Nidalee. There's not a lot more to say than that. We'll see if BDS can get their foot in the door, if they can find that win to tie the series up, or if they will just get swept away by the force of KOI. We'll find out after the break.
Who told you it was down here? Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table, what do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the LEC. I am with Stupid.
And I'm Stupid. Hi, how's it going? Welcome back to the LEC. After we just saw a demolition in Game 1 from Mobstar KOI of BDS. Kalista hasn't always, this split, been great for our LEC teams, but this one proved, as just as Dracos and the Des were saying, I don't think we see that, well, we won't see it again this series because it's Fearless, but I don't think Supa and Mobstar KOI should be given that pick at all. They demolished that game.
That was a lot of agency given to the wrong parts of the map if you were BDS. Movistar KOI managed to absolutely annihilate that. I mean, Jack Spectre said it on desk, right? Like, you get that far ahead, you get 18,000 goal ahead, it's over.
And a reminder, folks, this is our second day of Fearless Draft within the LEC. You might have seen it in other regions, but if you're watching here, here is a reminder for you. Champions which are picked by either team in any game in the series cannot be picked again in any future game in that series. So any of the champions you saw in Game 1, no longer available for either team, which means that as you go on, a lot of champion balls are going to get pushed.
And that means it's a big deal for those AP junglers that we've been hearing are pretty key to 113. That Zyra off the table, and you imagine, and Nidalee comes out as a pretty easy ban then for Movistar Koi.
So Movistar Koi were on blue side Game 1. BDS chose blue side for this game here. Blue side has been the side of choice for many. And as we were saying last game, really important that the Zyra was picked by Movistar Koi because it is one of 113's real top-tier junglers. If they ban away the Nidalee, that is the top 2 really gone.
And for those who are still getting used to the Fearless draft system, all of the bans for Fearless are in the middle of the screen, right there saying Series Ban Game 1. Those are all the champions played last game. They are not available, just so you're all given a heads up. Braum banned by BDS as their last kind of ban, and last one out for Movistar Koi.
I actually want to just quickly, before we move on to the first pick, really talk about the first 2 bans from BDS, the Vi and the Nocturne. The reason I like them in Fearless is that once you start losing champions, Vi and Nocturne unlock some champions you can't always play elsewhere. It's not as relevant in this game, but future games, maybe you let one of them through and you play Vi Ahri, Vi Taliyah, but you might not play without those junglers. And the Jace banned away from Nuke has been one of his choice champions too. Maybe that changes things. Does leave the Nidalee open if BDS want to pick it.
Is it first pick worthy? Elyoya obviously is a big player of the Nidalee too. Instead they go towards the Maokai, strictly a flex, but again, a bit of a setup pick, a bit of a disengaged pick. You can use it to set up for those ranged, slower comps that BDS tend to favor for the mid game.
And on the whole, I prefer BDS when they have a strong front line if they pick poke champions with it. Maokai can absolutely be that. Fimbul into on this champion is not okay. It's very cheap, 2,400 gold for that item, and as soon as he gets that, regardless of the role he's in jungle or top lane, can be very, very nasty. However, this was banned away from JoJo last time. Yone comes through. Melee engage for the mid laner of Movistar Koi, one of their specialties too.
Do they want to pair it up with something like a Sejuani? You often see that as a 1-2 if you go towards it. And in fact, there you go. I am prescient.
Wow,
there we go.
great job,
I've been paying attention to the meta. There we go.
Good stuff. BDS, what do they want to lock in alongside the Maokai? Of course, as you're saying, flex pick before that point. We want to lock in one of our choice bot laners like Varus. Varus could be a pretty good blind pick here as well. Of course, you'd have to survive as an immobile carry against the Yone. You could go for Ezreal if you feel a little bit more in danger like that too. What is the plan? I really want to see them get a more stable 2v2. Tristana, not that. That is likely going into mid lane against the Yone, especially as a blind pick. Different champion altogether.
It's a matchup we saw a lot of last year. That was when the items were different, when it felt like everyone was playing AD carries and AD champions mid at the time. A lot of Tristana, a lot of Corki before the Corki rework, of course, and is locked in there. First pick, I think, for the LEC this year, if my memory serves, but I think my brother was checking that one up, and it is.
It's only been played in the LPL, I believe, so far this year, so that's a new one for here. We saw the Viego first time last game, the Tristana this time, so BDS have been practicing some different stuff, whereas Movistar Koi go back to the tried and trusted Ezreal, very, very powerful, and the Varus we called out for BDS, very easy lock-in for them.
So, double AD carry plus frontline so far for BDS. It is the support. You've got the AD carry who's got to be a little bit more self-agency. It's not going to need his support to sit around so much. You can play around this Sejuani Yone.
Doesn't need a stunt double.
Exactly.
It's like the Tom Cruise of AD carries, just like Jack Spectre is the Tom Cruise of the analyst stats.
It's like Draft Impossible 5. There you go. As we come through to the next set of bans, though, getting rid of the Elise here to go with the Varus can be a little bit nasty with the Maokai. Early, you can do a lot of pretty good dives and a lot of resets of those aggro, of the turret aggro.
And also, a very good lane swap champion, which I'm sure Caedrel's chat was glad to see that we didn't have last
We had standard lanes.
We had standard lanes. Yay! No more rants about that thing. Which is
no Quinn's getting lane swapped on.
Yeah, true. Hey, Quinn's really good on this match.
Just not good in a lane swap.
Yeah, really not great when you dove at level 1. Not the best thing. Okay, hard CC support's being banned away by BDS. They have double melee engages so far. Yone can go through the front line to your back line. Sejuani can't. The Rel's gone, the Leona's gone. What else do you have in terms of melee supports? You could
Alistair
go towards
Nautilus, really.
Alistair Nautilus, Rakan would have been good too, but of course that's been banned in the first game. So by removing these melee supports, these heavy engages from Alvaro, and he is such a big playmaker for his team, we can see some of those impacts of Fearless Draft.
Of course, Movistar Koi, you have the option to pick support on 4 here as well and deny another one from BDS. So do they want to take the risk of banning an Alistair and Nautilus here? Because it feels like whatever's left up, that it's just pick 4 from Movistar Koi.
Leona's very good at lane too. The Ornn taken away. Funnily enough, it's actually irrelevant. He had a great Ornn game.
Yes, he did.
Their last game in Split versus Carmine Core was a win for them. Looked really good with a heavy front line. And of course the Maokai being flexible potentially could have been a pick for themselves later on, especially with the double AD carries. You want a strong front line for that.
Looking at a potential Nautilus here can be really annoying for the Tristana because the depth charge will follow you however far you jump.
You can buffer out of it so the knockup happens and then you jump afterwards, but it's not the nicest thing to have to deal with. As your Nautilus, very good quick playmaking. Monster Koi so good at making those quick plays in that last game. BDS still have to decide where this Maokai is going. Technically could go support. It's not the worst thing, I suppose, here, but I think you'd prefer to have a bit more of a clean winning lane if you could do so.
Few options to work, as you said, that Maokai realistically in 3 roles possible here. Rumble, of course, unpicked, unbanned, very strong. Could be locked in, but Galio's still up on the other side. So unless you lock a Galio here yourself, which you could do as BDS.
That could be pretty big, Baron, actually. If you lock in the Galio as support, it means that the Rumble doesn't have their choice lane counter against them, but you'd have to be happy to play that one into the enemy team and see whether Mirwin has it prepared. Renata now locked in as well. So now that's pretty cool because Karma top lane. All right, okay. Chakra's out there somewhere grinning in glee. Karma top lane.
That's just like Nautilus top and the Karma's going with the Ezreal. That would be wild.
Wait. You know, I'm always saying it is Mirwin.
It's Mirwin. That's the reason I'm just saying. You never know.
There's a smile. Let me look behind. Yeah, he's smiling a little bit. We'll see. We'll wait until that one comes in. Talk about the grand scheme of things. BDS, I love how they have all of these ultimates which deny massive areas of the battlefield, huge amounts of damage in CC from the Rumble ult being comboed up with either the Nature's Grasp or the Hostile Takeover as well. That combination kind of writes itself, and BDS can play at long range around the Varus. I think Varus can go for the poke build as well. The Tristana can pick up your DPS. That can really help for that. Well, we'll see if there is any last-minute flexes coming through. They have to make their way through no man's land, all of that dangerous ultimate artillery to throw it back at them.
Look, if you're running into a Maokai Rumble, you want the Merc Treads if you can help it, but the problem is you've got a Varus who could well be going lethality and the Tristana as well. If you do build towards those Merc Treads, it makes them a little bit scarier to manage as well, and can make these team fights pretty tricky to itemize for the side of Movistar Koi.
So that will be our Karma top lane. Nautilus support Mirwin picking out a bit of a lane bully there in top side, which can also help you, all of the rest of your teammates with those heals and shields as we get into it. A little bit of cooking. He's been on Ambassador and Cassante duty for most of the split. Finally get to see some of the spice.
It is, and I feel like these team fights are going to be very explosive indeed, but the lights, the cameras, and the action is all starting now. Game 2 of Movistar Koi BDS kicking off as we speak.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Thank you, announcer. It is indeed a warm welcome to Summoner's Rift, a sunny 30 degrees C, as Movistar Koi looking to heat things hot.
Doing the weather report now.
I am.
One of the great things about Nautilus is you have a really good level 1, so you can just walk in like this, threaten the hook, and what this means is that you can potentially spot out whatever the heck is happening with level 1 lane assignments. Irrelevant is in that bush. He's not been seen, but the wards here do give a lot of information. Sweeper's going to come back through, though, for BDS to try and protect that a little bit more. Not really sure who wants the lane swap here, though. Karma would prefer to be the lane bully, I presume. So Movistar Koi, I think they'd like to take that matchup, but then I suppose you would be avoiding the Varus Renata lane, which is really nasty. It is on the hit Varus, by the way. There is the lethal tempo there, not the poke. I was wondering whether it would be one or the other, since you already have the consistent DPS of that Tristana. Poke, very nasty in the laning phase, though. But the on hit, obviously better for later in the game.
That it will be. And again, you've already got 180 carry, so adding in a second with that front line can be pretty valuable, all things said and done. Double lethal tempo is the choices for both the Tristana and the Varus. Irrelevant going to now be a known quantity as he heads into the jungle. Is it going to suggest a lane swap? Probably not. Looks like we are actually getting standard lanes, 2 games in a row.
Yeah, I think there was a choice here by Movistar Koi. Do you try and avoid the Varus, or do you try and use the Karma? And by this, they've said Karma. Let's go. Trust in Mirwin. He'll do something fun at level 1 or in the early levels. Very good lane bully pick. We occasionally see the Karma coming out. And yeah, I'm sure there are many people out there, Mark, who are glad that we don't see the lane swap.
And part of this as well is it feels like across the world, there's been a question for nearly 2 years now about how the hell do you answer Rumble in lane? And Galio felt like the only option that people had come up with. Shout out to Broken Blade, who was one of the first to
True, yeah. Oh, Breathe really didn't like that.
No, he hated it. It was a bad time. And that's kind of been the globally accepted answer into the champion. But Mirwin, never shy of cooking, has come out with the Karma. We'll see whether that does manage the Rumble in lane.
Immediately, better pushing lanes for BDS in the early levels compared to that last game. I mean, it's not really a surprise when you give over the Callisto in game 1 that you're going to lose little bit of that push about the place. But what I'm really interested in now, you're not against the Zyra now. There's 1-1-3. You don't have to be... nice buffer away. But you don't have to be continually farming, worried that the Zyra will just eventually outvalue you. You're tank versus tank in the jungle. On a similar path, you don't have to feel like you're forced to do anything.
And we were doing a little bit of looking into BDS before we came on air as well, and we realized, hang on, Nuke has managed to pick up every player of the game that BDS have this split. They won 4 games, and all 4 of those games was Nuke getting the MVPs. And last game, he just wasn't as involved as it feels like BDS often need him to be. He's a bit of a litmus test for the team. If BDS are winning, Nuke is often front and center.
And on something like the Tristana, which is normally a bit of a risky pick in that mid lane, he will have to position himself very well, and he'll have to be a lot of damage for this team alongside, of course, the Rumble and Varus too. But yeah, I love to see Nuke on something that can sit in the back line, choose his own positioning, and be a really good scaling threat. That has typically been how BDS have played the game. The way that we phrased this coming into today was, Movistar Koi, they're a faster team. BDS, they're a bit of a slower team. That's not a bad thing being a slower team when you've got a ticking time bomb like Nuke on the whole in the mid lane on the picks, which he shows for himself, but lands.
Paris takes a bit of a chunk, but it's going to be all right. The Ignite came out of Alvaro, but not too much more than that. Gets a chunk onto Paris, but Yoya had wrapped around the back of the Dragon Pit to see if something else was going to go on, but it does look like that'll be the end of the altercation.
Yay, we get a game which lasts beyond the first few laps of the game.
But this time last time.
Yeah, it's really hard as a caster, because that like, hang on, what do you do after this point? I mean, obviously in that game the answer was
not a lot. Lose.
Hey, they tried with the bush baits and stuff, right? That's about as good as they can do. In this one, hopefully we'll a little bit more of an even contest.
Still, nothing too much happening so far. We'll have Dragon spawning in 30 seconds and the Grub spawning a minute. After that, it's probably going to be our next organized point of contest, either as a trade or as an actual little skirmish, but that's still a moment or two away. We'll start seeing our first sets of resets to see whether people setting up for that.
Send a little message to the PO box and say, hey, would you like to turn up and fight at this time? We'll meet you behind the
by the locker behind the gym at 5 p.m. See you later, nerd.
Prize, 1 grub, maybe even 3.
Maybe even 3.
Maybe even 3 if you're lucky.
How exciting!
Yeah, we do. Speaking of that, memes aside, we have the roams up towards. Hi, Ice. How's it going? Great. There you go. Well, moving up towards that top side, he'll be able to push that out. Gets towards that top lane first, which means that he'll be able to get that control of the top side. Of course, Karma has a lot of wave clear. It's not going to be completely uncontested. Ezreal's sticking a bit longer in the bot side, just trying to push in that wave on the other side of the map.
There's Paris roaming mid now, giving a bit of support, matching Alvaro here. The Grubs do look like they are being potentially considered by both teams, with the supports and AD carries kind of all coming up towards that side of the map.
Okay, so both top laners have teleport. They can reset and join in. Both mid laners don't have teleport, so if they get any more chunk than they are now, that will affect a potential contest in 20 seconds, unless the setup is delayed. They can recall and get back out onto the map. 1-1-3, able to put down a sapling or 2 if he wants to get some vision. Alvaro and Elroya now around in mid lane to make sure Jojo can get to level 6 and do something. Hook lands, that's quite close to tower. Not much you can do with that.
Yeah, didn't want to follow up on that. Went for the Q3, the Mortal Steel just wide with the option there. Nuke did take a bit of a chunk, but then again, so is Jojo, and Movistar Koi in the river first.
So, important things to note, we do have level 6 for all of our solo lanes. Don't have it for the Maokai. Super could jump onto Ice, and indeed he does.
Bit of a chunk onto that Varus, and that might ward BDS off starting up the Grubs, but they've wandered into river themselves.
I was wondering if Ice had made a mistake by pushing out another wave top lane, not joining the bulk of his team. Means he can get pushed out there. But Movistar Koi did lose control of the river. It's kind of price for that.
Obviously, because of that extra camp, 1-1-3 just hit level 6, a huge break point for the Maokai.
Especially, dude, look, this is going to sound really weird. Geography is important in League of Legends. Blue side Maokai loves fighting around this grub pit with this, because if you look at just the way that the ult can kind of pen you against it, if you were in the grub pit, the ult comes across like, thanks, just moved across that. But you get the point.
They get the idea. Look, if you're in the roots come across, you get stuck in there and it's a bad time, yeah.
If you're stuck in the pit, the Maokai gets big value out of the ultimate. Turns out it's quite a good point with that one. And Movistar Koi don't really want anything to do with that. 3 grubs taken by BDS. Yay, they're on the board in terms of objectives.
That is a much slower early game, which honestly for BDS is a godsend, because this feels more like a BDS game than it does a Movistar Koi game.
I have to say, hang on, that's actually a pretty good trade. I never really liked geography in
Were you not a geography enjoyer?
No, not really. You know, I learned about the erosion and other stuff and things and rocks.
Good for you.
That was great.
Rocks.
Yeah, that's part of geography, right? But no, it really
the Aerosmiths and the deep purples and all these things.
Wow, all those kind of rocks, incredible. Yeah, it took video games for me to really like that subject, I guess. Good trade from Jojo again, getting those Q3s consistently onto Nuke, trading back.
Still, remember Jojo's still got the ult here. Paris hanging out just behind to see whether they can bait Jojo into stepping a little too far. Won't happen though.
Yeah, nice from Paris because even if Jojo went forward there, bail out, turns it around with the jump onto him. I think you made the right choice in the decision behind that. It's kind of scary when Yone kind of flings his unbound soul. That's actually very scary if you think about it, flinging an unbound soul at you.
Astral projection!
But if you jump back on him with the bomb, you get the extra trade back. That's about as good as it goes. I mean, obviously, you don't want to get hit by the Q3 in the first place. Dragon has now spawned resets coming in from BDS. They're not really in position to do that much about it. And particularly with 113 on 3 Ruby Crystals instead of a bigger component. Doesn't feel like he's in a great place to contest right now. Goes back and turns him into 2 Giants belts. How do the gems send to belts? Things we'll never know. But he's in a better spot now if he does want to fight around this. But of course, we're talking about the geography being good on the top side of the map for the Maokai. Less good on the bot side because you can retreat a little bit easier away from the ult.
It does look like Mobstarkoi will be the ones on that Dragon first. Jojo still threatening Nuke here. Gets a Spirit Cleave and a chunk, but explosive charge put on his head will ward off too much more than that.
Dragon's going to be started. Nuke's going to recall. He looks to teleport in. If they do want to fight, you can just leave elsewhere. They are walking up river, but are they going to do anything about it? I don't think so. Yoye, what do you think about this?
There's the Glacial Prison afterwards, and that means the Maokai going to be the target. Taken pretty low, but will turn around and look for a fight themselves. Massive ult into the W forwards. Forces the ult away from Jojo. And Ice picks up first blood on the Varus.
Oh, that lethal tempo running so much extra damage. Not going to trace any further. Mobstarkoi take the Dragon, but they bite off more than they can chew after that point. BDS, a much better early game from them already compared to game 2. An ill-thought engage by Mobstarkoi after the Dragon.
Wondered whether it just turned into Safari League of Legends. Ooh, Dragon
Yes.
falls down and then walk away, which would have been not great.
That is one of my least favorite things about pro play. We're going to look at the wildlife and do nothing about it. It's all well and good seeing the Dragon die, but it'd be much better if you actually did something about it, either there or cross-map. BDS, credit to them, managed to force something afterwards, and it was from that Maokai ult, which gets a really good double root from that ultimate halfway through that play. They lose the objective, so Mobstarkoi do get the Dragon, but what are they going to do now that they're not just completely blowing out that early game? We've already talked about, you know, Alvaro being such a big player for Mobstarkoi and how they accelerate the game. Things have slowed down. This is more into BDS's wheelhouse now.
It is. Alvaro and Paris just hanging around mid. Don't think it's going to lead to anything quite yet. Seems to be just a bit of a look forwards and both supports, just making sure mid laners don't overstep their bounds there, and we'll back away from that. And a reminder, guys, if you are... Actually, I've lost my mouse button. I can't find it. No! I was going to find the button to press and I can't see my mouse.
I'm very happy for you, Sam. Would you like me to cover for you?
Yeah, please do. That'd be great. Thank you.
I'm very happy for you.
Found it. The mouse returns.
Incredible, Sam. What do you want to remind us of, Sam? You're reminding us of this thing.
Wow,
That's a great thing to remind us of.
You can subscribe and get some emotes.
I'm so
it's a
happy
cool
for
emote.
you.
I couldn't find my mouse disappeared for a second. It was awful. I couldn't bring up the button. I couldn't tell everyone about this incredible promotion if you subscribe to LEC on Twitch.
I'm happy you have now. So the game obviously has slowed down a lot from the first one. BDS getting towards cleanly onto their first couple of items. Heartsteel coming out for the Maokai and the Sejuani. Of course, that'll help them. The more you brawl, the tankier you get, more, particularly with the way that these games can play out. There's melees. Really want to stick around, get this Heartsteel procs, gives you that permanent bonus later into the game. Grubs spawned again now. Mobstarkoi maybe want to fight for this one and a bit more earnest. Didn't really contest the first ones. Onto it first. Rumble walking up does have that ultimate. Remember, BDS have a really good combo with that Maokai, the Renata, and of course the Equalizer.
Game stands pretty even right now. It may well not be after a few moments. 113 looking to step on forwards. It's brazen as brass, or I suppose a giant tree. Throws down the ultimate and Nature's Advance gets so much value. Jojo dead to rights and you can start bouncing around. Firefighter Tristana is setting more than she's turning off. Alvaro in danger as well, as put on the barbecue courtesy of Irrelevant. At least there's a dread sign that gets him out to safety, but BDS find 2 more kills, claim a grub, and set themselves off in great start to this game.
Well, thank you, Mobstarkoi, for showing us the danger of fighting in that objective pit against this combo. BDS just walk up, throw down all their ultimates. Mobstarkoi lose a couple of kills and a grubs in there too. Who does the gold go over to? Of course, Nuke gets a couple of kill participation. That's nasty. You really do not want to be stuck along this kind of line. It is so difficult. 113 walks up, gets a couple of Heartsteel, and then just eats Equalizer. All the CC on top of it. The Maokai, it's ridiculous. The resets start coming through. Mobstarkoi have to flee so quickly. They did not want to sit there and fight.
Equalizer pinned off the entrance to the grub pit. The roots went across it. The hostile takeover went across it. It was miserable for Movistar Koi in there. They only lose 2, but it could have gotten a lot worse, and it still leads to a great start to BDS, who are...
Do you want to be there? That's a bit difficult. Irrelevance here. Yone does have ult and flash, but I don't think he's actually coming to help right now.
Blocking him, and again, Dredgeline blocked, and Nautilus is not exactly fast. He's being slowed down and donated a kill. Irrelevant picks up a kill on the Rumble.
Oh, F's in chat for Alvaro. You can see that Jojopan thought about moving up there and thought, no, I don't want anything to do with that one. And Movistar Koi, without that dominating laning phase from the Kalista, have struggled to control the map. I mean, good point about this is normally talking about, well, Warp Vision's starting to come down beyond this point. Mewin's going to be fine from this one. There are some wards in the bot side, but just look at all these starting to litter all along the map. There is nowhere that Movistar Koi can move without BDS knowing about it. They've set up pretty much every surveillance camera they can.
Got a couple wards behind Dragon Pit, but that's about it. Dragon is spawning in 35 seconds, but BDS saying, look, you can have that. We want to play for this turret topside instead. And Jojo, very alone up here, and it is very, very dark. Not for long, though, as the tree comes in and says, surprise garden party! And Jojo is down for the count.
Really clean Maokai play from BDS. They play around this ultimate as soon as it's on the board. Movistar Koi don't know where it's coming from. They can fire from out of Fog of War, Equalizer to clear out the mid lane as well. Movistar Koi really don't know what to do about this ultimate off cooldown from 113, which is setting up his team so well.
113 played a couple games of Maokai so far. The split 1-1, but this is looking like an additional W in that column. He's having a great game so far.
You know what? This is a great time to talk about 113 as well. We're going to get some crossmats coming in from Koi. 113, the last time I saw him in LEC, back in 2022 on Astralis, he really struggled. This guy came in after a great stint in the ERLs over on Karmine Core. He has leveled up so much in this split. A lot of people didn't necessarily believe in him. And honestly, after regular split, there's an argument between him and Nuke for being best player on his team. We've got some teleports coming in from Nuke as they try and catch out Mewin on the bot side. There might be a shuffle back from that ultimate. Choosing not to use it right now.
Beats himself up with the Defiance. Oh, the flash read by Paras with the handshake, who flashed away from the Glacial Prison himself. Few summoners blown some health bars low, but it's still going to be Mewin who needs to leave on short order.
And he's not going to be able to defend that. There's a Tristana with 4 grubs and the Varus being able to hit down on this turret too, really starting to take control of both sides of the map.
I should have said Leaf. There's a Maokai in the game. What am I doing? There was a pun available and I didn't take it.
I'm disappointed. No, I'm not disappointed. You'll get him next time, Sam.
And everyone else hopes like, please don't get it next time. That would be great. Leave that one alone. Second turret picked up for BDS. They are in a fantastic spot this game. They got the 3 kills. They got the first 2 turrets. They will have the feat of strength.
I'm kind of sad we don't have a Maokai family tree skin. That'd be kind of fun.
Oh, good grief. Just have like little saplings, like weird hairdos.
Actually,
no, saplings of the children.
Oh, no, that actually feels really quite bad.
That's quite nice. It gets more disturbing you think about it.
You know what? I take
Don't
that
do
back.
that.
We'll stick with Cassandra. That was our last good idea. You just said that last game. Okay, control
Just as Ho every time he presses Q, and a really loud Ho when he gets Q3.
I will not gift. We should have really said that last game. Herald spawning in 20 seconds. BDS, they have their ultimates back besides the Tristana ults, which we'll come up shortly as well. Movistar Koi, it's even more annoying because that Maokai's sapling is really, really annoying at being that half ward. The duration was hit a little bit, but they're still similar kind of wards. Like you're jumping forwards. Can't really force anything. Movistar Koi would love to force fights, but they don't really have the information to do so. The ward clearing has largely been very good from BDS, and Movistar Koi falling a little bit short of inspiration.
Look, we said Nuke. Very much a litmus test for BDS. If he is ahead, if he's having a good game, it tends to mean BDS are in a great spot. He is the linchpin to so many of their wins. Nearly 1,500 gold ahead. He was at 1.7, so I was about to round up generously for him. But realistically, 1,500 gold ahead is in a great spot on this Tristana, something we've not seen a huge amount of anywhere in the world right now.
Yeah, it's been fairly rarely picked, but this one's working out well. Gone for the Yuntile Wild Arrow's first item that was buffed after one of the patches earlier in the season. And with the Renata being really good at empowering attack speed 80 carries, that applies to both the Varus and the Tristana. Both of them being ahead, good amount of gold, getting towards 1 to 2 items, not something which Movistar Koi really wanted to deal with. So let's talk about it from Movistar Koi's perspective. They've kind of been locked in. What do they do? Of course, you do have the Karma, good lane bully, has the Malignance being a damage threat, and you can start to shield someone like the Yone to allow them a little bit extra time to go through. You can try and shield someone like the Ezreal to survive as well, and Suwajrani all over the wall.
Glacial Prison onto the Maokai, not the easiest target to take down, but will still likely be in a spot that has to flash away, throws down the ult themselves, and there's the Equalizer after onto Super, who's rooted up on top of the fire, just about surviving, but that's left the side laner out to dry. Mewin goes down. Irrelevant flash flashes in to kill Super as well. Will surely fall out, but he's got a bailout. Can try and keep him alive. No, finally goes down, but Jojo is an additional price. Movistar Koi gets a kill finally. But it is not much of a silver lining here as the mid lane turret falls. It's just looking like the inverse of last game.
It's a little bit more calculated from BDS in terms of the speed of Movistar Koi doing it, but it's no less effective. Movistar Koi, they throw out the ults. They can't really check in the cache that they're writing here, though. Alioya trying to get an engage over the wall. It is onto the Maokai, who is the hardest person to kill on the other side of the team. Ult goes onto Ice to stop him from getting damaged down. I don't think it's a bad Nautilus ult. The fact that the Maokai lives and manages to put down this ult into this equalizer, which burns down the Ezreal, is just disgusting, though. Irrelevant. Comes in at the right time, uses his stopwatch. Can't quite get out. Wonder whether he should have flashed into the jungle instead. He ends up taking aggro from his Flame Spitter that's still running, and Jojo manages to help pick up a kill for that one. They do walk away with a very happy turret kill there. What's next on the agenda? 2 minutes until Atakan. They've taken down all of the outer turrets. They've done the checklist for the early game. They got all of the early objectives that they want to do so. Getting themselves towards 2 items now, and they'll set up towards Atakan. Break over from one side of the map, stop Movistar Koi from contesting, and play around that Maokai to lock down the objectives they want.
And look, sometimes when you draft Rumble and Maokai together, you get a lot of tenacity built up, and the combo isn't quite as dangerous as it would be early in the game. This time, there's only one set of mag treads. It's on Alvaro, and they're behind the curve. There's no tenacity coming anytime soon from these champions, and unless you get a Mikhails or something, you get hit by you are going to be roasted alive.
Yeah, and Nautilus, I think I've only ever seen one game of Mikhails and Nautilus. I haven't recently actually. It was so weird. I was thinking, that champion does not want a Mikhails. Anyway.
Could solo lane Karma pick it up after the Malignance? I mean, probably going to go to attack build or whatever.
You probably want to do a lot of things with that. Yeah. You see that might go towards Saras. That's an ult from Jojo, dodged out of by Nuke.
Ooh, good buster shot after. Now Jojo's in danger. The explosive charge just having flashes for a bit more, trying to get some more hops forward. Jojo with a solo kill. Mortal Steel is stronger than the Yordle.
Who cares about a gold lead? Yone does Yone things. Tristana goes down for their first death of the game. Jojo, not necessarily the easiest split for him so far. We had high expectations of him, but that one is definitely something which Movistar Koi would have wanted at this point in the game.
2 and 3, trying to come back on in. Does it against Nuke as well. It's a key person to take out.
This
that
is
shutdown
huge,
is big. They
Guys,
get something.
This is big, right? Because not just the tower going down here as well. If we look at everything else, that's allowed an extra couple of walls to come in on top side. It means that before this, BDS had a good lockdown on the top side of the map. The kill from Jojo and just kind of secures the top side pressure for them as Atakan is spawning as well. So what happens here? Jojo goes straight in with the ult and then uses the E. It's buffered out from the W, but I believe he still takes the damage from it. Then ends up flashing to charge up his Q. Goes straight back in on him. Fantastically played to dodge around the attack range of the Tristana.
Tristana hops, but close to where the soul will retether itself to his body. So Yone comes straight back and is back in melee range of the Tristana. The range isn't played perfectly there by Nuke. Gets punished pretty hard. And yeah, it was still a significant gold lead. BDS still very much in the lead, but that's a good moment for MKOI, and they're going to need a few more of those yet.
Gives you a lot of the gold back that you're missing in that individual role. Okay, so Atakan setup, you have saplings. Control of Tribrush is so important for Atakan, particularly on top side as well. There's only the one Tribrush to fight around. There are a couple of different angles you can fight it from. We've seen different kind of setups within LCK, LPL, and elsewhere as well. You can either fight through this kind of path here, or you can try and fight up and down the river. It's kind of hard depending on what lanes you have pushed. If you don't have lanes push, which MKOI don't currently have right now, you kind of have to go through the Tribrush, which is very hard to do so against a Maokai.
And you've still got to do it with Equalizer and Hostile Takeover on top of that. It's not just one big AoE zone denial too, it's 2 or 3 others which get very difficult to manage.
I think actually a lot of the meta champions right now are ones which can just throw something into a Tribrush in this choke point here, because Atakan fights have been so different. Look, folks, we've fought around very particular kind of objectives for 15 years. God, we've been doing it for 15 years. Dragon Pit and Baron Pit are hits. Atakan is in the open. In an open field, Atakan, you have to go through that Tribrush, and Movistar Koi don't really want to do that. This is what I was saying, right? They could have gone through Tribrush. Instead, they now push out mid lane and try and going up the river instead. BDS kind of just saying, no, don't take the easy entrance. Go back through the Tribrush. It's better for us.
There's been a little bit of changes to Atakan, as it said, but obviously the fight about to start off over it. That Tribrush tries to be bought, but a huge true shot barrage. Gets a big chunk. The hostile takeover, though, is brutal in turn. And Nuke cuts off Alvaro, and they get back to that Atakan.
Both teams just take a chance of saying, you're at a choke point. Let's throw stuff at them. Super had an insane ult onto multiple people. I don't know whether they still had the resist shred from Atakan affecting them or whether that was there. Did a lot of damage. Only the one person goes down. However, the HP bars being low means that Movistar Koi can go in and put a couple more wards down. Taking the Scuttle Crab, that's nice too. It gives them a little bit of that undeniable vision. Folks, this is why Tri-Brush is really important for fighting the Atakan. See one side throwing out all their ultimates. Luckily, it's onto the tank of the Sejuani. Procs the Aftershock as well. That looks pretty bad. This looks pretty worse, though. God, that's a lot of damage. Alvaro ends up dying, going a little bit too far. But that is why the setup for the Atakan around the Tri-Brush is so important.
Round 2, let's go. BDS right back to where they started off. Still got control of that Tri-Brush. Sapling's in there. MKoi coming on over to try and fight this, but I think it might already be dead.
They don't have the big ultimates. They don't have the big ultimates, but there is going to be no chance of getting it. They arrive too late.
Alvaro flashes away, slowed down by that Sapling, couldn't stick around anymore, and MKoi just too slow on the reset, and BDS burn it down before they can come and respond.
Oh, Movistar Koi been really shoved out of most of the objectives. That kill onto Nuke earlier, I thought that would make it a little bit easier to go towards the Atakan, and I suppose it did. They had a chance to go towards it, but BDS, they calmed down, they used the next round of ultimates. Now they have really good ability to force a fight like this.
W113 goes on him with the twisted advance. Meowin will likely fall as the explosive charge on top of him. Bailout comes on top, and Nuku does get withdrawn. They get 2 as Jojo finds a good angle. Ice not here as it stands. Elyoya falls down as Paris and 113 finish the job there. Still strictly a 3v3. They'll get one more, but these withdrawals are getting swiftly whittled down. Jojo's picking most of them up, and BDS fumble the Atakan shove in pretty catastrophic fashion.
Yeah, normally you want to force fights. Don't want to lose everyone like that, though. 5 for 2, but 5 of those are withdrawals. So Movistar Koi not going to get the full value out of them. They do manage to, of course, immediately go back to base and out onto the map. But the Atakan, which was well set up, well taken, not actually going to lead to that much after that point. Movistar Koi leaving, feeling like they could have lost a lot more from that. This is one of the better case scenarios.
Ocean Dragon spawns in about 40 seconds. It would be Soul Point for Movistar Koi if they can pick it up, but certainly not Soul anytime soon. I think both teams theoretically okay to give it up. See whether there will actually be a fight over it nonetheless.
Yeah, we're getting towards the point where, of course, items coming in for both teams. We've got the 2 item spike from both the Yone and the Ezreal. Calm's about to hit 2 items as well, going towards the Seraphs after the Malignants for the double mana scaling on that item. They're not bad spikes. You're hitting them later, of course, than BDS, but if you hit someone not named Maokai, good chance you can blow up one of the carries at shorter. The question is, can they do that and the bailout without giving a kill through? BDS going to walk up, take themselves in a turret here. They want to be strong on the bot side of the map for the Dragon spawning just now, and they do just that. Walk up, take the tower, leave wards on your way back, go take the Dragon.
We'll head back to this, and it feels like Movistar Koi just saying we'll play towards the other side of the map. Remember, Baron spawning in 3 odd seconds, and it is Movistar Koi with control of that part of the map. How bold are they feeling? They don't want to overforce, but they do have control there. Dragon secured. BDS pull off that one. That'll be a second Drake for them. And swiftly a fast out alteration comes down in front of that Baron just to make sure that Movistar Koi weren't rushing it on spawn.
Nah, they're not called T1. I don't think they can do it like that. Right on spawn. You know, what I found kind of interesting about the way Atakan came about is that too many people were doing 20-minute Barons with Zyra's ult. And then they're like, okay, let's make Baron really hard to kill. Wait, why is no one taking objectives at 20 minutes? Okay, let's put an objective in at 20 minutes and put Baron back to 25 minutes, because they didn't quite exactly figure out what they wanted to do with that objective, I think. But I think we've reached a good even point now, the Atakan being a different objective for Baron. Add something else to fight for, just kind of fun. I was kind of sad that have we seen a Ruinous Atakan in play yet?
I don't remember having seen one.
Yeah, I think there might have been
maybe
like a
there has been. I don't remember. Production, if you know, tell us, and then we'll tell everyone else. But for now, I'm just going to confidently say no.
No, you don't have to tell us. It's not relevant now. We're past it anyway. BDS going to walk forwards. 113 losing a lot of his HP, but he's in a tanky tree.
Sap magic and unending despair. He does not care at all. Nuke gets a kill. Super being slowed down by the Electro Harpoon. Cleanses it. It just doesn't matter. He's burning out. Down to about 5% HP as the Fate Seal goes wide. And Jojo now left up in the mid lane will force Relevant to go golden. Manta Q will not come on through. The Soul Flare is the upgraded Q ability from Karma. Not going to be used. Then they head straight back over towards the Baron. The man advantage is currently BDS's.
So a lot of tools used. Movistar Koi, they don't really have anything left to retake the pit here. BDS, they can tank this up for forever with the Maokai. They are teleporting, but there aren't that many tools left. Nuke jumping out.
True Shot Barrage and a Dream can look for an angle on in here. Jojo can Unbind the Soul, finds an angle, looks for Q1. Unbinds the Soul, can look for a big angle on in. 1-1-3, buying time though. Baylor comes on through and Irrelevant is dead. BDS now in danger as they're split apart. Nuke needs to reset, does have TP. Can't quite have it happen as 1-1-3 split off from the team. Sap Magic healing is decent, but not enough. And now this is giving Movistar Koi a moment where BDS are split apart to look towards the Baron. They're also low. One reset does come on through. Teleport now back from Nuke. 3v5. BDS are going to have to try and play this one out as MKoi aren't exactly high HP either. Where is this one going? Alvaro looks for the hook, lands it onto Paris. Perhaps not the easiest target, but a big knocker for Jojo. Baylor comes on through and Paris likely dies. Survives with by rebounding his soldiers. Jojo. Ice trying to trade this one out, gets one back potentially. Ice does get one, but he's on top of the Soul Flare. The Movistar Koi against all odds find themselves an ace into BDS.
Insanely played from Movistar Koi, given what tools were available. There was a Mantra Q in there from Mirwin, which shredded BDS on their retreat from the Baron, and I think that's what really opened up that play. We'll go into a replay of this. There aren't any big ultimates available. Watch Mirwin. This is why you play the top lane combat. Look at the damage onto 3 people. Yeah, they're behind the game, but they've still got the AP Karma build. God, so much. And then effectively, Movistar Koi realized, hey, they can be tanky, but I mean, there's no one backing up the Maokai now. We can keep them on the map. Doesn't matter if you miss a skill shot or two. Let's just keep them here. This is our best chance, even with our HP bars low. Yeah, Nuke flies in. They do clean up 1 or 2, but this is still one of the better opportunities that they have. Jodo uses the Krug to stack up his Q after that point, and they're ready to go. Second hook hits. Yeah, you do have the double AD carries, but they don't have the Maokai this time, which means it is much easier for Movistar Koi to get themselves some important kills.
Ice tries to get going, starts to stack up a lot of that attack speed, but is swiftly taken out. Can't quite deliver into all 5 members. Back to Baron though, and Movistar Koi couldn't take it in the break.
Yeah, and remember this time they actually have their ultimates. The Maokai goes in again.
Gold lead has been shrunk, but it's still very much BDS favor. Now Elioya is the one who's being caught out. The Sejuani is roast pork. Pick that one up. The depth charge comes on through. Hostile takeover onto Super. Just eat away from Paris. Bailed out, but will fall. Not enough money to bring that business back from the brink. Alvaro hooks on in and will swiftly regret it. Double hop this time as Mirwin is taken down by Nuke. Super goes over the wall, but it's faster shot out. Jojo looks for an angle. Has unbound the Soul. Equalizer keeps Super pinned into that choke point, but will not take them low. BDS win the fight, but they are all quite low. I don't know whether they can do Baron yet again. It still stays up.
Dude, I'm loving these fights. They are so... This is popcorn League of Legends, folks. Sometimes you just sat there and say, all right, let's have a hands check. Nuke getting the rarely seen double jump there. Immediately, one after the other, slamming down a reset on top of Movistar Koi. And once again, Baron is not taken. Dragon is now up in 30 seconds. It wouldn't be Soul for either team, because the Atakan is, of course, for BDS there on top of your screen. Big objectives to still fight over. Really need to see what big tools are available whenever you approach these fights. This time it went better for BDS because, I mean, it's quite easy to say it went better because they have their ults. Is that a bit oversimplifying?
Oh, yeah. Worth checking on items here as well. 3 items for both the AD carriers of BDS and similarly for Jojo and Super. Feels like this is about as even as it's going to get for a while. Gold lead has gone back to about 3,000 for BDS, but the damage carriers of Movistar Koi are kind of looking to be able to punch pound for pound right now.
Jojo missed his ult in that last fight, has an infinity edge. If he hits that in the next fight, it can change everything. As we said, the Maokai can tank this Baron for forever. Movistar Koi walking forward, seeing if they can get themselves an entry into a decent fight. All 10 members present and accounted for.
On the way again, it feels like the Baron has been the death of both teams so far. Mid lane tier 1, now an attack from Movistar Koi. Elioya spotted out by the control ward as they're trying to prevent easy access to the turret from BDS. It looks like that mid tier 1 finally falls. Minions finish the job as Mirwin and Jojo shove that in.
So, Movistar Koi in a much better scenario than I thought they would be after that early game, honestly. They managed to fight their way back, despite BDS locking down a lot of the map pretty well. A lot of this game is really just being ruled by this Maokai, though. 1-1-3 just going forwards time after time. Very, very tanky with how many Heartsteel? A lot of Heartsteel stacks. Yep, that'll help. 342 so far. Not that Sejuani's got much less. Jojo going forwards, though. That is not as tanky to the Yone with the Infinity Edge.
Get a big chunk onto 1-1-3 with the Glacier Prison lands. Going to be onto Paris, who throws down the Locket Shield, the hostile takeover, and Nature's Grasp burned.
That's a lot of tools used. That is an awful lot of tools used. You need to use them so effectively for BDS. They throw out a lot of that big line space-denying tools, and now Movistar Koi say, okay, that's a lot of that gone. Let's go towards the Baron ourselves. BDS realize, okay, there's not much we can do about this. Baron are half HP, and I think they might have to give up the approach.
Baron going to be starting taken down. No way in for BDS, and now Movistar Koi turn for the fight. Fate Sealed used. Going to be Jojo locked up, though, and taken out just shy and it's his own fate that ends up being sealed. Mirwin now in danger of being run down by the Rumble, and Nuke, who can hop over the wall. Both solo lanes from Mobster Koi might be the penance they pay for taking the Baron. Minions starting to do a lot of work. They're trying to make sure that this Karma, who can run real fast with Defiance, may get an execute. I don't know. There's not been a lot of damage on it so far. Trying to reset. Wait, Baron powered. Recall not enough. Nuke hops forward and gets the kill.
Oh, the game of hide and seek cut short. BDS somehow managed to catch out Jojo. Jojo whiffs another ultimate, even with that big Infinity Edge. Let's go straight into the back of BDS. That does mean Dragon goes to BDS. Mobster Koi will have the Baron buff on 3 members. Mirwin and Jojo, if you're not going to have them, we'll see what they can do with that while it lasts.
Nuke now 10-2-6 on this Tristana, is having a phenomenal game. Chains of Corruption as well from Ice in this fight. Keep your eye on it, because when Jojo does step forward, it's immediately halted in its tracks, courtesy of a great ult from Ice.
Yeah, but this is where things go wrong. Jojo, look, that ult was pretty far off, actually, and he doesn't have the ability to press E immediately back. Goes down. We were saying, hey, the next time that ultimate hits, you'll see the damage that will come through. It hasn't done just yet. He's had, you know, that fantastic 1v1 against Nuke in the top side, but that's been the one bright spark, really.
And production did get back to us, by the way. There has been no Ruinous Atacon in any major region, so there you go. Thank you very much, production.
We're at 33 minutes into a game. It was taken like 10 minutes.
I know. Production did me some work, and I wanted to thank them for it. Thank you, production. You're wonderful people.
Always thank your production. That is actually a great rule of thumb. They control the micro. They control the mic. He who controls the microphones controls the world.
Of League of Legends.
Of course, yeah, of course.
Very specifically.
Yeah. Nothing beyond that. That'd be kind of terrifying.
Ooh, my days, yeah.
Anyway, no objectives currently up on the table. Mirwin pushing out topside doesn't have the Baron buff. BDS not as able to wave clear out the Baron buff as before. The Varus will add something. It's not the poke Varus, of course. How much damage do they really get to turrets, though? Getting pushed in on bot lane as irrelevant clears that out.
This felt like a pretty secure game for BDS not so long ago. Mobster Koi with a couple key fights. The fumbled Atacon shove and the fumbled Baron fights have brought them right back into it. Still not exactly a winning game state for them, but it's a lot more playable than it was, say, 10 minutes ago.
This has been a good push in from Mobster Koi to go from mid to top, make sure the waves are synchronized. They have one on mid lane now. Yone hits that one pretty well, and even with just the 2 grubs, start taking themselves some towers. Gold lead from BDS, shrinking a little bit. Hasn't really moved that much before, and you know, earlier into the game we're saying BDS, they locked down the map. They haven't really managed to put that killer blow in though, and now suddenly you are facing up against some very late game carries, as you were saying just before.
And the gold lead after that turret went down finally becomes positive for Mobster Koi. Looking for an engage now onto this Maokai. 113 low but not down, gets a decent ult. Paris was the target of the Glacial Prison, but again, Mobster Koi can't turn it around into it. I think the equalizer dissuades Super and crew from stepping on forwards because the barbecue was a little too hot.
You can see at this point now, if you go back 5 minutes or so, maybe a little bit more than that, 113 could do this with impunity. Now you can't because those carries are really starting to hurt that Maokai. Something that you know, the desk was saying just before this series as well, the route to success for BDS has been, okay, play towards your long-range AP junglers. Mobster Koi remove them largely. Nidalee was available in this game. They chose not to go towards it. I will say, even though we've had criticism of BDS kind of playing towards the, you know, the tanky junglers in that role for 113, he's done pretty well on the map. I'm not going to criticize him nearly as much for that one. It's given a great platform for the carries to really put out some good damage numbers on. It's just not quite been good enough at making sure those ults are available for the big fight in the last few. Mobster Koi blowing them quite easily.
Big damage from Super on the Ezreal, but that tends to happen when you are on a poke champion. But then you look at Nuke here as well, doing an exceptional amount damage leader in this game. 4th item just completed. And I'll note Soul will be available for BDS in about a minute and a half, and you can see exactly why they are setting up around the bottom side of the map. They want to play for this.
Maybe things change a little bit in terms of the tankiness of the Maokai. If you have an Ocean Soul on top of Alvaro, loses half the HP. Not exactly what he wants to do as well. Ice really getting that tank shredding capability. You don't really want to be a front line who misses your engage in this game. We'll put it that way. If you're stuck in this kind of front to back, both front lines are going to disappear very quickly at this point. And Lyoya actually realizing, hey, some important fights coming up in the next minute, so let's get ourselves an elixir for this one.
Worth noting as well, don't know whether Ice will quite get it in time, but it's building towards the Jack show here. 4th item on Varus. Thank you, Kerberos, for bringing that one out of solo queue. This tank Varus build at this point in the game becomes increasingly hard to kill.
Yeah, for sure. You get that Terminus stacked up and you get the resists on here. The Jack show boosts them again. If you start hitting as Varus, you tend to keep hitting. And one of the big things in these fights too, really keep your eyes on this. Varus has one of the strongest resets in the game on his passive. If one kill comes through and Ice is able to cash in on that, his attack speed will go through the roof. Really, really does start to put on the afterburners with the amount of damage you get from the attack speed, and of course the AP and AD from it too.
There is the Jack Show completed. You've got 4 items on the Ezreal too. This is about max damage we're going to get this game, it feels.
We have Jack Show, we have the Cyrildas as well. Cyrilda's really nice, especially if you're trying to play towards some of those slower retreats, and of course just the raw penetration from that Ezreal. Really, really nasty. Irrelevant, feeling a bit of the sting of that one.
GA just completed for Jojo. Teleports back in. 113 goes very deep. Immediately throws down Nature's Grasp to get something down. Big chunk back. Jojo finally hits it all, but is immediately burned out. Gets a huge chunk back. 113 burning out with the bailout. The GA prevents his reset. Hostile takeover comes across, but look who's been picked off. It's Nuke. He's eviscerated. Jojo kills his man.
The bomb's been disarmed, the Tristana hits the ground, and Movistar Koi might just have been able to play the slow game well enough to walk forwards for at least an inhibitor. 40 seconds on the Tristana is enough for them to take control of the map, but not enough to end the game. This has put them into the gold lead, though. They've managed to puzzle their way out, from BDS around the objectives. They take a fight around the mid lane, and that GA from Jojo makes a huge difference.
Jojo survives with the GA, prevents the reset with bailout, and then finds his person. We've been criticizing him for not hitting his ults. Finds some key ones there. Is currently soloing the Dragon irrelevant. Finds a lot of people, but actually, the rest of BDS coming over to try and play this, but suddenly they're all being caught out! Movistar going collapse at BDS! What was the decision making there? Ice in a 1v3 won't get anyone with him, he tries. And the respawns will come on through for Nuke on 113, but it's a trade for the rest of the team.
BDS try and sneak their way towards the Dragon, but all they find is doom. Dragon goes over to Movistar Koi. It's not Soul, but it's so many kills on top of it that BDS are really going to struggle to move outside their base now. Just immediately after these fights have happened, red wards have started to litter their entire side of the map. It's been a much slower game. It's been much harder to play out from Movistar Koi because BDS had a great foothold and a great composition to deny areas of the map. They go from Dragon, they go over towards Baron, and with the death time is still pretty high from BDS, they can't fight this. The best they can look for is a steal. Ice not on the map. They'll have to let it go. Don't want to lose another death for nothing.
Second Baron coming on through, and BDS were up 5,000 gold. Blink and you miss it. It's now 3,000 gold to Movistar Koi. They've got Soul Point. They've got a second Baron, and they are in the driver's seat in this game.
So this fight takes place in mid lane. Haven't seen that many around this kind of terrain. And as we said, if you're a frontline stuck in the front to back, you really take a lot more damage at this point in the game than you did before. Jojo Pion, difficult game for him so far. That GA stops the bailout and it stops the Varus getting a passive proc as well. He's forced out.
Max range stretch line onto Nuke, catching him as he tried to run away as well. And then this moment happened where Movistar Koi just kind of find BDS stepping too far forwards to contest this Dragon.
Trying to somehow work their way in towards the Soul, not really finding anything instead. Picture in picture, we do have Movistar Koi walking around the bot side jungle. Fight hasn't erupted just yet in the picture in picture, but it always gets me a little bit scared when that pops up in the late game like this. And well, yeah, Ice actually survives a long time. It's not enough really to take down 1v3 like that. Movistar Koi get the fresh Baron buff on their backs, start pushing in towards towers.
The map gets a lot smaller suddenly for BDS. They've been shoving forward all game, not so much anymore. And MKoi, with a Karma at 4 items as well, really makes it difficult to get damage onto the Ezreal, who's got this huge AP and power shield at this point. Alvaro, though, going to be the target, hit with the Chains of Corruption, immediately taken out. Nuke and Ice, though, get blasted by a Mantra Q. Jojo in the backside. Bailout on Ice will not be enough, and they just get 3! Karma for 2. Jojo and Super help with the rest. Alioya will step on forward with an Arctic Assault and get another. Nuke's got to try and pull off something. And there is just nothing to be found. He digs deep and the well is dry. Movistar Koi made to work for it in game 2. But work hard they do, and it will be a 2-0 to the Spanish Org.
The 2-0, 1 domination, 1 they had to do a bit of problem solving for, but that they did. BDS game 2, they shored things up, played a composition, really locked down those objectives, but they just were outmatched on a thinking level today. A wider process, the macro, and the way to approach these team fights by Movistar Koi.
And I genuinely thought we were going to 3 there. I felt that that game was a done deal. BDS were calm, collected, and then suddenly the objective setup start to get messy. Movistar Koi start to feel a bit more, and suddenly they end up winning the game regardless. So for folks at home, you can vote for your key player of the series, and that is today Elioya, Jojopian, or Super. All valuable options, I feel, today.
That is a hard choice. It was a team effort. I really think that Elioya and Super on that Callista, really hard to bet against. Mobstar Koi walk away with a good 2-0.
Fortunately, we now have to walk away from the cast because the series is done. Alas, but for the rest of the day, we've still got more games to go, and after the break, the analyst desk can break down this series and set us up for the series following that.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise.
Welcome everyone after MKOI's dominating 2-0. A little bit of a shaky game though, and I wanted to catch up here with Merwin after a great Karma performance, to be honest, because usually when I think of you and when you pick Karma, you have pop-off games, this type of champion that always wants to get ahead in-game, and I played against it a couple of times and you always terrorized me a little bit with it. But this game, it didn't really go so great, so what do you feel like went wrong, and how do you feel like you came back into this game?
I mean, I think every team fight we did in any objective. We were playing really bad all together, and we were not using well our spells. I think in the moment we actually got a bit of lead, we started playing a bit better, and then the team fights were way easier.
Yeah. Even in this replay, I feel like you're kind of behind, but it feels like your champion does indeed start to ramp up a lot. You've been having a great contribution here, and it was interesting to see as well because I would have expected, given the team comp from BDS, that you'd be going into a more supportive build after Malignance, but you ended up going for the full AP. So can you tell me a little bit more of your thought process on doubling down? You know, even though you're behind, at one point you guys were 6k gold behind, but you doubled down to keep going for this sort of poke build.
So the idea before the game, I was thinking of going tank, some Spirit Beast into like Thimble Winter Karma, a bit disgusting. But then Mel said, and Joya told me, just go AP, like. And I was like, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good game of going AP Karma, like you're into Renata Maokai in the Rumble, so... I mean, I think Karma AP with the new rune, the Action Arcanist is so OP, like I did like 3k damage, and healing was OP.
That's balanced, but it was really exciting to see you bring up the Karma. I'm a bit sad it didn't really go to the third game, because I felt like this is your playing ground where you shine the most with having these sort of crazy picks, so... What more can we expect from you going into the next series and into more best of threes and eventually best of 5, hopefully?
I mean, hopefully a lot of new picks. I think there are many that are not yet played in competitive, so we will see if there's a chance that I can get them in BO3. For sure in BO5 will be easier, like for a fifth game it's going to be way easier, but let's see.
Okay, hopefully. But standing by, we have Draco sitting down with Rhea to find out why K-Core picked Vitality, so let's go over to him and see what he had to say.
Thank you very much, Odawamna. I'm here at the Marriott Bonvoy checkpoint for the pregame check-in with Rhea. I mean, welcome. Congrats on an incredible first regular season for KC. But I think the first and most important question for me is, you guys came out swinging. You picked Vitality. What was the logic there? Why Vitality is your first opponent?
I think it's just a safe choice for us based on obviously our experience in scrims versus other teams and Vitality. And two, I think it's a matchup that we are really comfortable preparing for because one, there's a lot of players that we know from the LFL, Chayek and Aknako, and I know we can be like matchup-wise individually, we can match every player from their team. So for us, it was just a natural choice. It's not like the other teams, we can't match them. It's more of a between the teams that we had the choice of, like Vitality seems like the easiest to prepare against and be ready to face because we know also how they play. I think that's one thing that they have from last year. Linsas and Healy, they obviously stayed together this year. We know how they play and we know how we can abuse them, I think. So we hope that we do the same today, yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if that can kind of come to fruition. I'm curious how you feel about KC as a whole right now. Last night on PGL, we had Skewmond on. He said top 3, it's easy. It's, it's Fnatic, it's G2, it's KC. Where do you see yourself right now as a team, and what would it mean if you beat Vitality? Are they just a stepping stone? Is this going to prove something to you? How important is this first best of 3?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it's a best of 3 that we shouldn't underestimate. Our objective is to be more than top 3. We hope that we are top 3 right now. I think we are. And for sure, it's still a challenge to beat Vitality. We need to go with the right mindset and with the right approach and the right preparation, obviously. But I think it should be a stepping stone. I think that should be a step that we need to go further and then discuss about who we can play tomorrow. We know that maybe Koi is winning right now. Maybe we play them tomorrow. But we know that we have 2 important steps in the next 2 days that we need to do well to make sure that we can challenge for top 3. Because we are far from here. Like, it's only the first round of playoff, right? So we need to go step by step, game by game, and Vitality is obviously the first game, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me ahead of the series. I like that long-term mindset. That will do it for us here. I'll toss maybe back to myself. How are you doing, me? Thank you again to Rhea. Let's get into the match of the week.
Thank you.
Thank me. Thank Rhea. I'm doing pretty well as we see KC and Vitality get in here, and I'm pleased to announce we are joined by Alvaro on the desk. But I think one person who's going to be especially excited is Supa, who is our Kia player of the series, as we continue to watch the menacing walk-ins of Knock Knock Knocko and friends. We're not going to talk about top lane. We're here to talk about bottom lane, unsurprisingly, with you here, Alvaro. So, looking at this series, I think there's a lot of hype for Kalist right now, but Carzzy and Hylissang have been a pretty strong bot lane. Like, what's your read on that 2v2? Who do you think has the edge?
So of course, I think Kalist joining the league, he has been raising a lot like the level of the bot lanes. I think he has been playing really well as well. But of course, I will say right now, Vitality, Carzzy, Hylissang, it's always a bot lane that, as I said, can go 20-0 or 0-20. It's a bot lane that you need to be really scared because they will play everything like really aggro, and if you make a mistake, they will take how we say, like take the arm and keep going. So I think it's going to be a hype matchup, especially on the bot lane.
We've been denied a best of 3. Do we finally get 3 games, please?
I hope so. For me, I'm very curious. Like, Hylissang is a really polarizing player, right? You have people that think he's very bad and people that think he's the GOAT and everything he does is always calculated. You're a support player. I have mixed feelings about Hylissang, but what do you think about Hylissang?
I think I have something that will define him really well. I think he's a really, really good player when he's ahead and a really, really bad player when he's behind. So
yeah,
you kind of have both coins, I would say. And I think it's mostly, as a team, you need to be really ready to follow him because he's always looking, even to me, like I got surprised in the Vitality game that we played in the official into them. They didn't engage without any control or vision, but because everyone on the team is following him, they make it work. So I think it's like a really important piece, and if they make it work, I think it's a strong team.
For both of you, as professional bot laners or former professional bot laners, how much does this week 3 match that we saw them play matter? Like, how much does a single game like that matter when it comes to the best of 3? Is it just a best of 1 like nobody cares? When we take a look back at some of the replays, it's like,
I mean, for me, it looked like Kalist can't really play Kalista. What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't know if it's a joke but I mean, the other day that they played it, I think they ended up winning, no? It was? I don't remember exactly. I think it was a draw game, but they ended up winning.
I mean, they ended up winning this game.
Yeah.
But he didn't really do anything.
I mean,
but it was mostly a funny joke.
But it was a good one.
Yeah, thank you.
I think, I mean, with Varus poke, he has been really annoying in our games as well. And yeah, I think Kalista and these kind of champions, it also relies a lot that you play well as a team, playing through both sides as well and playing for the condition.
Yeah. So. What do you think about Targamas? Because he was, I think, had like a rough last year, but had a big glow up with Kalis. Do you agree, or do you think differently?
I think he's playing better than last year as well. I think with Kalis he works as well better.
Yeah.
Probably also, I mean, I'm assuming, because I don't know what happened, but I think last year probably he was not enjoying that much, because I think as a group they were, like, I have been there, when you start losing, it becomes harder to come back. And probably after some of the splits, it became even hard. Then they ramp up on summer.
Yeah.
But right now, I think with the Kalist and with Jake as well coming into the team, I think they have a way stronger face.
Yeah, looking like a strong team overall. We'll see if it'll be enough for them to come out on top in our match of the week. But you've heard enough from us. Let's see what Kometo thinks about the matchup versus Vitality, and if Hilly the GOAT, or the Professor, depending on which adage you prefer, is going to be able to stop them.
I feel quite confident about the game. The team is doing great in scrims right now, and they showed great things. Even though at the end of the season, and we were not at our top form, people might be scared or not really confident, but I feel really confident.
Now he sees Kana, the all-ins there. Labrov has done exactly that onto the front line as well, but he's taken down an instant, and Caps is dying too. Blast for another. G2 are routed, and KC have done the unthinkable.
I'd say in KC we will have Kana, Yaek, Vladi, Kalis, and Targamas. And for Vitality, there is obviously, they have one key player that can do the best game of his life or the best game of our life, the GOAT Hilly-Song.
Shut down instantly. Noah now out of the fight, he hasn't even gotten to do anything. Finally, the ult will come down, trading a few kills back, but Nako's completely untouched. Lot is dead. Carzzy trying to find the ult on the Jun, and it will connect. Vitality.
Last year wasn't the best, right? But I feel like this is rather exception. It's my first time I missed playoffs ever. Playoffs is just, you know, I belong there in a way.
I think the Fearless is a really good thing for us because we have highly talented players. A lot of people will underestimate us, but we should not underestimate our enemies and start the best of two in the best way. Watch us, believe in us, because we will do great these playoffs.
Damn it. Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out. I don't think this counts. Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome back to the LEC Winter Playoffs, where we're going to be kicking things off momentarily between Karmine Corp and Vitality. My name is Dagda, this is Hysterics, and we are very excited to be bringing you through the last upper bracket series of our Winter Playoffs.
Yeah,
round one.
it's exciting. I feel like Vitality have been sold as these underdogs coming through because KC did so well in the regular season. Their best split yet, coming through in the LEC after yet last year being the meme of 2-7. Vitality, sorry, out of breath a little bit.
You all right?
You don't need to know why. Just heavy objects throughout the day. It was really fun to watch the new Vitality meld together, especially bringing in Nuko, the classic chair leaner who unfortunately has stopped leaning on his chair, mixed with Chayak, who had a low bar set of expectations but hit some kind of nice stride during the split as well, you know?
Yeah, and I think they're really going to have to step up again coming into this series because KC have shown that they are absolutely no pushovers. Even in their game that we had in the regular split, we got to see, look, you could get off to this early start for Vitality. They looked good. They were 6-0 at the start of that game, but then it was that late game where they fell apart, where KC were able to find those picks, were able to start finding their moments and objectives and bringing it back. So I want to see Vitality have that same strong early game, try and beat KC at that stage, and then come back in the later stages and set up better for objectives, have their kind of ducks in a row at that stage.
I mean, lining up and finishing out, like BDS are a great example of what we just saw in the last game, right? Like getting your ducks in a row to finish that game, that should have been a done deal. Another great example of a team that needs to get themselves over the line as we look for our players to enter the Rift, enter the stage. Live drafts, remember, here, and on 15.3, things have been pretty good. We've seen 1 Mel so far, and we've seen 0 Game 3 so far. So let's hope that both goes up in its counter today.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to see if we can get a Game 3, because I do think, like, at least from the regular season, this feels like a bit of an uphill battle for Vitality. KC looked very, very strong.
Yeah.
But when we look back at that regular season game, I think my eyes are on Karzi and Hylissang. I think they've actually been very impressive in the duo lane, in that 2v2. Been able to find a lot of success. So I think it's on Kalista and Targamas, a long-time duo in their own right, to now see if they can go toe-to-toe against Karzi and Hilly and have a better time than they did last time these two teams faced off.
It's funny because the development of bot lane for both teams has been great. Obviously, the synergy linking back up like they were in the LFL days with Kalista and Targamas has been a really big point. On the other side, you know, Hilly had that bad start to the split, that Leona game that we'll never forget where he died 8 times in the span of like, what, 4 or 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And, you know, on the other side, Targamas got a lot of flack last year. So I'm really about this redemption arc, Dactor. I don't know if I've sold it enough. I feel like I've said the word redemption 3 times already. But for Vitality and KC both, they've got a lot to prove at the start of the playoffs. I don't want to get started on Vitality not even making it throughout summer, throughout that last split, Dactor. But we're into draft. Here we are. The French fans are loud, as you'd expect, as we go into Game 1 of Fearless. Everything up and available. Where do your priorities lie?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking at things like the Kalista and stuff for Kalista. I think he looked very good on it and can actually have a big impact, especially when he's able to set up targets for some of these engages as well. So I'm curious if that's kind of the angle that they want to try and go towards. The Ivern ban had said to me they were eyeing up something like a potential Skarner, but obviously you're not going to get your hands on it when taken away. Still could look at add some more bans towards the likes of the Embesses, the Cassantes as well towards Kana, because he's actually had a great split so far.
Yeah.
And I expect that they're going to want to try and put Nak onto something a bit more comfortable in the 1v1.
And Bessa, or things like the Jace. I mean, not many, I'm saying not many EU top laners, but like, where's the priority for things like the Jace, right? Both Nuko and Kana had that as one of their most picked. I like that you also pulled out the Embesser as well.
I think the biggest problem is just lane swaps again. The fact that you could go towards the Jace and then just find yourself being turret dove over and over again, and then you're playing suddenly from a deficit you have to dig your way out of. So I think that's where you probably won't see it, because you can always go for the first pick Cassante here, first pick Kalista, and then just answer with tank v tank, look for lane swaps, and you're going to be totally fine.
Ooh, Ezreal ban away though, so one of the biggest 80 carries has been rising up on the patch as well, has taken off. Vi still there though. Things like the Xin Zhao is an honorable mention. Sejuani is EU, I know, still likes it, but you called it out straight off the bat. The Ambessa B1, is it just going to be a Cassante handshake is my next question.
I imagine so, because it's just kind of fine, and then you're still a threat in these team fights. You just opt into the lane swap oftentimes with the Embessa, because the problem with Embessa is that she's not as strong in the 1v1, but she does relatively well in those lane swaps. So then when you get back into the 1v1, she's actually in a decent order. So the question for me, though, is like, do you now take away the Vi after this? Because Vi Kai'Sa has been a very strong duo that we've seen, and like Embessa Vi Kai'Sa is kind of a disgusting trio. So I think that's where you probably need to take it away here, even if you don't necessarily have the Embessa as that follow-up dive.
Regardless as well, I mean, your backup still, if this gets taken away, the thing like the Sejuani with Ambessa has also been a good pairing, but I do like that you talk about how powerful it is, but Wukong instead for Lince is going to be the priority, but you're just giving away the combo. Plus something like Kalista, if they choose, is still up and available here if they don't think it's too much of a horror to play into this comp.
Yeah, I think I like Kalista where you've got a bit more of a steady front line that wants to slowly work its way through the enemy team. But when you've got this dive, I think you can just go for the Kai'Sa. And you're going to be completely fine, even if they do have to into the Kalista on the opposite side. Again, lane swaps are your friends in this scenario, so I think for KC, you're fine here. But actually, they're not going to go towards it, so trying to get Vladdy's Azir instead.
Vladdy gets comfort, gets a control mage yet again here, as he likes, outside of the Victor. This is something else that's been stable in the meta. Let's hold the phone first. What 80 carries are going to be? Because you already talked about it, it's not a Kalista game. It seems too hard to operate. Do they want more hyperscaling here for Vladdy and Kalista paired up?
Well, yeah, okay, they're just going to go for the...
All right.
So it's if you were going to opt in towards the buy, also alongside this, I would have been a bit more nervous, but I think in this position, you can always go back towards a Sejuani, opt in more towards like a Xin Zhao, these kind of things, and then play this slow front to back style. But yeah, I think for KC, you're fine. Maybe not wanting to take that Vi Kai'Sa off the board on this initial first game and opting in towards, again, like thinking of Fearless Draft, what's going to be available for game 2 if they go all out in this one.
Well, they're getting the priorities for game 1 because the Rel is how they close out the first 3 picks here for Vitality. Very strong meta comp so far as well. And Dagger, if we're talking about strong front lines, Vitality have now built that.
Yeah, and I think you have the option to take that away from Karmine Corps. You take away the Sejuani, take away more of those frontline junglers, the Xin Zhao that we mentioned as well, and just say, okay, you don't really have these engage tools now coming from your jungle, so you have to go from the support role. So they are going to take the Poppy to open up a bit of an easier time for Hylissang, but I still think you can be totally fine now with basically every other support matchup in the bottom lane. The only other thing, maybe you want to get rid of the Renata, because at least for Vitality, there is a lot of dive, so Renata will get a lot of value, but it does mean that Yike will get his hands on Sejuani, which I think he's been really strong on.
My only question outside of that question of jungle pool is for the Poppy ban. For Vitality, wouldn't that have been a really good option here, running against Kalista, Azir, and Bessa? Could have been a really good option.
It's just where do you put it at this stage?
Yeah.
Because you've taken the, like, you could have gone for the Rel, or instead of the Rel, gone for the Poppy. Right. And you would have been relatively okay, but already opting in towards your first 2 kind of put you in a bit of a difficult situation. So, well, look, you would get the Renata gone anyway, Poppy gone, so definitely ease of access now for Hylissang into these team fights, but I do think you're just going to see Sejuani on the opposite side, more than likely the Leona here for Targamas as well, and then call it a day.
I like this. I like the Leona option as well. I was going to throw in the likes of the Nico too. That's also been something that we've seen over in the East. Not sure here how much we're kind of prioritizing.
We have seen this a little bit. We saw it yesterday.
We did indeed, right? Some of the good pop of Jun was playing it as well. Talk about a Korean bot laner as Corki gets locked in. Okay, another strong 80 carry here as they simplify the 2v2, but Dagda's still technically a flex.
Yeah, and I do think it is going to go towards Carzzy, though, because Carzzy, it's his most played champion. He's one of the few people who still kind of believes in the Corki. I know LCK has basically decided that you don't want anything to do with it anymore. But Carzzy's definitely still opted in towards the Daring Bombardier, so we'll have to see how it's going to work out there. Okay, looks like they're going to go towards the Vi. I thought it would be a Sejuani here, but I suppose with the opportunity for the Wukong to try and block the Glacial Prison, or is it Glacial Prison? No, that's
it is.
Okay, yeah, where they'll be fine, but again, Braum, I'm less sure.
Are you worried about the engage here if they lock in Braum? There's a lot of disengage now built.
Yeah, I don't think it's the end of the world. Initially, I was kind of like, but with the Vi point and click to follow up with the Ambessa, you already have a lot of backline access, and that can easily go on towards someone like Carzzy. So having a bit of a beefy front line that still remains with the Azir and with the Kalista is not the worst thing. Plus, with the Kalista ult, Braum actually essentially gets that engage button as well with the follow-up. So, I mean, I like what KC have brought to the table. Way going to round this one out. I think it'll be helpful for trying to get CC in the back line, but I think you're still very vulnerable for the dive duo that KC are operating with here.
Well, at least there's some poke for Vitality, but you're right. If the gap is closed, and for KC, there's a big issue. Now, Kalist playing Kalista is always good news. It's only happened once before, but it means we got so much loaded into the pool for the joke selection today. Like, oh my God.
Look, I'm just glad it's him on it, because when it's the other team, that's when I struggle, because it's like Kalista, no. I'm too far down the rabbit hole. I've got to be so careful what I say.
And this time they've made it easier for us. So props to KC. Now, as I said before, the reason this matchup, not only because it's France v France, but because this matchup means so much, rather, as I was about to say, is because last year was a really hard year for KC, right? They came into the league, the French fans came out and supported them, but they weren't getting results, at least at the start of the year. And the biggest thing was, they then, towards the end, Dagda, tried to play with this new roster. Remember, again, like okay, how are we going to make it better? Kana comes into the league. Okay, Kana's a good laner, but what does he add to the team? They brought Closer in as well, great shot calling, but then the bot lane was still not strong enough. Roster change again. We turn to 2025, and it seems like things are pairing together. There's a lot of flexibility in the roster as well, and there's a lot more positives to talk about now with more experience and more benchmarking with people like Kalista and Yike there. But is it enough to get through the craziness of Vitality? A team that, again, in their own right, can be quite psychotic, and I mean that in a compliment. A team as well who are buzzing with energy, running into this best of 3. Fearless, show us what you got. Let's get our first game 3, please, Lord.
I mean, last year, as Vitality came out on top. 2024, they beat them both in spring and winter, but so far, KC have been able to knock them back, so we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be. Already starting to move up towards this top side. I think waiting to see if there's going to be some sort of invade for any sort of lane swap or anything like that, but at the moment, just a normal kind of fan out from KC, just to see if anyone pokes their head in.
I wonder, again, how scared you are of the KC 2v2. I mean, Kallistas usually get their lane swapped against them, but you're right, Dagda, it's going to be standardized, and we like standard lanes, don't we? We at least get to see how it plays out here. I'm looking at rune choice in this early game, Dagda, and I'm not seeing anything super special on each side. Grasp for Grasp, as Grasp is just, I think, one of the most broken runes in the game still. It's like one of the most settled runes. You know, you know when Lethal Tempo before, everyone was like, yeah, this is a really good rune. And then everyone's like, wait, hang on a second. So many things change, but this stays the same. This becomes mega broken.
I mean, it's just the fact that you get the healing off it, the extra health. Like, it makes laning phase significantly easier. And as the game goes on, a lot of the other options just become less relevant.
Yeah.
So, might as well just play for the laning phases. Hilly already taking a love tap from Targamas, but I do think for the Rel has kind of been Hilly's best champion, I want to say, so far. As he, like, he's had some good 2v2 moments. You can see already takes
nice
a lot of trades back, but even in team fights, it's been pretty good. So I think it's on Kalista and Targamas to try and keep him in check. It was basically with this duo lane, they ended up beating Kalista and Targamas the last time these two teams faced off. So do need to be a little careful, but the level 2 now hit makes things easier.
Again, as you said, it's really fun that we are talking about the bot side. I mean, again, like, let's just start with these two legends. One's got a great haircut. The other one has got a great entry into the league. And yeah, I mean, there is big talk about Kazi at the moment because he's doing a lot in his laning phase and he can be quite explosive. But like, Kalista has become this great team fighter and really showcased later on. So there's a bit of a dichotomy, I guess, is what I'm saying.
But I think it's Karzi has already kind of established themselves as one of the great AD carries that we have in the league.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, on Vitality, at times he hasn't always had his chance to showcase that with just the way the team has finished in different positions. But still, when it comes to standout moments, he can definitely dish them out when he needs to. But I think for Kalista, it was kind of like, yeah, you've done it at an ERL level, but you're now coming in to play with the big boys. But he's looked fantastic. He's been clean mechanically. His position in team fights has been good. And has been a lot of the reasons KC have looked quite good. But also then, on the flip side of that, is now starting to take a lot more attention from teams as well.
Yeah.
So I think that's where he's now starting to learn what happens when you poke your head out a little bit too far and the hammer comes down.
As we said, last year was not a great year for KC. It only got into summer and then summer playoffs. But outside of that, KC's performance, a lot was desired here. And as we said, Kalista was a big part of that reason for them making it here. But it is only the first round. And now I've got to shut up and put my money where my mouth is, Dagda. But the weird thing is my money's here, so, you know, I got to put my mouth here. But Linces, he's putting his money in the right place in the bot lane gank where Kalista and Targamas are looking for their last minion, but he puts up the emote. Kalista, will he have to flash away is the next question. Hilly then turns to Targamas, gets behind him, flash away with a step Hilly stepped too far up, and Kalista styles him for first blood.
Linces didn't have the red buff, so there was no slow onto Kalista and Targamas and no damage. And now in the mid lane,
Yike, Vault Breaker, not going to be flashed for. Yike backs off.
Huge outplay by the KC bot lane. The fact as well they'd already kind of collapsed the majority of that wave means that they're in a really good spot to reset. Boots picked up for Kalista, just nicely done. And KC now getting kind of revenge for the last time these two teams faced off.
was going to say, and it must feel good for Callista. And a really nice outplay. The punishment there leads to early Berserker Greaves. And even Callista main knows that this is one of the nicest feelings to get the boots early for the Martial Poise. I know it was changed to be a little bit slower in the early game, but I do also know that it's just one of the biggest, I guess, next levels, Dag. You know what I'm trying to say. The words are not working today, but you know where I'm going.
I do. But I think it was well played by Callista. One, the fact that he uses the heal, not only for obviously a heal, but the movement speed to get him out in a position where Wukong can't really do anything. Without that red buff, there's no real slow that they can do to enable Hylissang to close the distance. So eventually Hilly just goes for the flash engage, hoping that'll make something happen. But you've got the stand aside, or you've got the jump, you've got the shield there, you're going to be totally fine. So bit of an overextension. And now KC, with a bit of a gold lead, can continue to put pressure on this bottom side, set up for dragons, even look for a rotation if they really want to for the Void Grubs, although that is a bit more of a Vitality specialty.
Well, those grubs spawning in 30 seconds. Six is going to be hit here from top and mid. But as we were talking about before, I mean, it's about what Six is going to be like for Linces and Yike as well. Now, that's a lie. They're almost there. I was getting a little bit confused. Level 6 now hit for those solo lanes. And Dagda, I'm just wondering how bot comes into it as well, because Callista and Targamas have constant push in this lane after that 3v3, 3v2.
Yeah,
KC doing pretty well.
The problem is, so Linces is trying to get down to the bot lane, but he's already got Vi in the way.
Hilly steps up when Concussive blows are on, but they're going to all in instead. But Callista just rends him a second time. With Winter's bite, Cuz in trouble, but he flashes outside the Vault Breaker. It looks flashy, but he won't get anything done. Linces sneaks in, but he's got his boys behind him, so Callista will be safe and sound, snug as a bug, as Linces goes down without a simple tug. 4 kills here for KC. And Vitality are bleeding heavily down here.
That is heartbreaking for Linces. So essentially the read from Linces was, Yike is going to go topside, he's going to look for the Void Grubs. I am very close to level 6, I'm going to poke my head in Raptors, no Wukong, okay, not going to be able to steal them to try and hit the level 6, so I'm going to immediately try and go bot, but Yike hadn't actually gone for the top side, whereas camps were spawning, so Linces ends up running into him. Hilly and Karzi are trying to take this fight as the Wukong comes down in the hopes that they'll be fine. Misjudge the damage, but now with Yike here, there's just nothing they can do, and Linces hoping that maybe he can get Callista, but Callista does a good job, walks up into safety away from where the monkey was, and then not only do you get all those kills on the bottom side, you're getting the Void Grubs as well.
And 2 kills for the Callista, 2 kills for Yike. A massive goal lead in the early game for KC, a 2K one at that. 3 grubs, as you mentioned. Dragon's not the trade yet, although Linces is moving down, but Yike didn't even burn ulti. He has that available if they choose to contest here, depending how long this takes.
No, I think they just kind of give this up. Said look for kind of reset, get yourselves into a position where you can look for maybe dives or other shenanigans essentially on the map after this one, because you can see there, they know it's going down. But in this position, Linces needs to go back into his bot side jungle, clear that out, reset himself, go back up towards his top side. So Yike has effectively desynchronized himself with Linces. So now you're in a position to look for these dives away from the enemy jungle.
Not again. Fate's Call going to be used. Hilly's going to be knocked up, and again, concussive blows keeps him in place, and this rend is going to hurt like hell in a handbasket. Hilly flashes away before it can be activated. Linces now here with the Cyclone, but KC's 2v2 is drawing in attention that not even a 3 versus 2 can solve.
Yeah, now Karzi's going to be left by his lonesome. Linces needs to stay down here so then they can prevent any sort of foul play happening, but it's been a bit of a disaster on this bottom side, and it's kind of been Hilly misjudging how tanky he is in a lot of these situations.
Really struggling, and some of the issues we saw at the earlier part of the split was, you know, Hilly misjudging what he could do on something like the Leona, right? Here in this game, it feels like a rinse and repeat as kind of Nak-Nako just kind of happens. You know, that's what Cassante versus Mbessa is. It just happens.
But this is the way the matchup in the bot lane is kind of designed, right? Every time Rao goes in, you just throw up the Unbreakable and make it impossible for her to play out the game.
True.
And yes, you've got the Ignite, but you're never going to be hit onto Callista, and Callista is just stacking into you the entire time, regardless of the shield you have or not. So it just makes it much easier for the KC bot lane to play it out. And I think it's just been misjudged on timings as to when Linces is going to be there. Now, spotted mid, they know that there's nobody on this bottom side, so I think a hard push for some of these turret plates is going to be the name of the game for KC.
First item already picked up though from Yike. So any fight that ensues I mean, that is a Vi with not Atma's Impaler. Why does it happen? Sundered Sky.
It doesn't exist.
I know, but
for like 10 years.
I look at that and I say, that's Atma's Impaler. Don't you think?
That was like season 4, man.
Yeah, but don't you look at that and go, that's Atma's Impaler?
No, I go Sundered Sky.
I don't think that at all. I don't know why. I just, every time, new day, new patch, doesn't matter. Sundered Sky? No.
I can genuinely tell you, I have not thought about Atma's Impaler until you brought it up yesterday.
Dude, I still look at starting items and I think, why do people not have Sword of the Occult? Like, I know we had this conversation the other day, is Nako, he's all right. Again, this is what happens in top. The difference is that Kana's just doing extra well, as I think a lot of Ambessa mains have told me that this is just a fine matchup for them. They can kite back always, and K'Sante rarely ever gets to walk up in range.
Yeah, it's only if you kind of mess up and maybe the
Like
flick.
that?
Oh, I was going to say, if you get the flick back, knock back under the tower, and then you can ult as well, you're in a little bit of trouble. But Nako, good attempt, but not quite able to do so. But the problem is, it's like, you're losing top. Mid is completely fine. This Azir is just going to scale, and you're hard losing bot. So there's very little moments on the map for Vitality to really hit back. Potential for 6 Void Grubs in KC soon, so I think maybe Linces can make something happen there as Yike is occupied, but you've got to make something happen here.
I mean, when you have Azir and Kalista in your comp as well, 6 Grubs, it just feels like it adds so much firing power to these mid, to these side lane turrets as well. Already doing damage here thanks to Kana, walking up, 125 gold for his own. And the only lane right now not suffering from success, as I'd like to call it, is Chayak, who is holding pace with the Azir, but everyone else is running the map. That's their emote, isn't it? The surrender one.
I believe so, yes.
Yes. I believe it is as well. Kalista is spamming a new emote. It must be in the slot that it was before, because the weird tongue, you know, the tongue, the smolder
The dragon,
thing,
yeah.
The colon P is gone. And now it's just the GG Go next one. Wow, someone in production was listening, and they said, you know what, let's throw up things about emotes.
Yeah, which is crazy, because most of the time I just tune you out.
So what are they doing? Well, maybe they listen more than you.
Sorry, were you saying something?
Okay, to be fair, I can't remember. If you asked me to quote myself, I can't remember what I said. Yo, Chayak got a plate. How quaint.
Yeah, but I don't think it matters in the grand scheme, because Targamas was there to cover bot. Now, this play mid could actually be a little dangerous if Kalista doesn't back off. Karzi trying to see if he can push him backwards.
Well, Hilly, it would require a flash that he does not have anymore, as Chayak is going to get bopped back a little bit here, and Chayak, speaking of flashes, already burnt, he's dead. One more, Witness Bite, the sidestepping the fear, and he's alive. Meanwhile, the all-out in top spells trouble here for Kana, as he has to just roll on out. He lacerates a couple of times. Nako needs a flip back. There's the public execution, a bit of a turn. Whoopsie daisy as Kana flashes, but it's dead anyway. Whoever lands it deals it, and Nako with a solo kill is big for Vitality.
Kana tried to use the public executions Unstoppable to deny the flick back from Nako, but it didn't buy him enough time to escape, and Nako finally finds the solo kill up in the top side.
It shortens the goal by a little bit. KC, however, already had the 6 grubs, and while that is a great solo kill, Dagda, outside of a bit of plating, Dragon sacking now also going to be stopped for Vitality, and Bot's in real danger here of enabling a dive. There's a Glacial Fissure down. A good fear from Chayak, as ulti for Targamas doesn't really do too much. But do KC continue as they think about it a little bit more? The shifting sands in. Yike is now in as well. Cease and desist on top of this way as Chayak is running for his life, just trying to get a bit of movement speed. He gets shielding, but again, it's not enough. Vladdy also cleans up the after effect, which is Hillisang. So again, KC keep rolling ahead.
Nice play by KC, because the entire top side of KC's jungle was being stolen by Linces. So Yike getting that play on bot is actually pretty huge for them to try and even out the trade. And now, I mean, even turret plates going down, it feels like Vitality, every time they kind of get one thing going their way, something else just falls apart.
And Dacta, look at this now. 2 things are falling apart because no one's here for the turret. They're overwhelmed. Nako's going to slowly receive the wave, but look at top. This Ambessa does not have a lane partner right now, so KC are also going to get first turret blood. They just got the stinky feet before. 4.5k gold. Is Kana going to get turret top as well? Vitality are dizzy.
I mean, Chayak Yeah, he's not going to be there in time. It's gone.
They're dizzy.
KC look insane in this early game. Like, Yike has consistently been beating Linces to the punch. Kalist and Targamas are out playing bot side, and look, Kana had a bit of a whoopsie, but in the grand scheme of things, he's been good. And even Targamas helping out Vladdy to get some kills on that bot side as well. Vitality just aren't able to keep pace.
You know, I've been watching a bit of Vals, and sometimes he ints, but the other side of the map looks really, really good, right? And so you think about, like, what does tempo give you? What is, like, when there's a solo kill against you, what does it really mean? You know, that 175 equals 300, which is not really relevant anymore, but because gold plating on turrets is like 125, so even less of a point. Bit of a yapper today, Dagda. No, don't say every day. Let me beat you to that punch. Not every day.
Look, do you know, I only realized we've been casting together for 5 years.
Oh my God.
So I'm glad you knew what I was about to say.
And remember, you and I started doing 5 days a week, no, 7 days a week, with the 4 of us in LPL. Now that was a bit cooked. But we're still here. We made it. Who would have imagined from Shanghai to Berlin?
It's a very weird journey.
Yes. Well, like around half the world in 5 years.
Oh, it's a weird journey here.
Storm, it is indeed. Kalista's caught out. The flash engage is great from Vitality. They might even find another with Yike having to flash Vault Breaker. They need to force a play. And for Vitality, that was exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, Kalist takes a step too far up. There's no vision there to spot them out. So well played by Vitality to find that pick. It will alleviate some of the pressure in side lanes as Vladdy is being pulled in towards this mid lane. And will buy them a bit of time to try and get some much needed gold in their favor.
Well, that gold going on to Kazi is important here, I will say, as we look at a quick replay as to how this match of the week shifted gears a little bit.
Yeah, this is just way too aggressive from KC. It's a great engage from Hilly, but there is zero vision there. And again, I think they're waiting for Targamas to come down, thinking, hey, he spotted no one, so there's nobody in this topside jungle. But Vitality just getting there that little bit quicker and helping out. And I mean, look, last time these two teams faced out, it was Vitality who ended up going 6-0 and lost the game.
Yep.
KC, you still have to be careful. You still, like, this game is, like, very much in their favor, but you still got to be... Oh, hang on.
Wow.
Kalist, fancy feet.
I mean, more than that, absolute gallstones there from Kalista walk in front of a Rel.
I don't think those are what you think they are.
Well, I've been playing Harry Potter. I know what gobstones are. They're little rock monster things. Nothing like that, Dagda. All right, thank you for schooling me. As Targamas gets on out as well, Vitality almost find him. We call that a slip of the tongue in the old casting business. That was Dagda who said all that, by the way, not it. That was Dagda.
I mean, it's impossible to tell our accents apart, so it's fine.
Sorry, in your email, write Dagda Dagdason. It's Derek, is that other guy.
I can't believe you'd use my legal name like that.
Shout out to Kyle Carlson. I love that guy. Carlson is a bit of a goat. However, in this game, goats are off the menu, right? We're talking about ducks right now because Vitality have to dip into Fog of War and can't come out until they're a family again. And what I mean by that, Dagda...
I thought you were just going to say duck to punch the KC are throwing. And you would never, well, but I'm ready to hear about the duck family.
No, they need to travel together. When in river, when on land. Right now, Vitality need that perfect setup that we talked about. You know, Wukong Cyclone, how many times have you seen that as a setup for a team fight? How many team fights have we had from Vitality here with this all-in engage that we talked a lot about in draft? These ducks need to squaddle together, and find their mark.
Well, let's see if their quack is as big as their bite, because KC now is taking up river here.
Ducks don't have
Dragon's about to come through.
I don't think. About to find out the poker's there. Targamas takes a little speaky speak from the dragon. That's how he shares his words and wisdom. Targamas off the back end is looking at Kana here, Dagda.
Yeah, see, nobody really wants to try and come through this choke point, because you can see, like, Vladdy's very capable of just setting up his soldiers in this area, but if you actually walk in as well, Hilisan can get that great ultimate, so you got to be very, very careful, which is why you're seeing KC just try and poke in that area, even using that flank opportunity to set up for the Ambessa to come through onto this top side. So you have Vitality, like, they need to get vision down, but KC just aren't letting them, and now they've got to back away. Great use of the terrain there by KC to deny Vitality access.
And now after taking the dragon as well, they can walk on up and start threatening this mid lane play, because Vitality have moved right into the center of it, and
enabling a flushes here wall from Vladdy. Chayak in a lot of trouble, and yes, he spirals, he despairs as Linces cyclones in, but Vitality are down a member. It's now about the disengages. Chayak also dies. I pause, I hold my breath because I'm looking at Kalista bring back the play. It's render clock for at least one as Nucko's next up. He flushes away, but will not be speared to death. 3 versus 3 left alive.
The problem for KC was just the Terror still stands. They will be able to take it now, but Naka wants to stick around. Lince is coming in.
Fate's Call under turret as well. The turret is low, but they're not targeting it yet. Kana needs to step on up and use the power of the grubs. Yes, they do. Now the target truly there is the top laner. Kana taking enough for Winter's Bite, sets up concussive blows, but no, a clone to bait out as Linces crawls away. Vitality defend what they can, but in the end, KC still get more gold off the play.
I mean, it's a nice engage here from Targamas, knowing that Vladdy has the follow-up. Kana will be there soon with the public execution, so gets a knock-up onto both of the carries of Vitality. Vladdy with the flash forward just catches Chaya because Karzi makes it over, but it's this re-engage that is great from Linces. Immediate flash onto Vladdy, who'd been hit by the Hwei ultimate, so he's slowed. Karzi's in a decent position to get the auto attacks off, and Nako is so tanky at the moment that it's very difficult for KC to get through him quickly. Now, this would be where they're able to chase him down, but Terror still stands, which lets Vitality at least hold on for a bit moment, but the Terrors does fall in the end. So in a 2-for-2 trade, Terror to KC, it's still KC favored.
It is still KC favored. I guess Vitality, though, the positives are that fight looked a lot better than you'd expect, being 4,000 gold behind. And we finally got to see the setup from Linces. We finally got to see Hilly playing with his engage with members behind him, despite Chayak getting caught out right in the middle.
But it's also just the value of the items that are on this Cassante, right? Like, he's 2-0. You've got both of the Iceborne Gauntlet and the Thornmail there. If Vladdy falls, nobody's getting through this.
Yep.
Like, this is a very tanky Cassante. So, at the moment, Vitality can try and play around that, which means especially if you're Linces or I say you're Hylissang, your target is to kill Vladdy. Allow Chayak to get that QW, the Searing Bolt, I think it's called, damage, to make sure that you can actually finish him off and just only let AD damage survive.
I don't know what a Searing Bolt is. Is that what?
Severing Bolt. Severing Bolt. Isn't it
Like
QW?
QW? Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Searing as well. Sounds like Red Hot Sun. As spears are in the Atacant, it starts off. Hilly has now spotted this out. Vitality, their angle comes with Linces, but no flash available. Teleport in as well as we're right off the hot topic, right into the frying pan. Teleport from KC as well. Vladdy's already taken a bit of damage, but the stolen!
Linces just yoinked it! Great as Zero ulti though disengages because KC knows this fight is getting rough, but Atacant for the debuff is a withdrawal. Okay, 4 members of Vitality have themselves a whirling GA that they're gonna push in, and under this turret, care less and less about. KC running for their lives, but Linces just proved his worth in a single play.
Linces has had a great game. Like, look, the bot side plays didn't quite go in his favor, but since then, like, the good engage on that mid lane on towards Vladdy. Now with the steal, he is desperately trying to hold on to this game for Vitality, and he may just do that because a minute 40 until that next dragon, you now still have that Atacant buff until that next fight. It could be huge, but just see it here. So you're trying to time it, Kalist, with both the Rend and the Smite.
How do you get this with Rendered Smite?
They just mistimed it.
Yeah.
The Smite, I think, was a little early from Yike. Wasn't timed with Kalist, and just like that, it's gone down. And it's funny because usually Yike is on, like, the one that
He's the Smite
He's
dude.
the Smite guy.
He's that guy.
But he ain't that guy this game. Lince is taking that one away from him. Trying to see now if he can hold on to this dragon. Again, you still have the Atacant buffs on a lot of members of Vitality. So KC, they kind of need to win this fight convincingly if they hope to get this objective.
Because we're starting to see, you know, again, those cracks in the armor. I know you've been alluding to it. You've been talking about, like, Linces having a good game, but as you said, Nucko before, also with the solo kill that's come in, this guy, this chair-leaning demon in the top lane. Really disappointed. Look at his chair today. What would you say? About 40 degrees, maybe? It's not enough, is it?
No.
Those are rookie numbers there.
I mean, that's a sit-up on focus kind of gamer scene right now, you know?
I think it's the opposite. The more he leans back, the better he plays. So he's saving, like, for playoffs, you might notice his chair gets further and further back until they might make to finals, let's say, and he's all the way down.
It's still a long road for them to try and get there. It starts to try to take down KC, move themselves forward, but KC are not going to go out easily. Again, like, you're starting to see 2 items completed now for the Kalista. She's kind of hit her spike. You got the Seeker's Arm Guard for Vladdy. 5 seconds until this dragon.
Yeah.
That Seeker's Arm Guard could be the engage with that flash about to tick over for Vladdy that KC are looking for.
That's that extra 1,200 gold just about lead that has enabled Vladdy to do exactly that. So remember, KC is still in the driver's seat here in this game, but we've set it up so that Vitality, you know what to expect. Onto Linces, kind of finds him, gets some good damage down. He has a red buff though, so healing's going to come through, but Yike sets up the play onto Chayek. He has cease and desists, but into the back, he has to take an Omega Blast Cone. Vitality have taken some damage in the process here, and now Yike has no ulti. That's the trade-off.
But Vitality kind of just get to play this slow now. You've got Targamas kind of panic ulting there to keep Yike safe. So that's 2 of your engage tools down. It has to be Vladdy and Kana now who set this fight up. Again, this choke point is vital for both sides.
How do you punish a flash? You ignore it and you go for a Cyclone instead, but onto the clone. The public execution needs to go private as Hilly is tanking up and dead to a rend. Meanwhile, this is here is firing onto the Cassante. As we said, the one person that's going to blow him through with damage is Vladdy. The kill goes over to Kalis, and KC still remain in firm control.
3 members of Vitality stay standing. The poke is still relatively good. Chayek lending himself to that. KC going to fall back over towards the Dragon. I think Vitality just need to back away.
It's going to be Soul Point. And just about a 5k gold lead yet again we've returned. Baron is on the menu, but it's only a la carte. It's not in the degustation. So unfortunately, Vitality are going to have to buy their spot.
Yeah, but again, you can see the value of just this choke point, right? Kana kind of sets up here as Linces goes to the engage, and it looks good because he sees Vladdy for just a moment, but Vladdy gets the fall back. You get the Glacial Fissure that's just sitting there in the middle of everyone that just can't really do very much. And KC constantly get to poke back in behind this wall, take the vision out away from Vitality. And KC can slowly but surely take people down. Again, like Kana, Targamas just playing in that front line, denying any sort of follow-up towards that Linces engage.
Does just kind of show you how KC got in this position in the first place. Some really standout individual members. And even though for Vitality, there was that miracle steal, as I said just before the replay, we're back to where we started. Salt Point is now there in 4 minutes. That Dragon's going to be a crucial turning point, or at least a crucial fighting point, it feels like. But Baron sits there, stares us in the face while top has push, mid evens out, and KC get their vision control that they've wanted.
Yeah, you can see though, Naknako's a little nervous about sticking around in this bottom side because Vladdy had started to roam up towards that Baron area, and that's kind of the biggest issue for them now is the push that you're consistently going to get on that top side and mid makes it very difficult to hold on to vision around this objective, and you can see Hilly and Linces trying desperately to get anything into that pit.
Well, Hilly's going to be able to move in with Linces at least together. The fear goes away a little bit. Naknako steps on up and clearing some wards now as KC just wait for the wave and hold for the push and throw. Vladdy's in a side wave right now as well, getting that inner turret pressure. So for Vitality, the call is either start, send someone back, or just get that vision tug and move back yourself.
But that's the thing, right? As you start to send yourself back, Vladdy can just drift across, meet up, and go straight towards that Baron, which is going to force the TP from Naknako, who's just reset. So at this stage, I mean, actually he gets the tower, but all that KC are trying to do is get these Summoner Spell resources out from Vitality. But I mean, they'll take a tower as no one really responds in time.
I mean, this is like the early game, right? For Vitality, they got pushed and pulled across the map, and there was no response. There was no trade play because they're so busy in the last play trying to catch up to this play. That's not that play.
Yeah, but I think that is the problem with the play from Vitality is that they are very good when it comes to team fights. Like, they can hands diff a lot of people. Naknako and Chayek have actually been pretty good in that regard. Karzi has been insane.
Exceptional,
and Linces, we've seen this game, has been great when it comes to some of those engages. Same with Hilly when he has his moments, but it definitely has felt like when it comes towards understanding how to assign lanes to people, who should be catching bot wave, who should be doing the kind of tower protection or tower taking, that's kind of where Vitality have fallen short, and KC have done a good job of trying to now play around that by using this pressure from Vladdy on the bottom side, and now you can see him, he's just going to push that in, he starts to drift across, and he's going to be able to meet up with the team. So KC kind of keeping everyone in check. But it is a little disjointed. Like, at the same time, this is where they're not really being able to get that deep vision established fully as Kana.
Playing with fire a little bit with Linces as well. He can withstand that thanks to the fact that he has Black Cleaver Trinity Force. And his main point is he can also rip through Kana too. Yeah,
because essentially the way I see this trying to be played out is you push in bot wave, you can kind of push in top to a certain extent, but all you really want to do is just collapse on to get this mid lane turret, and then you can suddenly like litter all the vision that you want to in this top side jungle, so there's no way that you can really move in there. And that's
say hi. Sorry.
And that's kind of where you're in the that's where it becomes very difficult for Vitality to face check. We already kind of talked about choke points, like against the Glacial ultimate from Targamas, Vladdy having that ultimate as well, even Koenig with the public execution. Like, that's really where you're going to struggle as Vitality, but KC haven't really been able to sync up the waves, and it means that Vitality are doing a good job of just catching them and keeping them bouncing out against their opponents.
Now, while there is some lull time, while we are chilling, while we've got this minute until the Dragon, just remember, we sell emotes. Guess what? No, we don't. Now we sell emotes. Yeah. Would you like that? No, of course you wouldn't. Guess what? We can save you. Go ahead and do that. And you can earn the Belveth emote. I forgot what it's called. Medic knows the name. But it's probably like the sorry. There's some, it's an apology emote for sure. Well, I heard it in my ear, but I didn't hear it at the same time. Never mind. Dragon in 40 seconds. Would you like to know what happens then? Then it's Soul for KC. But it would be Chemtech Soul. It means that the fighting ability gets that extra 13% of damage reduction as well. And then below 50 is Targamas side sets onto Hilly. He might have to crash down, but Targamas still walking in. Glacial Fish is fantastic. Lines up the back. The public execution does the same. And into it, Vitality go. Or rather, KC. They ran too deep, but no! Vladdy sucks the blood dry as KC have had enough of waiting around. That shuffle was legendary.
It's not a plane, it's a bloody bird that's flying into the back line. Vladdy, Superman, the hero that KC needed, will close out game number 1 with a beautiful ultimate.
He was sick and tired of this going on. And KC, this is going to be a game to remember as well. Things seem slow until they weren't, as game 1 goes over to Coming Core after Vitality tried so hard to keep it going for as long as they could.
That was sick from Vladdy. It looked like the team fight was lost. You'd blinking health bars across the board. It looked like they'd gone too deep trying to kill Karzi, but out of nowhere, Vladdy makes it happen. Those Azir ultimates were so crucial this game.
I mean, he's playing a lot of control mages for a reason as we throw to a quick break and hopefully get to see Vitality buzz in for game 2.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire.
Kalist, will he have to flash away is the next question. Hilly then turns to Targos, gets behind him, flash away with a step behind him. Hilly step too far up, and Kalist styles him for first blood. Will be safe and sound, snug as a bug, as Lenses goes down without a simple tug. 4 kills here for KC.
Outside. How look, okay? Just don't die you. I feel for you, really. Heal really if you can. Let's me. Good job, really good.
Welcome back to the desk, and while there's so much to discuss about this series, and I'm thrilled to talk about it, I'm really confused as to who gave Jake, aka Hysterix, an axe and why he held it through the entirety of that cast. That was really weird, and I'm having trouble letting that go, but let's talk more importantly about the game. What stood out to you guys the most? I know the answer, but I'll give you the chance to say it first.
I mean, for me, it showed that Kalista can play Kalista. So I'm very happy about that.
You just said Kalista twice.
Yeah, you messed it up, dude. You bombed it.
Can play Kalista.
There you go.
Huh?
Kalista. Kalist.
Okay, Tisha's gonna have a role with it. It's fine.
I'm glad we learned that Kalista can play Kalista. Thank you for that one. And I mean, the replays say it better than I think we ever could. So let's take a look back at this. This was yet another game where Kalista, a permaban champion in many parts of the world, has ended up picked early in draft, essentially for free.
Yeah, I mean, the story of this game was quite different from the MKOI series for me, because it wasn't really Vitality bot lane getting 2v2 killed. It was more the failed gank, and then Hilly wants to go for this play here, and they don't quite have the damage. Part of that being because of that failed gank, giving Kalista the first blood. So now it's just full disaster when Corki also can't kill her, and then Lindsys tries to salvage the play, and now he's caught. And
what I would like also to point out is Kalista did get super ahead, you know, and in contrast to the Koi game that we just saw earlier, where she completely took over the game, I wouldn't really say that she became a little bit of a non-factor, but she became a big threat for Vitality to keep an eye out. And just the fact that he was fed for throughout the whole game and puts a target on his back, even though he didn't accelerate and snowball his lead, it bought a lot of time for the rest of the members on K-Corp to shine and scale into the mid game. Azir became a huge menace, and it's all of that thanks to the huge pressure they managed to draw from bot lane, getting killed into V3 and just keeping their lead together for such a long time.
When we look at kind of Kalista on Kalista, or Kalistas in general, as we go forward,
it reminds me a bit of the G2 game yesterday, that they have this like really early game focused. In this time it was bot side, and it just allows the Azir to scale up, and then once an Azir gets his items, he just takes over the game.
I think Azir is like, Vladdy is the man of the hour, right?
Yeah.
I think we were ready to talk about Kalista, etc., and he had a good early game, but Vladdy is the guy who I think this entire game was really just trying to make these plays happen and was pretty damn successful.
And I love Vladdy. For me, he was a rookie coming in. Later on in the split, now he just became a lot of a bigger menace. And I think he's just scaling to do a lot of crazy things. Oh my God, Azir is doing crazy things. But I think he's one of the big successful rookies on K-Corp. He became a huge threat for them. And I feel like right now, every single game, even now, if you can pause the clip right here, what happened is that the Vi and the Bessa, they went in together. They used their ults. And right now, if we can play the clip a little bit, now, let's pause again. The disengage is successful. K-Corp went out. Vitality really feels like now they're in a...
Yeah, it looks like Vitality is winning.
In a state of security, because it feels like there's no more threat. And right now, as a team, when you play against this sort of high engaged team, you have only two things, or like one main engage to look at. And right now, Vladdy just finds this insane play, and it's all thanks to just the coordination on K-Corp. They split up their engage in 2 steps, and it just baited Vitality to come back in, because realistically, in a high-stress situation, Vi just went in, Ambessa just went in, you used all your spells to disengage, and you're like, okay, now we're safe. But all of a sudden, the Miracle Azir champion comes through and does another thing that Azir just does best.
And I think this is the thing that you really want to see in pro play from Azirs. Like, we know the Azirs who at 1 item or at level 6 are making crazy Azir plays. And we know the Azirs at 3 items who are trying to make crazy Azir play in inting. Like, the discipline to know when you need to backline DPS and when you need to go in and make the big 4-man shuffle happen. Like, that's something only great Azir players are going to do. And it's good to see that Vladdy has that discipline, because so many players would have just immediately followed up when the team went in, and they all just would have died to that, that
and I think for me, like, this is super exciting as a K-Corp fan, that you have this rookie ADC that looks insane, and you have kind of a rookie mid. He doesn't technically count as a rookie, but, He's fresh enough that he's pretty much a rookie. And both of them are just showing up in their games, and they're playing so aggressive in the way they're doing it. And they're the ones that are demanding resources and pressure. It's so nice to watch.
It's a 2-for-1 special, because people were really ready for Kalist, right?
Yeah.
People have been singing, like, Kalist came, you know, bam, goes to preschool, people are like, this guy's the GOAT. This guy's been getting it his whole life. Vladdy is the unknown, who I think has really surprised us. But, look, we've hyped up K-Corp a lot. There were some okay moments for Vitality in that game, to be certain.
Yeah.
But when we look ahead towards Game 2, what does this team need to change to find more success?
Yeah, I mean, Alvaro said it pretty well. Hilly is insane when he's ahead, but really bad when he's behind. And I think he really wants to just keep fighting no matter what. And I think in this game you could see it, that he just kept wanting to go in. So if I'm a Vitality fan, what I'd want to see is just like a more stable early game. I really liked Naknako in this game. He solo killed Kana on a matchup that is typically K'Sante losing, right?
It is not that easy, because technically you're playing on the more reactive side, but right now, the funny happened where he just take him on a little trip, you know?
Classic,
but he does a lot of crazy things. Right now he even buffers the ult. This was sick, because right now he's just CC chain. I feel like he played it beautifully. It's really hard, especially at this point when the eclipse comes through from the Ambessa for you to do much in the game. I mean, Kana is just laughing it off, because it's like, okay, my champion is still OP, I'm still going to be doing great. But it is signs of life, because Naknako, even when we look at him in ERL, he was doing a lot of crazy stuff on Vitality B, funny champion pool, which in Fearless always helps. So I would look at that as a shining light for Vitality, and at the same time I would like to kind of come back and double down on what you said. I think even though Healy didn't really have a great game in the early game, it did keep them together with the fact that they still found the resilience to pull the trigger with the Wukong, with the Rel. Karzi, obviously, huge power point for Vitality. Even though he fell behind early, I still feel like he was relevant for the whole game, even though they fell behind quite hard.
Yeah.
So for me, going into next game, I'm still hopeful for Vitality. I just feel like it's one of those games where you just kind of got outplayed.
Yeah, I think Hilly, just keep bringing that clutch factor, and if Vitality doesn't fall behind early game, I think they can have a much better showing.
All right, looking out for any specific picks you're looking at. Vitality now on blue side. Final words before we toss it over to the casters. Clear expectation. What do we want from Vitality? Just stability? Just chill out? Is it that simple?
I think try to draft a stronger early bot lane. I'm not a big fan of the Corki, to be honest. I'm kind of happy that it's gone. I think maybe something like the Varus, something that can bully early game.
How about for bullying early game? I think Draven.
Yeah.
It would win me bingo. So I
like
think
the
if they
bingo
pick
card.
Draven,
I would take Seraphine or Blitzcrank. Like, no bias, but if we could get a Seraphine or a Blitzcrank, I think it would really complement the draft.
Or
you know
Twitch.
What I'm saying? Mac, you out there? Let's.
Little rat on my screen, maybe?
You're so close. So, okay. All right, bingo predictions aside, we're ready now to head over to a break. When we return, the casters will take us into Game 2, and we'll see if Vitality can bite back or if it'll be a clean sweep for the blue wall.
Here at the LEC, we're one big happy family as we welcome you back to Game 2 between KC and Vitality. Shout out to Jack Spectra. His brother was on the cast yesterday, you know, Jake Spectra.
Yeah.
And now his dad, he's allowed to host the desk for 2 days in a row. It's really nice to see again. There's really good family bonding. I mean, Dragos doesn't look Norwegian, but I can kind of see the resemblance. Yeah.
I mean, so he's Slim Shady.
Yep.
He's Dracos. He's now Jack Spectra's dad. Is there anything this man can't do?
That's Drake Spectra. Like, what else to say? Odo, just part of the family, I guess. I don't know. Weird cousin.
The distant cousin. Yeah. Why did you make him weird? I went distant. You said weird.
I don't know. Odo is just such like a poop talker sometimes, and I just love, you know, how he comes across. He's weird. Odo, don't worry. Weird is good. I'm weird. So, bro, maybe I'm a bit weirder than you. But as we go into draft for Game 2, Odo Wamne has nothing to do with this. Why? Well, because top laners are not in discussion yet. It's 80 carries. Because 80 carries feel like their picks are always so important, especially with Mel taken off the board first by KC, which has been played bot by a lot of 80 carries these days, and I wouldn't be surprised if Kazi is smashing it out in solo queue.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly what they want to try and go for here, because again, like you're still looking at probably Skarner going to be banned away, these kind of things will be taken off the board, but less worrisome picks, I'll say, like less of that highly aggressive like Ambessa Vi combos, the Braum Kalista combo as well from KC. So I think for Vitality, this is a game where you can have a bit more time to kind of scale into a later portion of the game if you want to.
Yep.
But it's never exactly been a slow game whenever Vitality are in it, so
True.
I don't know if we're going to get that.
Well, Dagda, I will say, if we're looking at pace and lanes, I think for Kazi, a real big pick to take away from the likes of Kalista as well might be something like this Varus too. Just a side note that Varus globally is usually in the first or second games at the very least of Fearless. Ezreal taken away, which is another big 80 carry.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that banned away in the last game as well, but it's kind of okay. I'm not fully convinced on it being that high priority, especially as you say with like things like the Varus still up and available. Even if we want to go with the desk, like the Draven is still there. You can go for Kaisa. Like there's still a lot of options that are available. Not even to mention some of the deeper picks we've seen in other regions like Jinxes and Zeris and those kind of things. So
We're not exactly wrong. First pick, Victor, I think, and everyone who I've talked to thinks that this pick is overhyped and a lot weaker than people think.
yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat because I would like.
Does Vladdy play Akali?
It's.
It is not.
So the problem is, if you go towards things like the Akali, they're much more difficult to execute compositions.
That is true.
And I think that's what Vitality are kind of looking for, because the other control mages we've seen in the meta are like the Ahri, but that's usually paired with a Vi or a Viego or a Zinze or something that is basically trying to enable from the jungle to play that pick style. But at least the Victor, at this stage, doesn't have too many terrible matchups. Like, the Azir is the only one champion that can really outrange him, unless you want to go for something a little bit more funky for Vladdy. And even here, it looks like KC opting in towards a composition that has a lot of range in it. You can go for the poke Varus. Zyra controls that space well, so I think this is where for KC, if you opt in towards things like the Jace, or well, Jace is gone, but some more of these kind of long-range poke champions are in a good spot.
And Dagda, I mean, how do you play as Victor to step up into the fight versus Zyra versus Varus?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, that's already started the problem for Vitality. How do they build this composition together? You talked a bit about the Sedge. I talked a bit about the Sedge. We all love the Sedge. So that gets locked in as a partnership. But how else do they facilitate this comp?
Sorry, in my head I was going, we all Sedge scream for Ice Queen.
Ice Queen, God, nice.
But yeah, I think Trundle, not exactly the pick, but I think taking 80 carry isn't the worst here, especially with the Varus on the opposite side. Unless they can go maybe Ashe is something that's in my head, but unless you're kind of looking to outrange the Varus, I think you're in a bit of a difficult spot.
Yeah.
Like Kaisa doesn't really want to lane into it, so you're then opting in towards tanks on the top side if you want to look for a lane swap for Vitality, which maybe they're just going to go for an Ornn or something and play this strong front to back, which honestly isn't the end of the world when you're looking at the champions that KC have so far.
Well, they're setting up with their own version as well, at least their engaged portion, so Nautilus gets locked in here. But Dagda, if we're talking about those 80 carries, let's start rattling off some of the ones that could be paired up. Of course, the Xayah
is one thing. Where else do you want to see Kazi play here towards the Varus? Like, what options do you see for that bottom lane to actually complete this draft?
So it depends on what way you want to try and round things out. I think Karzy could go for something like the Ashe. I think she is relatively strong. You've got the range, you've got that utility match in the bot lane. Jhin is also something that we've seen brought out a little bit. Karzy has played before in the past, but it does mean you need, with both the Ashe and the Jhin, a bit more damage in the top side from Nako, but which he can opt into. It's just when I'm looking at, okay, actually Misfortune I hadn't considered, but when it's if you're going to go for that damage on the top side, I think you're lacking real kind of beef to your front line, apart from Sejuani, that can just walk through a Zyra ultimate, walk through the Nautilus and that kind of stuff. So this is where I think it's a little bit more difficult. So good call on the Misfortune, because I do think that was something that could have just lent itself to following up on these tank engages like an Ornn. But now I'm curious what the rest of it's going to be. There's the Jhin.
Good call on the Jhin. As you said, the Ashe is still open, so I'll keep that in the back of my mind. Bit of a utility to add here for Vitality is Tristana's also taken away. Now, remember, they're looking for a mid lane, and with Zyra as well, having Soul AP in the jungle usually lends itself to AD solo laners. I
was going to say, Yasuo could be an option with the point-and-click Nautilus ultimate, so it's something we've seen a little bit before. But Lucian works pretty well here as well. Something that we definitely saw drop out of favor to a certain extent in the mid lane, but no, they're actually just going to go back towards the Galio. So double AP mid means that Merc Thread's very high value for anyone in that mid lane, but still, I think you're going to need supplemental damage still from Kana. So counter pick going to be nice for him, but probably looking at something like a Jax, I'd say, in this sort of scenario for Kana.
Supplementary damage. I like that, especially when Kana's got a wide champion pool. As Siva comes in with Rakan. Not often a pairing, but still, nevertheless, they're opting in for a bit more scaling here, Dagda. But my biggest question is, how are you going to get through the lanes here? We got Victor, we got Siva. Long time needed here for Vitality to build their draft.
You do have good wave clear, though, both with the Victor and the Sivir, which does help out, though. So, and I think that's kind of what you needed here in that bottom side. And they're actually going to take that Jax away, so making sure that KC can't get their hands on it. So Kana could opt in towards something like the Gragas if he wants to. Go towards that stall, but looks like it might be the Gnar. But yeah, I think the problem is if you go Gragas, your top side's very AP heavy. Really is, and then you're still, like, if you opt into more of that, still going to be a struggle with finding that damage. Sorry, I got distracted by the Warwick there, but Gnar could work. Yeah, I think this is the only AD threat in topside that you really have that you can go towards. Yeah, it's not the best of matchups, as Jax can close that distance fairly easily, and eventually we get to a point where you just outscales, like Leap Strike having a much lower cooldown than your Leap Away as Gnar. But yeah, I mean, KC, strong team fights if they can get them going. Whereas Vitality, good side lane threat and pretty strong zone control, which I think is something that KC are going to have to be very careful of if they all dive in onto this.
Well, they want to dive in for sure. There's going to be a lot of setup. Galio, Gnar, Zyra paired with that as well. Last game, the early game, was a treat to watch through the bot 2v2, Dagda. This time around, Kazi and Hilly won't have that same firepower, but Kalista and Targamas definitely will.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of my attention is going to be. This, I assume, is going to be an on-hit Varus, very little backline threat. You need that consistent damage. So if Kalista can get ahead, that could be game-changing.
Oh, Dagda, that's why I think we might ask the question, is it going to be a lane swap initiated by Vitality? With Sivir lanes, a lot of the time it is. Jackson a 1v2 or 1v3, depending on the dive, isn't the end of the world as well. So I'm going to throw that question out there for you.
Yeah, I mean, Gnar definitely going to struggle in a lane swap, but also an opportunity if you want to just, instead of going for the traditional, hey, I'm going to sit underneath the tower, drop lane, have him go for the 4-man dive on towards the Jax as well, and then set him behind in that way, just match the TP eventually. So we'll have to see what the game plan is. But Vitality, one game down, need to find that miracle play in hopes they don't drop down to that lower bracket.
Let's see. One game to go for KC to round this out, or will we get our first game 3 here in the LEC playoffs? Winter has only just begun when you think about it, and especially when Berlin tomorrow is to minus 12 degrees. Oh my God. It really is. I mean, Jack, get the family together. We're back in Norway.
I mean, I thought he already had the family.
Well, yeah, you're going to have to huddle together. You know
okay.
Like, let's bring more members of the family tomorrow. I don't know. Odo's going to go with a wig tomorrow as well, I bet you.
I like how Valentine's Day happened on Friday and you've just done an ode to Jack for the weekend.
He's very special to me.
He's only been here a few weeks, but he's already he's part of the family.
He's an AD carry, you know, weak role and all that. So we got to take care of him. I swear, like, AD carries the one role.
Last year, AD carry was weak. We played a mid. There's still a way for AD carries to complain. Now this time they're weak. It's like, bro, but we still have AD carries as like first pick. And they're still strong.
I do love how Jack is like, no, AD carry is really strong. But do you know what is even stronger? Shogun with Halo Blades and Shreddy's Reverie.
There's always something bigger.
You always have something to complain about. And that's the beauty of it.
Maybe that's how you get high elo as an AD carry. You just complain and, you know, your skill gets better. All the AD carry mains must be crying right now. Yeah, too busy being a top laner, you know. Well, Vitality did opt for the lane swap Dagda, and they're going to be in the mismatch here. So good here for the Sivir to get through the early lanes and Kazi to just get ahead of the scaling game.
Yeah, see, I wasn't sure if basically Kana would try and drop this top side, meet up in mid, half push with mid, and then start to move down to go for the 4-man dive, because you can see he's just not really able to sustain himself in this sort of position. Did opt in towards the leap early in the hopes that maybe he can survive that a little bit longer underneath the tower, but this is just not a fun time for an R, and you're never going to be able to hit your Mega Gnar before they go for the dive, so you need to be very, very careful.
Good dredge line here. Kalist waiting for the counter-strike, and autos indeed, gets a Q out, but it's all about experience, remember. So Kana and Nako just trying to get 2 before the dives, potential dives come through, as there's some good warding to spot out if Linces will go for it, or at least defend. He's clearing up towards top, and you can see Yike is clearing down towards bottom, so slow pushes for the dives here are building up.
Vitality did end up crashing the second wave though, which at least gave Kana level 2, which is pretty huge.
It did, true.
So Nako also with no jungler means that he's hit level 2, so this does make it very difficult to actually dive on both sides of the equation, especially if Kana off of these next few minions can start to get his Narbar up. So I don't think we'll actually see dives. Like Kana level 3 now, Nako gonna hit the same very soon. It looks like more of a plate advantage is the game for Kalist on that bottom side.
Plate advantage, more denial. As you said, Kana, I mean, at least at 8 CS here, and as you said, he's able to get his early levels, so his health bar right now feeling good. Nako not opting in for it back. Instead, opting in to stay as the potential dive is now revisiting.
Kana is so close though, if he can get a couple of autos on the minions, maybe he can try and hit that Mega Gnar, but it's too far away.
You're right, we'll wait and see. Waiting for the flash. Mega Gnar bar is building up, he's getting some autos down, he flashes, he hops, but under turret, Hilly is gonna draw! Kana outplays it, and he's about to go Mega. There is nothing Vitality can do here. Even if he's zoned off, he might be able to jump back in as Nako meanwhile backs away, but a dredge line reaches from outer space. A good dodge away from the piercing arrow, but KC have zoned while Kana still thinks about going back in.
Kana's just trying to use that boomerang to get the Mega Gnar. Has the hop now available. We'll get back to the tower. He's getting the CS. He's getting the experience. Whereas, look at bot side. Nako's been completely taken away. Targamas going to try and keep him at bay. Yike in the background.
Hilly's going to try and help out. Targamas, though, gets him for a root, and all it will take is a dredge line, and Nako's already jumped away. He left. He's rooted. He flashes. He's ignited, and he's about to be dead. KC on both sides of the map are obviously more experienced in the lane swap.
But it's not only the fact you're getting the survive from Kana, the kill for Kana, the kill on bot, the plates as well for KC are huge. That's 2.5 already taken, a third soon to go down as well, whereas only a singular one was taken by Vitality on that top side. KC are outperforming massively in the lane swap.
And you can say what you want, maybe it's to do with the 2v2, right? Having Nautilus, having Varus for range, but at the end of the day, as you said, that early crash, it means so much for the game state. And for KC, now I had almost 1,000 gold due to it, as Kana and Nako now going to fully lane against each other. But Kana was able to go back, get a cull, get boots. This is a simple longsword from Nako. There's a CS difference, there's an EXP difference between top laners now.
And your value in this is, hey, this Gnar is really vulnerable when he is mini Gnar and level 1.
Yep.
Nako can get away with a bit more because he has to counter strike, you have to try and play it a bit smoother underneath the tower. The fact you waited until Kana was level 3, so he has access to all of his abilities, and then hits the Mega Gnar, just makes it a complete disaster. Vitality just missed their window, and now with the lane swap coming as well, you've already got the advantage in the 1v1 for Kana, and Boy Grubs soon to play for, as Kalist is going to slow push this wave out and set up for a nice take from those, alongside Vladdy about to hit 6.
And remember as well, in this 2v2, the Varus range versus Sivir, we're going to start seeing why this 2v2 was feared originally as well. Both junglers towards the top side of the map for now, but Linces has bot to start clearing, whereas you can see that Yike is
level 5, and he's moving up quick.
Yeah, and the advantage that Vitality can try and play with is the TP on Nak. Maybe you could look for a teleport up towards the Void Grubs if you wanted to force it, but the problem is he's already a level down entirely on Kana, plus some change. So if he actually goes for more on that top side, you get more turret plates gone, you're going to lose more CS, so your hands are tied here as Vitality. You need to stick to your lanes. So KC are going to be able to get this objective, and I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if Kana, now that he hit 6, pokes his head in here just to push Sejuani off of that dragon. There he goes now.
He's going to poke his little head in. A lot of people at home saying, wait, is he changing lanes? But no, Kana's just moving towards dragon. Thanks, Fedius. He's level 6, and all it takes Mega Gnar. Flash over the wall. Ambitious from Bloody. It's a match flash from Linces, but for the Dragon Smite, will it be worth it? Hero's entrance denied on the ground. Kana still gets it done, but no Mega Gnar in the end. A shutdown because he got 2 kills early is more gold back to Nak.
I was going to say, you still get the Dragon as well, so the fact that Kana didn't have his Mega Gnar available was crucial there. They tried to play it a bit too quick. Linces does fall. It's a 1-for-1 as you highlighted the shutdown goal plus Dragon. You kind of take that if you're Vitality, to be honest.
Replay time.
Yeah, like Kana nowhere near turning Mega here. Nak doesn't have 6, and they're trying to use the level advantage, but it means nothing if you don't really have access to the ultimate. Chayek does a good job of roaming across here as well, so Linces does end up falling down, but the interrupt there on towards Vladi was actually huge, because if Nako ended up getting knocked up, you buy time for Targamas to come through. Kana can get us away and maybe even get a follow-up kill onto Nako, but nothing left in the tank means that it's just Kana falling.
And it is kill over to Nak, which is nice. We're kind of highlighting, but I mean, that CS difference, that experience difference is still kind of there. Nak not able to get in range here. Kana's about to go Mega Gnar, and Grasp after Grasp just keeps flying through with the range top laner. So still a bit of a lead there for the Gnar. You look at jungle, same can be said there as well. Right now, the early game, once again, for KC, still 1,500 up, despite that dragon and kill.
Yeah, but Vitality do have a window to play around now that Vladdy has used that ultimate. You can see it's halfway off cooldown, but Lince is about to hit level 6, so I think this is where he would like to try and move up towards this top side. I think no scuttle available. Oh, there he goes. He actually took the scuttle. Now that's 6, and this is the play.
No shield, and Hylissang gets pulled in. As you said, it's going to be a reverse by Vitality, but after using Riptide and Dredgeline, Hylissang can't get in range, and Linces just has to walk away from it.
Yeah, so you can see the play, or at least the idea of the play was there, where it's hit 6 off the Scuttle Crab, go for the play on top side, especially as Kliss and Targamas were starting to push the wave out, but now Karzi haven't pushed that wave in. KC managed to escape, so I think this is just kind of dead in the water on top side, and now that was kind of your one moment before Vladdy's ultimate is back up, so now you got to play in safety again.
You know what else is dead in the water, Dagda? A goldfish that's not breathing. As early game, you know, it's been really about floating here for Vitality. What's dead in the water? Goldfish is not breathing. A quick yoke, you know, from yours truly. Good dodge from Hylissang from the dredge line. Grabs her up in a minute 30. Take it more seriously, Dagda.
Try my best here, bud.
Vitality after game 1. I'm surprised you're still here. 9 minutes in, I mean, yeah, those second grubs, those are the contests, but Yike has ulti here, and with ulti flash from Kana, I don't think Nako has a chance. Locked up, the only reason he's breathing as he flashes away was because of Counter-Strike, but that's a different game, a different name. Yike is once again playing his fame.
And the hay fever is brutal in winter here in Berlin.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we're going to get the ice on the opposite side, so Targamas, goodbye, my friend. There's very little you can do here.
Lonely, lonely Big Daddy is Targamas. He's halfway to level 6, won't have the depth charge to buy, but maybe too tanky to dive up as well. Dagda's going, hang on a minute, there's a Galio coming in. Vitality knows Dredge line still hooks, but into a minion.
That was why Vitality backed off. You can see Vladdy had immediately dipped from the mid lane, and this is why we were talking about that timing window that they had to try and play around.
6.
And now Vladdy is just going to be able to keep his side lane safe. Kana just got the bot lane turret, so he's fine. And the counter punch isn't there because of the Justice Punch from Vladdy.
And again, as that turret goes down, which by the way is huge. I mean, Targamas is going to try and interrupt. Hylissang goes into ulti, but Chains of Corruption, the flash. Vitality's bottom lane, the second time they tried to recall. And Dagda, I just feel like that maybe that's greedy.
It was a good sidestep from Targamas. So Hilly came out of the bush, hoping to catch him with the quickness, and then immediately dashed back onto Karzi. But because he missed it...
Chaos Storm's out though, and we talk about misses, but we talk about deliveries. As Chayek with the Chaos Storm, he didn't need to flash, but at least he secures the kill.
Yeah, big play from Chayek. It was much needed to get something back on the map. But still, KC, you can hear the crowd. They're pretty happy with the way this top side is going for them right now. Danny going to move over towards the objective. 10 seconds now. Oh my god, wait, Yike stole that over the wall.
Did he? How? Dagda, 4 grubs for KC, 2 for Vitality, Nano, rather only 1. Targma sets up with a dredge line, and yet again, depth charge.
Oh my god!
The wild growth! You're not escaping, Hilly. You're going nowhere. Counter-strike to bring it back, but Kana to bring it in. KC's combo is a sight to behold.
Big circle comp smacking people in the mouth on Vitality, and there's nothing that they can do about it.
I like shapes.
I mean, Haley tried to dash over the wall. It was like, peace, I want nothing to do with this, and ends up base planting. But yeah, Yike ends up using that. I think there's just a plant at the edge, no. So he just ends up using his body to just hug the wall there, hold that across. That's 4 grubs now for KC. Vitality desperately trying to get another one, but even with the Galio gone, look at where Kana is. He's in a great position on the map. Zipper is not here. And here, 1 knock up, 2 knock up. Hilly doesn't get over the wall. I'm not actually sure what rooted him up there. And then, yeah, just decision making essentially. And yeah, I mean, look at Targamas there. He's very happy with the way that one went.
I mean, he should be. I feel like KC's 2v2, whether it's Bean versus Naknaka, whether it's Bean versus Kazi, Hiller saying in both games now, has just been better. And granted, they are playing the more dominant lanes, but they're playing it well. Targamas on engage, Kalist, give him something to carry with, and he will. But let's also be real. I mean, Yike has had a field day this game, and this is why a lot of teams are banning away the Zara. This is just such a strong champion. It scales incredibly well. It has great objective control. Its level 6 is unbelievably stupid because the burst, with all the plans getting attack speed as well, is just unbelievable at one item. Like, when is Zyra weak? First 3 levels? Then when? 4? Level 4 maybe?
No, she's pretty alright.
Oh, flash away. Training Corruption already burned down, and this is an opportunity for Vitality. They've gotten Kalist. Targmas as well, running with his life as Wild Growth once again is out. Yike has set up the Strangle Thorns, and Hilly is just taking autos from a plant. Imagine dying to a bush as Hilly again rooted up. Apology hurts.
Hilly, you can go back sometimes. You don't need to run forward. Ends up going down. Tries to maybe get the kill onto Targamas, but at the end of the day, just ends up giving his life across now. That's a 4th for Yike. But it's still a nice kill to shut down Kalist. Get some time, but I mean, this is your main problem. The fact that this matchup is not going in your favor at all, thanks to the early kill, thanks to the early lane swaps, Kana is very far ahead of Naknaka, and there's very little that this Jax can do to answer.
It's your main problem, but it's not your only problem. Like, there are many other problems. That's also a problem in itself. Hilly's going to try and gank this. E was just used for Kana, but again, still out of range, and Kana's got Trinity Force as well. Hilly's just going to be walked into here, while the rest of KC are looking for a dive. For Vitality, you can't play both sides of the map here, Dagda.
Yeah, the ult just to clear the way from Chayak to try and keep himself safe. Targamas now trying to see if he can pull the wave across, allow the next one to conga line its way through, but it is a little dangerous. Karzi's missing off the map, now starting to move back mid, so yeah, Chayak will get the reset. Had cost him his ult, but didn't cost his life.
So the wave will just crash on in. Yike will do a lot of AP conversion to this turret, and remember again, 5 grubs in the end for KC. So this turret is as well as gone. This gold lead is as well as past 4K. And I hate to say it, but for Vitality, they've once again, 2 games in a row, have been outclassed in the early game.
Which is like surprising, because the first time these two teams faced off, it was Vitality that very much controlled it.
Way around.
And I think it's Vitality have at times shown that they can have very strong early games, but unfortunately, they're just not getting off the ground quick enough. Failed turret plays, or turret dives, and now Hilly trying to stop a reset, but doesn't quite manage it. And it's given them now a great spot for KC. You have side laners that are fantastic in the Galio and this Gnar. The threat to always push in on mid wave as well. And if you ever try and overextend, as Vitality are about to now, Vladdy might have to come in.
On the hunt being used, there's the ulti as well from Kalist. Flashes away to get out of range. Permafrost sets him up as well, but it's a re-engage from Vladdy, setting with a shield of Duranda zone. Dredge line at max range, roots in as the bottom lane of Vitality, just trying to kite back, but Kana won't let them as the roots from downtown hits. It's thanks to Yike. His teleport's drawn in from Shayak. He wants a part of this fight, but the fight's already done. Kana ready to leap in yet again with his whirlwind of Gnar, but he doesn't need to.
Vitality come out of the woodwork, all 5 members hoping to catch Kalista on that midway, but KC, they come in stomping, forcing Linces back, picking him off, and that was a Hail Mary play from Vitality, to be honest. They were hoping that Vladdy hadn't come out of base far enough, but you can see just barely able to get into range to catch them off. And again, KC, they just opt back into side lanes. They still have the TP on towards Vladdy. They're still in a position to put pressure towards Rift Herald.
But around Rift Herald, how are you going to fight a 2-item Zyra when you're a 1-item Sejuani? There is about a 60 CS lead in jungle right now. Yike is 2,500 ahead. This Zyra is once again out-farming anyone who's in the game. And you're not really surprised, are you? The only person who's keeping up is Chayak, and at 173 CS, that's great. But will it win you games here when KC are just getting every single objective under the sun?
Yeah, you can see Vitality are just trying to defend the jungle camps rather than actually defend the Rift Herald. They know they just don't have a chance. Yes, their cooldowns for the ultimates come up a little bit quicker, but KC have already taken it before they can get to that position. And it looks like Hilly has abandoned the mid play. Going to see if he can maybe find a play with Nak-Nako on towards Kana, but the flash there, and also just about to turn Mega, I think he'll be fine.
Tarkin was trying to get away the Celestial Blessing at the very least. Dragon spawning in 45 seconds, by the way, so KC naturally move their path down towards the bottom side of this map. Kana is looking for some blood. Still that level lead persists, by the way. That started the game off. At least half a level right now between Nak-Nako and Kana, as catch-up was constantly played. Now Yike, as he moves into position, just remember, one snare and someone from Vitality is dead. It doesn't matter if it's tank. It does not matter if it's a squishy. I think someone will die.
I do think, though, at least at the moment, Vitality have a bit of a reset advantage here. You can see an item and a half versus kind of the 1 items across the board. So Vitality at the moment are stronger. Kind of doesn't have the play. So instead of KC going for the Dragon, they're just trying to force the play on mid.
They are indeed. I mean, they've flashed with the ulti as well. But after the Glacial Prison, Kalist now comes out, and it's a living nightmare for Vitality running through. It's good, though. Nak-Nako found an angle. KC have lost their bot lane, and an opening presents itself. I said 1 snare, but there wasn't enough to ensnare Vitality from all those angles.
Brilliant timing window from Vitality. They went for the earlier resets on both Chayak and towards Nak-Nako. They complete that half item, but also no Kana doesn't have a TP to match. So Nak-Nako is able to teleport into the play, and suddenly Vitality are coming alive in this one. Like you can see, so Chayak has already started to drift up towards this middle point of the map. The ultimate's great. And Nak-Nako just has this great TP ward to come in for the flank, finishes off Kalist, and Chayak is able to follow up. And although you had basically a 4k gold lead for KC, it was all sitting in their back pockets. They hadn't gone home to spend it.
Yeah, you're right.
And Vitality show up and show them what it's worth.
I mean, that play swings quite a lot here. Dragon was not taken in the meantime, but the scaling elements, Dagda, have got the kills. Nak-Nako might be in a bit of trouble here. The ulti sends him back. He leaps back on in. Grandmaster at arms as Nak-Nako's in danger of solo kill, though. When you talk about that gold being used well, even though Kana doesn't get a throw of rock, he shows he would have been stronger and would have had the solo kill. Backing away is Nak-Nako while the rest of KC, or rather Vitality, show up.
The thing is that Dragon is still up, so Vitality want to try and trade Kana for the Dragon.
Linces waiting for the hop, but not going to throw out the ulti, rather it's not there.
Look at mid though, that tower's about to fall. Karzi needs to be very careful. Targamas ends up tanking up, so we'll back away, but Ping's now on towards the Dragon. KC want to make sure they can continue the stacking in their favor.
So let's come back to it. Vitality are scaling. And a Victor with 2 items getting there. A Siva now just picking up 2 items. Karzi is getting there. Navori quick plays picked up, so his W is off cooldown on reset. So a lot more wave clear added into the kit. And there's not much difference between AD carries, Dagda.
No, it's the AD carries are kind of even, but the big one that my attention's drawn to is Chayak. Like, he has been getting a lot more farm because Vladdy has been pulled in to try and help out on these ultimates quite a lot. And as long as you're able to play towards Chayak, which is what Vitality are trying to do, you're causing that disparity on the gold. You're not having Yike there, who's your main kind of focus, and also Kana there. So if Vitality can keep playing away, Karzi continue to clear mid, he's going to be fine, and you can start to use this Victor as a potential comeback tool for Vitality.
Okay, so on the mind is Vitality's resurgence in this game. All off the back of that one play. I mean, I think that was brilliant angles, Dagda. Like, all KC wanted was Vitality to be in front of them in one happy circle, so there can be an unhappy circle thrown in. But when it's not like that, when Vitality could skirt around the fight, just makes things so much more difficult. And as we said, those front lines getting more and more items. I mean, this Sejuani is behind, but Linsis, second item on the way. He's got a Spectre's Cowl now as well, so he's got a bit of AP resist to withstand the burst that comes from KC.
This is where it gets dangerous, though, because Atakan is on the map. Kana with TP is going to start to threaten here, which means you need Nako to start to shift up towards this top side to actually be able to answer. But because of Atakan, you're being drawn as Vitality continuously to this bottom side. Chayak kind of needs to be the one to answer, but they haven't sent him top side. You can see the pings going down now, but again, they're holding Chayak in the bottom lane when he's the one without the TP.
Vitality being mega patient, though, around this Atakan, just trying to find a pick. As you said, that Gnar now has push in a turret under threat, so KC are playing the map better again here as Hilly looks in deep.
Vitality are just trying to start it. They're trying to draw KC and get that TP from Kana. Kana has just turned Mega Gnar, so this is a moment where Vitality could fight and be up against the Mini Gnar, but they're going to trade Terra for Terra. It's a tier 1 for a tier 2. KC are happy, and Kana is getting the opportunity to get more of that Gnar bar back up.
Nako's walking into him, or at least walking the long way around top lane. Backs are going to be channeled here in the end by Vitality. No wards that they're sitting on, so information's not gathered around, but you can see already that Kalista's just pushing mid. So maybe there was enough here to indicate that Kalista had free reign.
Well, you're going to be happy with that trade as KC. The tier 2, way more valuable, and also getting that push now mid, so it will be just a rinse and repeat. Kana goes for the reset. This time around, though, Nako has access to that teleport, so he can match a little bit better against the Gnar. But again, it's kind of Vitality just misassigning those lanes, not putting Chayak top to clear out the waves, match with the teleport, and KC kind of abusing that fact.
I think it's been their strength this game. It's like running Vitality thin throughout the map. What's the decision? If you do something, it's going to cost you something else. In very simple terms, in both Game 1 and Game 2, the trades have always really been better. As On The Hunt is going to show us where it stops right there. Kalist still gets slowed here by the Permafrost, but he sends out the Chains of Corruption and starts fighting back. Kalist now with Lethal Templars. Vitality fought without all members there yet. The teleports took too long.
Karzi!
You can see into the back. Karzi's just run on in. He takes a while to die, but eventually does. As for KC, this fight is still going bad. Vitality frontline are still taking a while to die. And Kana now next on the Targamas again. Nako brings it in as Chayak's lead is showing us what scaling's doing for Vitality.
Karzi's movement in that fight was insane. He ends up flashing in and dies for it, but he was a difference maker at the start of that. Watch how much he dodges as this fight kicks off. So the immediate engage onto Kalist. It's actually fine because Vladdy ends up blocking, doesn't end up getting hit by it. But watch Karzi here. So they get the pressure. He hits Kalist with the boomerang, steps forward. Now, as Kana flashes forward, he steps forward, sidesteps the wallop, and then moves in, gets the kill onto Kalist thanks to boomerang, and puts Vladdy out. And that's what actually sets up here for Vitality to follow through, because now you've got Chayak, who's still a damage dealer, Nako, who's still a damage dealer, whereas KC, all of their main DPS tools have been removed from the fight.
He's crazy, isn't he? Vitality thinking, hang on a minute, we've got something we're working with here. And as we said before, we thought that the last fight, it's now just happened again. Atakan's still up, Dragon's coming up as well. This game is not a done deal for KC, and to remind you all again, Chayak is now 2,000 gold up, almost third item with these Leandries. We're getting a third item for Karzi soon as well. There's a lot to shout about here as Vitality have their ults back up and available shortly, with Chayak and Nako lining up too.
Yeah, Atakan has started to try and get that TP. Nako disappears. There's the wave and bot that he could TP to and flank entirely onto this.
Getting low, it's a Justice Punch, so Vitality forced out as a flash. Targamas looks for the engage, but Chayak is just burning down the engage all of KC. A Mega Gnar ult would be great, but the Stranglethorns does nothing. Look at Chayak again. A Chaos Storm to get bigger and bigger, and yes, Atakan went to Carmine Core, but nothing else has gone their way in this fight.
That fight could have been 10 times worse if Kana didn't get that ultimate off. He ends up catching Hylissang as he goes to the quickness on towards Kalist in the back line and just barely holds this off. Keep your eyes on Hylissang as this fight kicks off. So Kalist is in a great position at the back of this fight, basically playing in this zone. But as you get the pull through to go through on towards Hylissang, Kana immediately with the ultimate catches Hilly just here as he was about to go on towards Kalist. And it means that Kalist is fine to start continuing that DPS. But if he hadn't got it, that would have been Kalist going down and probably everyone else in that fight as well.
Minute details, KC still fighting. Atakan now left on only one, and I believe, Dagda, it might have been that top lane to walk away with it. Everyone else, it's gone. So,
Atakan now off the map. The next question is Dragon, Baron, that are both sitting there as well. Vitality have had a lot of success fighting around the mid lane, thinking about part 2, part 3 on who can they catch. As Baron is obviously the new hot topic here, it is Yike, to correct myself, that has Atakan at the very least.
Still, Vitality, like these team fights have been so insane from them.
Yeah.
A game that basically looked done for. Vitality have been fighting their way back into it, and again, it is these, we talked about the individual performers stepping up massively. Karzi with a great fight, Haley with some fantastic engages, and Linsis, Chayak and Naknako following up behind. As long as you can try and continue this, you're going to be in a good spot, but there's the reset.
Kazi's going to get depth charge though, and there's going to be a follow-up, and KC know it. Chains of Corruption fly through, but Kazi has got his support in the way, or rather, Jungler. Linsis will die for him. Kazi was caught, and it was a really good angle from KC that give them a numbers advantage for Baron.
Yeah, Hilly had just reset. I don't know if he reset on vision or how KC knew, but Targamas with a fantastic flank, and now the Baron has started. Chayak is here, but no jungler. Can Vitality win this 4v5?
Level 16 as Dredge Line has missed. Level 16 on the Victor is my point. Kazi wants to just auto and auto away. The quickness in, a hero's entrance, a fly in. It's defensive, but it's not good enough. The Chaos Storm is now massive as they might not find the steal, but they'll find the fight. In the end, it goes over to KC, but Chayak, who went in melee, still wants to fight with Kalist, but Kazi will take that any day. Kana jumps in. Top lane v top lane is all we've got left, and Kana will get spun on while Naknako closes the deal.
Revenge is a dish best served cold in the river for Naknako as he whacks down Kana for what was a tough early game from his half. But Vitality, the team fights are insane. Like, see where Hylissang is. He's only just reset. So KC immediately go for the engage. Linsis gives his life to protect Karzi. And this was the best decision he could have made. Because while he goes down, look at how the rest of this fight starts to play out. Chayak starts to move down from this top side. And Hilly goes in immediately, but I think this ultimate was a bit preemptive from Vladdy. He ends up trying to buy space for Kalist. I think the call is to try and finish off the Baron, but Yike has moved out of the pit. They can't follow. Kana actually isn't really threatening on towards Karzi, and the Baron is doing so much work in that fight.
And now we come back to live, and although a lot was burned as teleport comes on in, we're gonna fight over the Dragon at 3k, 2k. Vitality think about their angle. Vladdy can't zone with shielded around, but the Dragon's already gone. But Vitality have this right side to play with. They've got the inside track for mid as well, and all they need is an ult to land. KC zoned away, Mega Blast Cone to get them away. Vitality now trying to get this inner turret at the back end of the play.
But Vitality can go for either mid, or they can go for this bottom side as well. So KC, they're being pulled thin across the map.
Right.
Kana,
he jumped on a Meganar. Naknako just jumped on a Meganar. He jumped on a Meganar, but he goes golden. He had a plan. Chains Corruption also thrown out in the choke. They found Targamas, the Chaos Storm as well. Will get bigger. It encircles, it stuns, it electrocutes everything in its path. Kalist, Vladdy both hurt. It's a good zoning tool, but Vitality stop there. They know they're overcooked if they keep for the push.
Seeker's arm guard getting a ton of value there.
Good one.
Baits KC in, and the position that Vitality have because they pushed in mid just gives them quicker access to that skirmish on the bottom side. Now, kills, towers, and potentially a game 3 on the cards for Vitality if they can keep this up.
We haven't had one yet. We're crossing our fingers, but again, it really does feel like this jungle, this top lane lead, makes a big difference. I mean, there's so many individual parts moving for KC, but the scaling is undeniable at this point. Infinity Edge on Karzi, Chayak as well. He's now got his start of the Zonyas. He got the Leandris a while ago, and their front line is getting beefier. It's like adding another patty to the burger, you know? You got to stomach and get through a bit more. But if you can move everything else out of the way, then you can move to the dessert. And Karzi and Chayak right now would be a good dessert for KC to consume.
Yeah, I think, though, Karzi has been the cherry on top this game. He's been fantastic in a lot of these team fights, like kind of setting up a lot of the plays for then Chayak to follow through on, and that's where a lot of the Victor value is, because if you can finish off some of these low health members, that ultimate starts to expand and kind of takes over. Now, Targamas looking for Naknako.
Taking an explosive blast cone. Naknako might try and sidestep here, and he does indeed. Good counter-strike. Targamas hits a wall in the end, while Vitality, their whole plan was going towards his top side. There's 4 members here without contest.
Yeah, KC, we're trying to go for the split map. Essentially have Kana push in this bottom side and then look to maybe just clear out, but denied in that moment. So Vitality would get this tower for free as KC scramble back to defend.
It's It's been a fun game, I gotta say.
It's been sick.
It's been a sick game, and I love games like this where there's individual mechanics on play, like Yike moving in here might not be one, he flashes away, but the Strangle Thorns is a big knockup! It's a bounce house! It's a shield of Duran! Vitality are sent to half, but they've used the summon as Kazi was holding on, and he's burnt everything to survive and not throw the game.
KC needs to just chase these people out. As long as you can get that push in mid, you can look for the mid tower off the back of this. Targamas is alone. Sees Hilly and Karzi. Chayak still on top side. KC continuing to chase forward Naknako, coming for the reinforcements, but KC, they can now group on mid wave and start to push on through. That was very close to being a change.
If Kana was there for a Mega Gnar, I mean, that could have just been lights out.
Vladdy was so close to getting that huge taunt in the middle of everyone as well. There was so much that could have gone wrong there, but Vitality take a step back, and it would have been heartbreaking because, to be honest, Vitality have played a stormer of a game here, playing off of tiny windows as a unit. A lot of the mistakes that Vitality had made throughout the season have been looking fantastic in this game.
Yeah.
But that could have been their moment where they take that step too far. So it's a slap on the wrist, a reminder that they need to be cleaner, but not game-changing right now.
You can see damage. Kazi is feeling it. And you'd be surprised. I mean, Chayak all game long has been ahead in CS and has just had the items. But as we've said, Kazi through these fights gets to free fire a little bit. And for Vitality, that's exactly how they want. If Kazi dies, it feels like the game and the series will die with Vitality as well. As Naknako has an angle onto Vladdy. Shield Duran, slow pushing and slow burning. Flash away from the counter-strike. Targamas the next angle. Vitality are pulling apart the pieces. Separated RKC. Kana no Mega Gnar bar to watch and track in this next fight.
But that's ultimate's gone. You need Kana to get that Gnar bar, as you said, but now you can actually start to look for the turnaround. Targamas, the point and click is there. Kana just slowly getting that bar worked up.
As you said, good point. Kazi no ult, Linsus no ult, wait for the timers there. The wave clear is still there from Vitality as KC try and hit from the right-hand side. It's all about this dragon that will be their soul. That's what they're playing for now. As Vitality might have the inside track, but they're going to be precariously slow and smart-witted moving into this jungle.
TP coming through from Naknako. They want to desperately contest for this. Yes, Vladdy is separated, but he doesn't really care. He's got that ultimate to come through, and that's all he really wants. So KC playing for Dragon. They've got their wave clear set up.
Kazi's by himself for the time being. Kana with a Mega Gnar bar that is slowly growing. A boomerang to throw out. He's now in the yellow. Okay. Vitality, no, this is about to be a Mega Gnar. An Arctic Assault from Linsus. A flank. Kazi still isolated. KC looking for him. Depth charge. Kazi's dead! Left from the team. Chayak, now the hope is Vitality, are dying, dropping one by one by one. The ants are getting smaller. KC with 5 members. That dragon is theirs.
And under the magnifying glass, it's Vitality that are cracking. It's KC who are holding firm. And just like that now, wait, TP, yeah, he's just going top. They've given it up. It's Soul for KC and a hard-fought fight, but KC just set it up so much better. They find the flank onto Karzi, and with no flash, he is so vulnerable.
Vladdy just bought his time. Naknako is waiting outside of the lens. I think he finds himself. Might have been spotted in the end. A Mecha Blast Cone there to launch him in, but he's now definitely spotted. Dredge line as well. Naknako, Blast Cone taken. He's in front of 4 members and Vitality. It's all falling apart. He tries to find Kalistas. Naknako, it was a noble attempt, but the Gnar's slow. Mega Blast Cone again, an auto. So damn close is the call.
He saved the Baron though.
He might have, yeah.
The fact he got that damage onto Kalist means they don't feel comfortable, and Kalist is the main DPS alongside Yikes, so it looked funky, but Naknako held.
And on that point, Dagda, Cleanse was also taken from Kalist. A big summoner spell for an immobile AD carry. We'll see. Kana's also just teleported in, it seems.
He teleported to that fight, so that's now down as well.
Right.
So it means KC used a lot to try and get into that position. Karzi's flash nearly back up, so the ability to actually have these fights where you can catch Karzi are starting to slide away once again.
Well, for Karzi, 4 items now picked up. Lord Doms is there. Got 4 items for Chayak as well, by the way. Still looking here at the members with advantages in Vitality. And if Naknako gets ordered one more time, he's dead. And then that fight doesn't matter anymore. Then the damage doesn't matter anymore. It's crazy how the margins matter, not only in this game, but in League of Legends. We, again, group up. Baron's still there. Dragon, 4 minutes 30 till the Elder. Get that out of your mind for now. It does feel like everything is hinging
on the purple side of this map.
But it's 4 items across the board for the Vitality carries. The scaling is there. You can see the damage that Nako can do if he can get onto Kalist and KC. They start up the objective. Killy is only starting to move in. They can run this through very quickly.
They really can, and Nako will be on a minion wave. He leap strikes, he gets in range, but it's 7k, 6k, it's going down fast. Kalist is going to keep autoing away. A Glacial Fissure, Prison sent on up, Dredgeline into the chain of Nest. The hero's entrance is a 5-man! Vladdy stuns them up, Kana sends them in, and KC sent Vitality packing.
Wait, Chayak
is big onto Kalist. He's getting autoed. He'll die. A triple over to Chayak, but Kana will make short work of that. Yike and his top laner stay up. So Baron sits on 2.
It looks so good at the start for KC, but again, they're just so vulnerable once everything is blown. They don't have a lot of the follow-up. Kana was kept out of that fight for so long thanks to Chayak. So I want you to watch over on this side. Basically, Kana gets caught up by the gravity field by Chayak, which means as the rest of the fight is coming through, it's essentially 4 versus 5. So the rest of Vitality, while they do get knocked up, the value you get from Kana's ultimate here isn't huge. Chayak gets to play it safe.
Holy.
And as soon as you can get onto Kalist, and Yike can't really play the fight, the DPS is gone. And you can start to play way further forward. Chayak again, like these small little moments having huge impacts.
And again, I see everything from KC. I see 3 members left standing with 1 Victor, and I think it's all over. But this is the Victor point of the game. This is why these players play this champ, because the scaling is insane. Chaos Storm as well, every time there's part of a kill or assist, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Like we saw with Caps, it takes over an entire lane. This is an almost max item Victor as well. As we're talking about, you know, creating space and controlling it, around this Elder in 2 minutes 30, we get to see it again.
But the space is now becoming way more limited. Karzi, no flash. Chayak, no flash. Kalist, no flash.
Yeah.
These are all massive tools for these immobile carries to keep themselves safe. And we saw what happens when Karzi falls. Chayak isn't able to just be a one-man army in these fights. So for KC, that is now the new target. Try and finish off Karzi while he's still vulnerable. Look for that Elder. And the fact that you have this Red Bull Baron power play for another minute at least gives you the opportunity to take more of these turrets, push Vitality into their base, and keep them away from these key objectives.
That pressure being applied thanks to the Baron as well. Vladdy going to do the same here, but wave clear, at least a specialty of Chayak here. Yike is coming in, looking to zone off. You notice Karzi before, every single ricochet is doing a lot of damage here. Look at Yike. Those are a couple of ricochets. 3 hits. Yike almost down to half HP from 1/4. Sorry, 3/4 if I could do my math properly. But for Vitality, Baron on multiple lanes. It's hurting them right now. Nucko's trying to get some priority and trying to push them out by putting pressure on another lane. Bot's going to go to the inner turret, which is now an objective bounty, by the way, as KC have started to crest towards 6k.
They just want to try and keep the waves pushed in for KC, push Vitality into their own base, and they just can't commit to any sort of contest here. But it's easier said than done. You've insane wave clear, especially when the Baron buff is now gone. Between Chayak and Karzi, those waves melt. So KC trying to set up the vision, trying to keep themselves safe.
I just want to point out what we've seen in every fight. That's a full item Zyra just about now, apart from the control wars, by the way. 5,000 is the lead for Yike. Controlling this game, as you'll see, as the dredge line comes in, and Yike's damage will be seen. Shielded ran everything in. Karzi's knocked out, knocked back, sent away, but he's alive for now. He needs to ricochet. He needs to fight. He needs to hit. As Karzi sends out a boomerang, his auto attacks need to connect, but KC have once again found Hilly. It's 5 versus 4. It's health bars in disarray. It's KC chasing and chasing, but not finding anyone else. Health bar's still low. Teleport's only available for Chayak.
Vladdy immediately TPs down into the bottom side of the map. He just wants to push in the wave. 7 seconds until Elder Dragon. The cleanse is about to come back up for Karzi, but so many tools were used.
I think they've got Elder Dagda, I think, unless a miracle still from Linces, right?
Will come in. They need to try and pull it out. Vision is everywhere. Kana playing Bouncer, Vladdy in the same boat. But they haven't seen where the Sejuani is yet.
They're trying to get this red buff as quickly as possible to heal up. Linces will have a bit more moving power, but Kana is in Mega Gnar now, so they're going to burst it down, but taunt it out against the wall. KC have found their opening. Karzi stretch line in though, but will he die? He does not. Elder, no steal. Smite is greater than Chaos Ray as KC walk away with the burning buff for 3.
But KC are bruised, 2 down. Yes, they get the Elder Dragon, but they have to wait for these people to come back up. And the fact that Vitality again are able to push them back, find a little bit more space, means that they're not out of the woodworks yet. KC have a firm lead for the next 2 minutes thanks to this Elder Dragon. But if Vitality can somehow hold...
They've been holding for so long, Dagda. This felt like a done deal earlier in the game. The first 20 minutes felt done. As this is not done, we'll watch again as Kana played Bruiser, as you said.
Yeah, Kana and Vladdy basically trying to keep people out of the fight, but Chayak and Karzi got to reset. So even though Nako looks low, the immediate follow-up is there. You do give your life for a good cause. As Targamas went over the wall to help out. And a good attempt from Chayak, but Yike has been pretty on point with the smites.
Yes.
I will not give that one over.
Oh my God, Karzi and Chayak's damage. I mean, to be fair, Yike is quite up there as well. The difference is the fact that we're just exclaiming Karzi because this Sivir has hit the max items. This Sivir is hitting everyone if a fight goes on long enough.
So the important points, though, from that fight are Kana still got his Baron buff. Because Targamas went over the wall, bought time for Kana to hop out.
True.
He can be a threat on his side. What's happened here, though?
We're in the fog of war. Linsus is face checking. Remember, there's Elder still on 3. By the way, Karzi now has BT. BT, more survivability, more shielding, more healing.
All summoners back up as well on the side of Vitality, so a lot less vulnerable. And Kana, to start that fight off, actually missed the wallop on towards Karzi thanks to the movement speed as well from the ultimate. So even when you get onto him, it's not that easy. Now KC immediately going to start this up. This is what they're trading. That Elder Dragon buff is about to wear off. So they use it for the Baron Vitality will give. But how much can they get? You can see the push on bottom side from Nako.
Enhanced Baron recall. Nako, why did we go golden here? I mean,
That
it's
was a
only
misclick.
Zhonya's. Yeah, must have been. Turret goes down, objective bounty, but KC have the Baron push. And maybe they thought on the side of Vitality, top's going anyway. Let's let the inhib go. We've got a Sivir. Karzi's going to step up, look for the play. As you said, Elder's down in 15.
They're still trying to hold on. Vitality are trying to wait this one out, but KC, they're done with waiting. They want to end this right here.
They want to try with the last remnants of the Elder. They push in. Chains Corruption set on up, but playing on the outskirts, Vitality are using that time. 2, 1, and now it's down. No Elder. Nako will not be dead for an execution today as Vitality chase up. Kana doesn't have a Mega Narbar to play with. KC have to leave and make the game go a little bit longer.
Illy's still chasing, though. You can see they're waiting for the TPs. If they can delay the backs, you can potentially TP to that bot wave and look for the tower. But instead, it's in sync. KC recall.
Nice. Okay.
And the game will hold for that little bit longer. 2 minutes still left on this Red Bull Baron power play. You can maybe look for one more inhibitor. But this is so close. Like,
it really is.
We're getting to 6-item Victor, 6 items Sivir, and there's not much more growth that you can have in this game.
I mean, even now, Yike has just gotten rid of the control wards and he's building his Zhonya's, so that's how far he is at 6,000 gold. If KC don't win this game, Yike will have lost with a 6,000 gold lead in jungle. 314 to 184 CS, more than the Flame Horizon.
But that's the thing, gold doesn't matter anymore. It really all comes down to execution. It all comes down to vision. And if you can find those moments, but again, Vitality are no pushovers. It's playing for bot lane. Kana needs to be careful. They don't end up going overextending onto him. Kana has a pretty sizable health bar now.
Yeah.
Thanks to also having the hull breakers. He's going to be a bit more of a threat onto a single turret if he can get access to it. As now KC group on the bot side.
Nako is pushing out that super minion wave, adding no pressure to the base of Vitality. He's got a stride breaker, his wave clear is big. So once he deals with that wave, he might look for a TP in as Vitality now defend against the Baron up bot wave at 44 minutes in that KC are trying to open up yet another angle. They do it mid as well. Teleport going to be burned. Chayak zones off, but the turret is dead. Thank you again to Hull Breaker as KC have another avenue of attack. 2 members sit mid, 2 sit bot. Yike in between. Vitality under fire from multiple fronts again.
KC been doing a good job of clearing that vision behind them, but Linsus goes.
They pick a side, but it misses. Linsus misses. As the quickness is set up, but it's right into the tangling arms of Yike. Hilly jumps in into the back line, but it's all for naught. Nako sent up, sent packing, sent away. Kana over. KC are in the base again. They'll find a knock-up. He'll find a flash, but who is finding what here? Hilly not dead. One more auto. Karzi steps up, but a Meganar flushed away. Karzi! The mechanical skill shown again. Kana as Kalist into the base. Nuko spins, wins a little bit, and a grin. Kalist running away. He's got a GA, but Targamas does not. Kazi with that flash, I think saved the game, Dagda. As Kalist with the Mega Blast Cone. Nuko willing to chase. Vitality are not done.
They still want to keep chasing, but I don't think they can. Karzi is just better every time Kana has gone up against him.
Oh,
he's been caught, but Nuko!
He's
They
burning,
one more auto!
he's burning, he's not dead.
The shields from Hylissang are huge. But Kana, again, we saw it on the play in mid lane. Tries to go with the stun, tries to go with the wallop, misses. The play, they jump on again mid, he misses. And Karzi predicts him perfectly, waits for the shield.
Oh my
just
God.
barely gets the flash, sets up for the play. And that gives the confidence to Vitality to start to chase onto Kalist because KC are so spread out. Kalist barely able to push himself back out here and make himself safe. But again, the fact that you have this Chemtech Dragon is kind of doing work for KC in these sorts of scenarios.
Feels like Vitality have now found new life, and it feels like Vitality have found a new angle. Smite to get rid of the shield. Yike is stunned up. In goes the Sejuani. The hero's entrance will find his mark as well. Yike has done the same job, though. Yike is big as Kazi's dead. Kalista's taking him out. The Victor, though, the Chaos Storm won't expand with the GA. The Vitality are all dead, Dagda.
KC immediately go bot. Kana wants to look for the end. They just need to stop Choyak, and Targamas is doing that.
The AoE was enough. It all came together, and Yike's lead felt like it made the difference. Kana teleports in, and as long as Vitality held out as much as we wanted in Game 3, Karmine Core will still find their way to the Nexus. A delayed back in the middle of your screen, or at least the middle of the map. And Karmine Core had to really work for this 2-0 in playoffs.
There's a grin on Yike's face, but they know how hard that one was fought for. In the last moments, Vitality go all out to try and kill Yike, but they just didn't quite have enough. What a series, though. What a game.
What a game. 46, 47 minutes or something in the end, and yeah, Yike's ultis were brilliant. Those circles, Dagda, those circles were the bane of Vitality's existence in the end again.
I mean, shout out to Karzi, though. Exceptional performance. Shout out to Shayak as well. Really making KC work for it, but at the end of the day, KC, that early lead just ended up being too much for Vitality to contain.
A great playmaking, a good end of the series. Karmine Core at 2-0. Blown us away. But what an end it was as well. Team fight victory. Your player of the series, who is it voted now at LEC on X? Yike, Vladdy, or Targamas? I mean, Yike is fitting so well in with his team, and I don't know, that was just such a long series. Go for your life. That was an insane game. Like, you know, you just don't expect it. You think, well, what's the caliber of these teams? Yeah, pretty decent. But
that was a banger.
That was.
I'm exhausted.
Holy crap, that was intense. That was great. If the rest of the playoffs are going to be like that, well, I hope you drop your Twitch Prime. No ads for you.
Well, to be fair, like, I'm glad now that there is the lower bracket, because Vitality aren't done, right? And if they can perform like that, they deserve to be at the top, right? Look, the early lane swaps went wrong. That's fixable stuff, but the team fights were insane. The individual performance were there, so we still get to see Vitality bounce back.
Against BDS, right?
Exactly, and then we get to see KC go up against Movistar Koi.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that is
Spain versus France again. It's so scripted. Fnatic versus G2. Koi versus Karmine Core to get into the upper bracket finals. I mean, I don't know if it's Jack Spectra's dad writing the script again, or if it's Vedius or his friend Flexius
or his
running
weird cousin. You know?
His cousin doing it. Like, we're definitely scripting this. We're just not going to tell you how we do it. No, that would give away all the fun. I mean, we're hoping players continue to bang them. Fearless has introduced a lot to us. And just imagine when we get to the BO5s. I mean, I'm looking here. The BO5s start in round 3, round 4 onward, depending on what side, up or down of the bracket you're on.
Yeah, but it's still, I mean, like, again, we're going to have BDS versus Vitality. If I'm BDS, I'm now very scared of this Vitality lineup because they looked insane. And I think for Movistar Koi, you can still see KC have some issues, but in the grand scheme of things, they're still a force to be reckoned with.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it from us after a very intense game. I see Odo standing on stage with Yike for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Let's have a look.
Thank you, Jake. And Yike, what was that game? It was incredible. It felt like you had it in the bag in the early game, but then Sivir and Victor reached arcane levels of OP. What were kind of some of the adaptations that you're making in that game to maneuver it? Because it felt really hard for you guys to close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that we would have a strong early game. I'm playing Sarah versus Sergio, and I know I can get like a lot of like objectives and just get early ahead. But yeah, when they pick Victor Sivir, I know they're gonna try to scale. They wanna go late game, and yeah, we were struggling a bit, but then we found some angles, so that was nice.
Yeah, it was crazy. Kana was finding great angles, Targa and Vladi as well. But let's bring it back to Fearless a little bit. We only had 2 O's right now in the LEC, so it was a little bit boring. We didn't get to see a lot, but I have been hearing that Casey is cooking behind the scenes. If you bring up the tweet between Yike and Vladi over here, I want you to give me a little bit of a preview of what's happening in K-Corp scrims and what can we see maybe going, in the 3rd game of the Fearless or the 5th game, because that doesn't look, very...
Yeah,
very confident.
There's something with Vladi in scrims. I don't know what's going on with him, but he wants to meme it and post it on Twitter as well that he's just inting in scrims. I don't know why he think it's funny.
So 34 deaths, that's a lot.
Yeah, so then I had to flame him, of course, and he also I don't know why he pays to be verified.
It's fine. At least he's letting out in scrims because I think he had a great series today. But talking back about you now a little bit, you have been on G2 every playoffs you were walking in. Albeit it was your rookie years there in the LEC, you're coming very confident and very dominant. But right now you're transitioning into this sort of veteran phase for K-Corp. How does that experience help you with the things that you are bringing in for the squad, especially now into playoffs?
Yeah, for sure. It's very unusual to me to be more of the experienced one, the veteran one. But I kind of like it, I feel like more of a kind of being like a leader, I think, together with Targa, and I really like that, and I feel like I can teach them a lot, like Vladi and Callisto for sure, and I really like the way we're doing it right now as a team, so I think we're gonna do very good, We're playing good already, and I think we're gonna show better performances than this game too.
Yeah, just stop that guy from going 34 deaths, and keep the kids in check. But now, looking at tomorrow, K-Corp versus MKOI, it's gonna be extremely hype, if 2 very passionate fan bases with K-Corp and MKOI, the rivalry. Give me a little bit of a preview. How do you think it's going to be going? Obviously, K-Corp win, but give me a little bit more spice.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be a 2-0, but I think it's going to be some banger matches, some fun matches. I hope Koi is going to cook a lot. I think they played Karma today, top lane, and they can probably cook a lot more. So I hope we can cook a little bit more as well, because I don't think we cooked too much, I think, from all the champs. But yeah, it's going to be fun games. I hope we're going to stomp them, but I think we're going to stomp them.
Let's give them 3 games for the fans.
Yeah, maybe.
Over to the boys in the PGL. I'm really excited to see what Dracos has with Kalist to say about this series and about tomorrow. Take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Odo. Yeah, I'm Dracos, that's Jack Spectre. We are joined by Cliff. Bro, I can see the adrenaline. I can see you shaking. I feel like you were fighting for your goddamn life in that last team fight. We have your POV replay, so I just want to start with that. The final fight, talk me through this game, because early you're playing on Hevaris, 2 items, you're feeling good, but you are sweating in these final moments.
I mean, yeah, I'm still a bit stressed of the match, I guess, but this game, I think we mega choked it team-wise. I think I didn't play really good also, I got caught a lot, but yeah, I mean, it's 40 minutes games, there is Elder, Nash, all these things, so of course the earth rate goes a bit high, and yeah, it was a bit of a stressful game, but still I'm still happy with the way we played and the way I played the 2 games. Yeah, I mean, I'm still a bit stressed because of the match, but either way, I think we did good. And in terms of Fearless Draft, well, we didn't feel it today, since it was only 2 games. We didn't really show any of our cards or anything. Pretty happy with the way we played today, and that's it.
And I want to ask, what did you think of Carsey in the second game? Because that engage he did on you guys on mid, where he just went in alone, that looks so into me, and then he flashes to kill you, and it's ends up being insane for them.
I mean, I think Carsey is a good AD carry. I think it's nothing new. I think people in LEC, they know that Carsey is a good AD carry, and it's pretty aggressive. Well, this game we really choked a bit in team fights. We went too deep into Sivir Victor, and I think it showed. For example, there is the attack and fight where he just one-shotted everyone in the choke. And then, on the mid fight, I think he was playing really, really aggressive. It was actually just like he was the front line for his team. And I think he did really good. It was a really good team fight, but I'm not sure flashing in is the
to
best.
kill you was a bit
I think it's
crazy.
a bit crazy because I was out anyways. I couldn't fight anymore. He did a really good fight. Maybe it was a bit too much, but I mean in this game there was a lot of pressure, and I can understand. And it's just on the feeling.
Yeah.
I mean you know it, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a really difficult situation to be in where you feel like you have to make the hero plays. I don't
It
normally
reminds me
see
a bit
that.
of like the ice. You remember the ice play against Fnatic? It was like a 40-minute game, and
Yeah,
Fnatic
and he
gets
flashed in on
and he flashed in.
Wow.
It's like you
Ultimate
know
whiffs.
why he does it, but a lot of the time it's too much. But for me, I'm very curious about. Obviously, if we ask you about your matchup tomorrow, you're gonna say you're gonna win. But BDS versus Vitality, they both lost today. Who do you think is better?
BDS and Vitality?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit hard because the game we played against BDS, some weird thing happened and we mega choked it. So it's a bit hard to know. So it's only from scrims. But I would say BDS are a better team.
Yeah.
I think they are. I don't know how to say it, but I think they have a better team play, just basically team play wise on the map, on macro objective plannings, all these things. I think they are better, but I think Vitality is not bad, and I think it will be a banger series. I think it will go for sure in 3 games.
Yeah.
And yeah, pretty excited to see this. And of course, yeah, tomorrow we will win, but I don't think we will win. I think we will stomp them. I think Koi is not that good. Joseph Pune is talking too much for the game he did against us. And I think Super Alvaro are pretty good, but honestly, I'm not sure if they're better than Karzi this thing.
Wow.
Damn. Dude, I love the confidence that you bring. You know, you calm down from the game, you level head right back into talking your shit. And, you know, like saying it like it is from your perspective. I do want to talk about one champion that stood out. Kalista. We look at like the first 2 weeks of LEC. She doesn't win a single game, right? And then we see across the entire weekend in Fearless this week, she went from 0-5, she's now 6-5. She's making it into every pick ban. She's banned every game in LCK. Like, what is happening? Has she been bad in scrims? Like, how is this champion making it into your hands? How is Supa able to play this champion?
I think it's always the same with Kalista. At the start of the year, it's a bit rough. People are not really confident. Teams are not really all along with each other, so they can fuck up or do some misplays or just not play good enough to actually close games, where Kalista is really strong too. For example, I think in scrims, Kalista is really high prio and a lot of people, they pick it. But in official, it's different because there is way more pressure. There is, like, the games are just slower and it comes just to team fighting. And team fighting with Kalista, you have to be really good to team fight with it. For example, Varus is way easier to team fight with. And I think, like, throughout the year, Kalista is getting stronger and stronger because people are getting more confident and they are getting better as a team and snowballing. So that's why, for example, I think at every Worlds, Kalista is perma-banner picked, and I think it will just be like this, continuing with the year. Kalista is a really strong champion, and you can always get prio with it. And I think most of the people and most of the AD carries now, they can play it at a pretty good level.
Do you think it should just be permanent banned? Like, most likely? I don't want you guys to say it.
Like, do you think it's going to be open tomorrow?
Maybe if Draven is banned, but I think it's just a strong champion. We'll see who picks it or who bans it. That's it.
That's fair enough. I don't want you to give away like anything of the secret sauce, right? But to me, as someone watching, Jack, I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just like, how do people keep on blue side, especially?
Yeah.
This is what's been crazy, right? It's like we see so many teams like you guys were up, or you picked blue side game 1, right? And then you win once on blue side and red side. And I think that's happened just about in every single series. Is that the team on blue side in game 1 always seems to get Exodia draft in these Fearless games.
Yeah, I think also like in the BDS MKOI game, Kalista went to 2nd rotation. It was insane. And I also think this new Kalista, kind of the mini rework, she doesn't scale as bad because her jump speed is so fast now that you can actually dodge skill shots pretty easily in team fights. And I also feel like her mechanical kind of ceiling went up in team fights now. I think she's way more fun to play.
Yeah, I think it's way more fun to play. I really like when I get the Feet of Sense.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
it
boots,
feels so good.
And you can really jump around the map. But I think it's really strong. And also, well, games are mostly on objectives. First, you're getting prio with your team most of the time. For sure, like it's not automatic prio. Depends, there is some matchups that are hard. But since it's also just coming to objectives, well, Kalista is always strong. She can always smite it. Well, we entered it in the first game, but there is this pressure of, oh, they have Kalista, they can actually start it. Oh, Kalista is strong.
Yeah.
There is also the Kalista ultimate that is really, really strong and like makes your support be able to do crazy things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Kalista is scaling pretty good. Like she's really strong till the early to the end of the game, in my opinion.
And for me, I think Fearless, for ADC, it doesn't change that much. Do you think with the addition of Fearless that we'll see maybe some more hyper carries? I'm a big fan of hyper carries, but what do you think?
Yeah, I don't think it changes that much in best of 3.
Yeah.
I think in best of 5 it does though.
Yeah.
I would say on the third game you could see hyper carries maybe. Depends if like there is like the Prio AD carries, they are both picked on first and second game, and then you're coming to third game and maybe one team actually have a plan to ban two champions and get the other AD carry that is the best. But I will say it doesn't change that much in best of 3s. Maybe in the third game, but you can really see it on the fourth and fifth game.
Yeah. Also, I want to ask a really random question. Have you been watching LCK much?
Yeah, I do.
T1 Gumayusi versus Smash. What are your thoughts? I want to ask. As a fellow ADC player, it's interesting.
You are signing this man up for the biggest clickbait clip of all time. If you don't want to answer that, you don't have to. But it'd be cool if you did.
I mean, the thing is, I can really judge a player by playing against him.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure, by looking at pro views and just watching him in pro play, you can see that he's good. I can for sure already say that Smash is really good.
Yeah.
The way he's playing, the way he's clicking, and the way he's always going forward and being confident. And he always sees the windows where he can 1v9, dash in, or do these things. You can see that he's good. I mean, but now saying Gumayusi or Smash was better, also didn't see Gumayusi since few weeks not playing in official.
Yeah.
So it's pretty hard to see. But I think just both AD carries, they're really good. I wouldn't say who's better, but well, I just hope I can play against both.
Yeah.
There you go. Well navigated. He was setting you up. You could have set some flame. We could have had Casey versus T1 on Reddit before we see it in an international. Could have been a banger, but well navigated. But yeah, I mean, fair question. I do want to give shout out to your support. Targamas is our Kia player of the series. I thought he played really well. Calista, you mentioned enabling some more psycho plays. I think we got to see that. How's your guys' duo developing? Obviously, you have a lot of history together, but I do feel like the success you're showing now, to me, Targamas especially, has shown a lot of growth playing with you this year.
Well, for me, Targamas always has been a good player and really smart player. He's really smart about like macro plans and just he has really good ideas. And in this team, he can actually like show them. And as a duo, well, we played together in 2023, and we were like, well, it's already matching perfectly in tryouts already. Like we don't have to say much. We just know each other really well. It just gets along, and it keeps getting along better and better each day. And the good thing is, I think that's why we're strong, is just that we both don't care. Like, we know each other. If one is hinting, he will tell it. We are reviewing together. We are speaking about the game together. We are laughing. We are just close friends. And it's, for me, really important as a duo. I don't know if you can feel it, Jack Spectra, but most of the time when you're really getting along with your support and you're really close with him, I feel like it's always easier and you can actually push your limits way faster.
Yeah, I felt it a lot with like Whiten. I played with him for so long as well, and it was very similar. That was just like, it's so much easier when you can just tell your support, like, what did you just do? You just inted so hard, you know? You can just be like honest with him. Because if you're don't have that bond, and then he completely ints you, and you have to be like, no, it's okay.
That was not really good, you know?
That is so bad.
Yeah. Oh. I think that's the most important, the fact that we are just close to each other and we can just tell if the other is hinting or not. And then he also has a great champion pool, and I'm always trying to be able to play other stuff, other champions, to be more productive. So I think we are just a good duo.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm just ready for Neelasena. I'm going to be honest. I got a taste in the Mia Masters like 2 years ago. I haven't seen anyone since. people let you have it for some reason. It was mostly permaban. I hope we get to see it again. You don't have to give anything away. Your coach is going to yell at me. Apple's is going to yell at me. Don't say anything.
I mean, it got nerfed. We'll see, maybe.
Maybe. That's all I need. Well, of course, looking ahead toward tomorrow, Hill saying, he couldn't create enough space today. No Nidalee for 1-1-3, despite what Jack Spectra wanted, but a lot of exciting matchups on the horizon. The other matchup that I want to ask you about, we already asked about BDS Vitality. Fnatic versus G2. You've said already you're stomping Koi. Okay, we'll just move you up. We'll see what happens, but boom, we'll just move you up for now. Who are you facing in the upper bracket there? Is it going to be Fnatic or G2?
I would say Fnatic is a slightly better team.
Wow.
But really slightly. For me, it's really, really close. And there is one factor that is always a problem when you're playing in official in LEC. It's the caps factor.
Yeah.
I think caps is really dangerous in official, and if he has the champions to 1v9, and he also shows up in the big games.
Yeah.
And I think this best of 3, he doesn't want to lose it. And I think this can be a really huge clutch factor. But I think G2 went. I think they were honestly not good at the start of the season. They had to get along together, but I think now they are actually really good. I think they're a really good team. They are in the top 3. And it's Fnatic against G2. It's always a banger. I think both teams are really good, and they are also in a really good shape, both. So I think it will mostly be on drafts. For example, I think we saw G2 cook yesterday.
Yeah.
Fnatic, most of the times have good drafts, and I think it will really depends on who's feeling the best, who's being decisive, and who's being the fastest.
What do you think of the G2 bot lane, though? Because I feel like that one's been a bit more shaky.
I would say, as I said, I think they were not good at the start of the season. They had to get along together. It's always the same, where you change a bot duo, you have to get along with the support or the DC. We're changing whatever. And it's just they have to find their style, the way they want to play it, and just communicate together and just get along together. And I think, as the team gets better, they both get better, and I think it's a strong duo now.
Yeah, and they're building that relationship. You guys talked about it, so they can flame each other. So they can just say you're inting, no, you're inting.
You just have to flame each other.
Yeah, you just gotta flame each other. That's the lesson. If you're playing with your duo at home, you guys just gotta flame each other. You gotta be comfortable with that open and honest feedback, or just flaming each other, however you want to describe it. Regardless, I'm just gonna say as a side note, I am really excited. I hope you guys get to play G2 specifically. The bot lane matchup, for once, is not the thing I'm most excited about. I want to see how Vladdy stacks up against Caps, because I think the age-old test for top teams in our league is do you have a mid laner who can handle Caps in the 1v1? So far, I think it's looked good. But just as a thing to look forward, that's what I'm personally excited for. It was incredible games today. Thank you again, Calist, for joining us. Thank you, Jack, as well. 2 banger series tomorrow, okay? Fnatic versus G2, Koi versus KC. Do not miss it. Tomorrow is going to be the best week of European League of Legends this entire year. I guarantee it. Show up, or, honestly, just don't come back. But you should probably come back, because it's really it's going to slap, and that's how we're going to end the show. So come back.
Please.
Jojo, all the while, 1-1-3 start up the Dragon, but Mew and Elio coming over! Oh! 1-1-3 now slowed down.
Yon is Sejane.
I can look, not.
No, Sejane is not flash.
No please. He's slowed.
Nautilus, well played.
Okay.
Can we look Karma? I'm looking. Look, no flash. I want his right, they cannot come.
Jojo, unbind the soul, finds an angle, looks for Q1, unbinds the soul, can look for a big angle on in 1-1-3, buying time though, Baylor comes on the ring, Irrelevant is dead! Bail out, the GA prevents his reset! Hostile takeover comes across, but look who's been picked off, it's Nuke!
Calist, will he have to flash away to the next question? Hilly then turns to Targus, gets behind him, flash away with a step behind him. Hilly step too far up, and Calist styles him for first blood. Will be safe and sound, snug as a bug, as Lenses goes down without a simple tug. 4 kills here for KC.
I'm fine. I will loot him, okay? Just don't die, you. I feel for you, really. Heal really if you can. Let me. Good job, really good.
Let's fight.
TP already.
Yeah. I'm coming.
Let's go to. Maybe he dies? I will kill him. Yeah,
Heal first,
Look Zara. Nautilus after. Looks good. No flash. Yeah, I kill. Go Ted.
Look, Drake.
Guys, we need to face. I'm gonna die maybe. No, stop us. Jack's no flash. Yeah. Sivir no flash. Holy
G2, the perfect team fight. They take it all. Here comes the Crow Storm. Knocked back, instant combo button. What is people? Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.